Hi, everybody. Gina Virginia Casella here, and today is our big day. It's officially Saturday, March 14th, 2026, and I'm so grateful for you to be here. If you notice my background, this is what I'm going to have for my presentation, and that's what we're doing right now. We're just hanging out the first hour, 9 a.m. We're going to have a prompt start, and so I'm really excited because today is a day filled with joy, filled with an opportunity to share story medicine, to get in on things. And it's really special to me because this is something I've been wanting to do for a couple of years now. And finally, I get to do it. And it's such a thrill just to be live with you, hanging out. I want to go over candle hype. I want to go over the presenter slides. And we also have Sue Gallagher. I noticed she just signed in here. Sue's is our 2-in-1. So Sue Gallagher is one of our virtual vendors, actually the one and only at this time. And we're highlighting her book, The Little One Diaries. It's the 25th anniversary, more than the 25th anniversary. And so later on, Sue's actually going to be presenting for us as well. So why don't I bring Sue to the stage just to say a little hello to us? Hi,
Good
Sue.
morning. Good morning.
I'll keep an eye out for her. I told the rest of the presenters that they have to stay hidden until it's their time to present. But Sue's is like the only exception because of her role as our virtual vendor. Oh, I see her there now. She's got a beautiful background. Let's bring Suze up just to say a quick hello to you.
Good morning.
Hi, Suze.
Good morning. It's great to see you this morning, and what a wonderful day.
I'm excited. I want to start now, but you know what? This first hour is going to give Dragon Dreamers out there an opportunity to log on, get their breakfast or even dinner for that matter. We're going live 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. And folks like Julia Anchorhaven, our Dragon Dreams monitor, it's actually going to be what? I think midnight for her by the time we're wrapping things up. So let us know in the chat where you're tuning in from. And Suze, we're celebrating your 25th anniversary of the Little Ones. And so people who are not familiar with that, people who didn't catch the episode on story species, story medicine, let me just grab Suze's book. I put it to the side because I didn't want to get candle stuff all over it. Yesterday, I had a big mess of brown all over me from ashes from my incense. This is Sue's book right here. And those of you not familiar with it, it's really cool because it's basically an oracle presented in a book format. So you can read it page to page, beginning, middle, end. Or the beauty about it is you just open it up to whatever page and read whatever is in there. And it's a timeless book because, or oracle, really, I should be calling it. It's a timeless oracle because it's something that you can go back to. I always make the comparison to yoga. You just keep going back to your yoga moves. And even though it's the same moves, you can hold the pose longer. You can go deeper with the stretch. And that's just like Sue Gallagher's book, The Little One Diaries. Now, this is volume 1. Volume 2 is coming out in the next couple of weeks. It's got a blue cover. Otherwise, it looks the same. And in a moment, I'll show you Suze's web page. But Suze, anything to add to the Little Ones? It's something maybe for somebody who's never heard about this. It's their first time tuning in. What's something that you would say?
I would say that The Little One Diaries is a book of spiritual guidance that was given to me and through channeling. And it is a spiritual curriculum, really, about awakening the subtitle of the first volume is Taking the Boards Off the Windows. And what that means is that we have this magnificent universe to explore and to enjoy. And we can maybe just catch the teeniest glimpse of what is available to us with the boards that we have on the windows, the conditioning that we have, the stories that have been told to us that we're not enough, that we're not worthy, that we cannot communicate directly to source, when that is our invitation every moment with every breath. It's to reconnect to source. So this is a story of my awakening, and it is really the story for everyone. Although it issues from the context of my life, it is a timeless treasure. And I say that without ego because I channeled the teachings. It's not about me. And this book is not, although it came through me, it's not about me. It is about the process of awakening and how it's available to everyone. And that direct spiritual communication, no matter what your spiritual background, that's available to you in every moment.
Yes, absolutely. Every time Suze talks, I'm like, yes, 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 because I couldn't have said it better myself. And this is how Suze and I really connect, because same with me, my books that I wrote, I mean, initially they were about me, right? It was me sharing my feelings, dream journaling, talking to my spirit guides. But soon I realized, wait a minute, this is actually about everybody. I mean, details aside, we can all relate to the greater themes. And knowing that we're a story species and stories is our medicine, to me, it only makes sense that it's through stories and oracle, or even just having conversations with each other, that we give and receive medicine. So you might not realize it, but when you share your story, you're sharing your medicine. And when you receive a story, then you receive medicine. And so this is just a constant ebb and flow, adhesion, cohesion, that I feel is in alignment with my book series and my own oracle, the Dragon Dreams Oracle, because it's part of this ebb and flow. And what's really cool is, everybody has their one liner or whatever, right? And I was really inspired by Marissa Peer. That's who I did my training with for hypnotherapy. And so she's always like, you're enough. Things are available to you. You're the same as everyone else. And that's where I get that language from. But also this business of you matter. Can absolutely matter. And it doesn't matter how old you are, you're intelligent. We do not hear that stuff often. And a lot of us wait our whole entire lives to hear it. And often clients, it's not until they're in their 40s, 50s, where they undergo some kind of experience and they say these things for the first time to themselves. And so I really value this book because it's like bringing all those circles together. And I'm all about the Venn diagram. We all can't be in the same circle. Otherwise, we wouldn't have any diversity. So it's important these different communities come together as a greater soul tribe. And I really appreciate this. But going back to one-liners, I'm always like, you're enough. Things are available to you. Like, I've got my handful, right? United are we, be free. But then Suze is like, you're loved. And I thought that's so cool, because who else out there has these type of one-liners? Because they're so positive. And Suze and her husband, Rick Gallagher, out of their own money, paid for a big billboard on the side of the highway that says, you are loved. And it's not an advertisement asking for money. They don't even advertise the little ones. It's just a big billboard, you are loved. So they get lots of messages from people they don't even know, telling them how much that means to them. So Suze, why don't you reiterate some of that about you are loved, and then I'll put it on screen share and we'll show off your website a little bit.
Okay. So Rick had a dream or a dream vision, and how appropriate that it was a dream, right? That we live in Lynchburg, Virginia, that he was driving into the city of Lynchburg, and there was a big billboard on the side of the road that said, "You are loved." And that was October 20th of 2024. And he woke up and he knew that this was a vision and that it was his task to get this done. So the very next day, he contacted a billboard company, and it was up by our Thanksgiving here in the United States. It was up by November 20th. And there it is. It's still there today. It says, "You are loved." It's an electronic billboard. And "You Are Loved" was up for 2 months. And then we rotated it to "You Are Precious." And the third iteration was "You Are Worthy." And each of those meant so much to the drivers who would see it every day, whether on their commute or just traveling through Lynchburg. And so it's still up today. It still rotates every 2 or 3 months. And but it's such an important message. You are loved. Rick and I had a conversation and says, well, we could get a new car, but how would that make the world a better place? So instead of getting a new car, we put up a billboard. And but that's making the world a better place while we're here is why we're here.
Again, I'm like, yes, 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 every time you say something, because, thinking outside of yourself, dreaming the world into being, I mean, you always have to start with you, because if the biological one known as Suze, the biological one known as Gina, if we're not biologically okay, we're not hydrated, rested, it really makes it challenging for spirit to do its work. And so you need to take care of yourself. But once you're in a place to help others, that's when you really start co-dreaming the world into being. And I thought it was funny that like Rick had the dream, but you held him accountable to it, right? It was his dream. That was a message that he received, and he told you about it. And it's like, well, don't expect Suze to take action. You take action. And that's the eagle condor medicine, is responding to the call, right? And it's like, Rick waking up in the morning, it's like, oh man, now I got a bucket list full of things to do, and telling you, but then Suze is like, no way, like this is your mission. And I feel like the electronic sign, I mean, I never invested in a billboard before, but that's a really good investment. That way, it's computerized and the artificial intelligence just changes it. So that's really cool. And it must be a cool feeling to drive down the highway and see that. Can you remind us where exactly this is located? I know you told me, I don't remember offhand.
It's located in Lynchburg, Virginia. And actually, there are 6 different signs around the city, just surrounding the city with this message that you are loved. The one that is in the news article is on Timberlake Road in Lynchburg, and at Highway 29 and Lynchburg. There's one just outside the airport. So when people fly into Lynchburg, they can see as soon as they get here that they're loved or they're worthy. Again, no affiliation with anything other than the message. The message is the thing.
Power and simplicity, and that's a really there's simultaneous messages on there. First and foremost, you are loved, you're worthy. Secondly, it's just a shout out. There's nothing asked for in return. And then thirdly, it's inspiring for others because how many people are advertising their businesses and whatnot, and they have tons of signs at bus stops, either on the actual bus stand or the actual bench that you sit on, or they invest in billboards or just random posters in the library. And who's doing this kind of stuff? And it reminds me of um, social emotional learning because at the school, we would talk about children and children often getting dropped off, picked up, mixed in the middle of living a manufactured lifestyle. And a lot of families really don't have time or make the time to say, I love you, have a good day, you're worthy. And so at the school, um, students will work in it's like top secret, and they'll write on sticky notes special messages and then put it here and there in the school, and then people walk around and see that, and it's always well received. And even me being the teacher, I admit it, like I see those messages, you're loved, you're important, and I'm like, oh, I actually did need to hear that today. Thank you. And so it's really inspiring. Any other words, Suze, before I show off your website?
Just that it's such a pleasure to be here with you today to celebrate this beautiful and important experience, to share our stories and to appreciate each other and to hold this space and to recognize again and again and again that there's so much power. Our individual stories inform the collective story. And that is what makes today so full of magic and so full of wonderment, is that we're intentionally setting this space to share our stories, share our dreams, share the process, and enrich each other. So thank you for allowing me to be here.
It really worked out, and those of you who have been following me on Buy Me a Coffee, maybe now's a good time to mention that it's absolutely free to follow me on Buy Me a Coffee. I post on there almost daily, and then it defaults you to getting the emails. You get in on the hype, and you get in on extra information like today, us coming live an hour before our big show starts at 9 a.m., which is in 40 minutes, 40 and a half minutes. And it's just been such a thrill. And folks like Suze have also simultaneously been a guest on Story Species, Story Medicine, Extra Strength. And so all my content is merging together. And my intention right now is to keep hosting these conferences and to have the presenters and healers come on Story Species, Story Medicine, Extra Strength to really complement the process. And I like the flow because then people get to know you. And you know what? Mm-hmm. If you miss the episode, you just catch the replay. So Suze, I wanted to have her as a speaker. And initially we had John Whitberg registered with us. We're going to reschedule with him. That's not a problem. But I thought, well, might as well plug Sue in. Why wait until June or whatever it is, right? And so it really worked out. And so Suze is our 2-in-1 because initially I didn't want to have somebody be a vendor and a presenter. I didn't want to overwhelm people. And so it really worked out that Suze got extra highlighted. And then it gives me some company too here. So I'm really thankful for that. And what I want to do right now, though, is put it on share screen. I've got your website up. Okay, in theory, I'm organized. Okay, share screen. And Julia, you're in the chat. Let me know if you can see my screen. You should be able to. I watched the replay from yesterday, Suze, and the screen didn't show. It showed on my end, but not the viewers. Okay. Julia's commenting, awesome dragon background, Suze. Julia, let me know if you can see the screen here, the little one's diaries, and I'm putting my YouTube. I've got it on my cell phone here. So we did our live tech rehearsal last Friday in anticipation of today. I'm feeling really good about it. But I don't see the screen share. How come it's not screen sharing? Okay. Maybe there's a bit of a delay. Uh-oh, messages are popping up. Hopefully there's nothing personal on there. Okay, StreamYard is sharing your screen and audio. That's nice, StreamYard, but how come you're not putting my screen up here? Okay. Julia sent me a message in the background. Okay, so we're having some problems with like trolls, if you will, but that's not going to stop us. I'm going to take Sue's website here. Oh, just give me a moment here. TheLittleOneDiaries.com. Let me cut and paste this right into the chat. That way, if people want to check it out simultaneously while I'm figuring this out. But otherwise, let me try this again. Share screen. Yes. Okay, try this again. Okay. Can you see my screen now? Nope. Can't see it. Okay. Okay. And thank you for being patient, everybody. I'm trying to show off Suze's website. Okay. Do this again here. Okay. There might be a little bit of a delay. Well, Suze, why don't you tell us a little bit about the courses that you offer while I'm just dilly-dallying here.
Sure. I'm happy to do that. I teach courses in writing with our guides, and channeling course. I teach a course called Pele's Garden, Sowing Seeds of the Sacred Self. And that's about after it feels like you've lost everything, how your garden grows again. Rick and I lived in Hawaii for many years, and I was always so fascinated by the lava fields, how they were completely black, and everything that had been there before was covered with this thick black lava. And then, miraculously, there would be a single green leaf poking out of the lava field, and then another and another. And I realized that the entire chain of the Hawaiian Islands is built from the utter, there you go, the utter devastation of the volcanic rock. And then from that, our most beautiful islands, our most beautiful paradise has been born. But it was not until it came from that devastation. And so it's called Pele's Garden. It's Sowing Seeds of the Sacred Self, and it's a 9-month course. We meet once a month, but then we meet virtually a second time during that month. And it's a very powerful course.
This is really fascinating. And just to live in Hawaii and be around the mountain and all of that change sounds phenomenal. Really, really phenomenal. I feel like what I'm going to do now is I'm going to continue to try to bring up your somebody's trying to make things difficult for us out there, and we're not going to let that stop us. We actually anticipated people trying to pull fast ones on us today, so I'm feeling really calm, smooth about it. I'm not going to worry about trolls today, and I'm thankful Julia's in the comments because we've already noticed Julia deleting comments, and that's exactly what we're talking about, is bringing the soul tribe together and the power in unity consciousness. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say bye to Suze for now, but we will see Suze later. I'm going to then try and bring up my screen shares and then go back to screen sharing Suze's video here. So thank you so much, Suze, for joining us live today. An extra big day for Suze, hanging out with us at 8 o'clock. And then Suze is presenting at, I got it all here, at 4:10 p.m. Eastern. So we've got a rigid schedule. So stay hydrated, Suze. And any final words before I remove you from the stage?
Only that I know it's going to be a fabulous day, and I'm really looking forward to, engaging or, viewing all of the speakers. And I just am so grateful that you committed to do this, Gina. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to share. Thank you so much.
You are welcome. Thank you so much, Suze Gallagher, everybody, authors of the Little One Diaries. And Suze also has an amazing presentation for us to look forward to. Thank you so much, Suze. We'll see you later on this afternoon. So I would like to show you some of my slides. One thing I need to do is I made myself a little note just in case folks are logging on, because I'm here early right now. The actual promise of spring doesn't start until 9 a.m. So we're on a break right now. What a great way to start the conference, on a break. So we've got this here. And today I might need your help, everybody, to help me remember when we are on a break that I need to remember to put this on. That way people know we're on a break. I made some behind the scenes videos of my gemstones. I know a lot of people are interested. What does this gemstone mean? What does it mean when it's over there? How do you know this? How do you know that? So I made 6 videos for you, and I'm really looking forward to playing those. Let me see what I can bring to this stage, because some of the presenters are relying on me to bring their stuff up. So what I want to do is I want to share everything. I want to share. I want to share the entire screen. Yes. Okay. And on my end, it's not. I'm wondering, can people see that on my end? What I'd like to do right now is go over the descriptions with you, and also go over the schedule that we have for today. I got it all organized here in my folders. And if the screen sharing is working, then you should be able to see my folders. Okay. So it looks like you can't see. Yeah. Notice I can minimize the video or the links in vertical lines. Okay, I'm just checking in with the chat here. So intentionally, I changed my background, so that makes sense. But I would like to screen share with you. Like, how come you can't see my screen share? Because I mean, I've screen shared plenty on StreamYard, so um, the schedule has gone in the rear view. Okay. Why is it doing that? All right, this is definitely bizarre. Okay, let's go no view. My bed's made, but there's my thing in the background. Hmm. Well, that is weird. That is weird. Okay, Julia is saying add it to the stage. Okay, the thing is I already have other stuff planned to add to the stage. Okay, here, let me do this. Okay. Well, the thing is like later on when we're on the breaks, this is what I'm going to be putting, and then I'm going to be playing the video of me. So, okay, you might have a backward schedule, folks. I don't know what to tell you here. Let me try one more time to screen share. I don't know what the heck here. Okay. Um, can you see my screen now? Yes. Uh, okay. Okay, I'm making Jason a monitor, missing time 420. Hopefully Jason is volunteering and not voluntolding. I don't know. Julia just offered. Thanks, Jason. Okay. Okay, I'm looking for Jason's name so that I can add him as a monitor. There he is. I'm looking for Jason's name so that I can add him as a monitor. There he is. Add, oops. Uh, Jason, can you comment a hello in the chat, and then I accidentally hit hide from, and then I accidentally hit hide from, and okay, Jason, you disappeared from the chat, but that's my fault. I accidentally clicked on whatever it said, like to remove messages. Maybe Jason just stepped away for a minute, but missing time 420, when you get a chance, say a little hello in the chat. That way, those three dots will pick up. And Julia saying that Jason and I are a mod team. You two are a great team. Julia saying that Jason and I are a mod team. You two are a great team. Okay, well, when Jason is back in the chat, um, I will add him as a monitor. And okay, yeah, so my face is over the schedule. That makes sense. But hmm, well, that is weird. Um, okay, let me change my background. Thankfully, the rest of today is all planned out, so we won't have these little hiccups here. So there's the background, and it's showing in reverse. But you know what? Yesterday, when Suze and I were live, it showed in reverse, and when I watched the replay, it was normal. So, anyways, if something's in reverse, not going to let that stop us. Hi, Spider Bite. I see you there in the chat. Lots of people here in the chat. Michael Kopf, one of our speakers, also here. Hi, Michael. Good to see you. Circus Dreams, welcome. And Missing Time 420, that's Jason. I got to add Jason. James Whittakis, welcome. I think I got everybody. Oh, there's an echo. Okay, my YouTube is off. So, all right, let me show you some of the presenter slides, and I'll just pull something up, and then I'll click on Jason's name there. Okay, bringing an image to the stage. Okay, where is it? Here it is. All right, here's our schedule. I can make it a bit bigger there for you. Okay, so right now it is 8:39. So in about 21 minutes, we're gonna start our conference. We have a prompt start right at 9 a.m. I've got a schedule here. I've got two schedules with me. I've got this schedule that you're looking at, and I also have this schedule here. So I'll just be quiet for a moment while folks are looking at the schedule, and I'm gonna add Jason as a monitor. Jason, Missing Time 420 is now one of our Dragon Dreams monitors. Thank you, Jason. Well, I hope folks out there got a good look at the schedule here. I would like to take a moment to read over the decisions. All right, and if you hear an echo at any time, that's me. So don't be shy. Comment in the chats, Gina. There's an echo because that means I have to pause my microphone. I might have YouTube up as well. Thankfully, we planned in advance, and we're not going to have these hiccups when we go live at 9, which is in just under 15 minutes. And Anchor Haven's really looking forward to the singing bowl. I am too. The first one, root chakra, it's about 3 or 4 minutes long. My welcome, it's pretty short and sweet. We're going to light our candles, have opening ceremony. On that note, here's one of my candles. I'll just make it bigger there for a moment. I'll show you my candles after, just so we're not flip-flopping the screens. So if you have a candle, wait to light it. We'll light it together. If you don't have a candle, go and grab one. No candle, no problem. My candle represents your candle. We share the same flame, okay? And I'm really looking forward to the journey to the pine tree forest. I pre-recorded it for you. It's about 10 minutes. And so this first part of the conference is going to be a really good opportunity just to sink into the present moment, to really go deep within. And I love this idea of everybody coming together, because where are we meeting, right? Sea and sky are one and the same. And so what landscape dream ecosystem are we going to meet in? And we can call it internet land, right? Or we can call it the pine tree forest, and it's a safe haven. And I'm just looking forward to people out there experiencing that. Rick is going to follow the pine tree forest guided journey with head to root chakra. And if you're like Julia, you're in for a real treat, because head to root chakra healing sound bowl is about 20 minutes in length. And so it's just Rick's going to have his time to shine. I've got a backup video as well in case presenters have tech issues. So we are ready to rock and roll. Except I'm still frustrated about that screen sharing, right? So my intention is at some point to hopefully show you Suze Gallagher's website. If not, I did put the link there, and make sure you catch us on Story Species, Story Medicine, and subscribe to my YouTube channel while you're there, and put the notifications on. That way you never miss a thing. And again, it's free to follow me on Buy Me a Coffee. So after Rick, everybody's going to be really relaxed, and then it's going to be my turn, yours truly. I'm going to tell you my story about the Gnome King. Um, honestly, it's still challenging for me to tell the story. I can tell it without crying. I can tell it without getting angry. But when I tell it, I find there's like that little girl in me is still like feeling uncertain, but every time I tell it, it gets better and it gets better. And so transforming trauma into treasure. And anyways, you'll just have to wait until I present to hear more about my presentation. After I present, finally, we're going to have our first break. Each break is 20 minutes, so there's no official lunch hour. This is an online conference taking place inside the pine tree forest. And so right here, right now, before we go live in 15 minutes, get yourself a drink of water, go to the bathroom, get your candle, burn your incense, do what you need to do, because the first hour is going to be a really great time just to take it all in. I don't think there's going to be time for Q&A after my presentation, but the rest of the presenters, it's part of our schedule. So we have some time for some Q&As, for some follow-up questions. And I'm really looking forward to all the presentations. Michael Kopp's, his presentation, The Power and Mythos of the Hero's Journey. Then we'll have another break, 20 minutes. Brian Rue doing a presentation on community. Then we'll have another 20-minute break. Chris Latieur, MK Ultra Monarch survivor and former Montauk boy Chris Latieur. We're going to have another 20-minute break after that. Alex Lipton, he's up at 2:50. These timestamps are set in stone. So if you have other things to do during the day and you really want to catch Alex, for example, 2:50, and you might even want to tune in just a little bit before that, because I have a little introduction video just to kind of help people transition from the break. I was a teacher for 20 years. I know the importance of transitions, okay? So Alex is going to be performing on the administration of belief and monotheism. Let me just remove the comments for a moment there. Suze Gallagher, that's who we had. If you were tuning in with us earlier, Suze Gallagher, author oracle of The Little One's Diary, and also going to be presenting. Last but not least, it really worked out. And you know what? I'm a big fan. The way things begin are the way things end. So I like to start my slideshows with the first and last slide always being the same. And it really worked out that Suze was here at the beginning, and then she's going to be here at the end. And then we've got me coming up. I won't be presenting again, but I'll just be coming on live to give everybody a formal thank you. We probably won't have the last little bit's going to be really back to back. I mean, it doesn't make sense to have a 20-minute break and then come back on for 5 minutes, right? So at 5:10, I'll be coming on, thanking everybody. I'm going to play a guided journey returning from the Pine Tree Forest. And the return is, it's about a 4-minute video. So you return quite quickly. It doesn't take as long just to go there. And then closing sacred space. And when we close sacred space, we're not going to blow out our candles. Just let them burn for the rest of the day. If you have to, put your candle out, just snuff it out instead of blowing it out. A lot of folks work with the belief. It's a belief that the flame is a spirit. And so if you blow out the flame, it's like you blow out the spirit. But if you snuff it, then it's just like you put it to sleep. But I feel like snuffing and blowing out both don't sound good no matter how you slice it. And I feel like it's fun when you have, like when you can have fun with spirit like this, having some jokes and whatnot. To me, shows a sign of fearlessness and just a deepening relationship. Rick Gallagher is going to be closing everything. And then I'll just be playing some videos. And I got a private message from Rick saying that I have root this AM and heart in the PM. Small change. Okay, well, it is what it is. Yeah, I don't have time to change the schedule, but we'll just remind you as that time. Or Rick, when you're live, just remind us. And thanks for reiterating that it was a small change. Otherwise, I'd be like, what? Wait, I planned in advance. So I've got my administrator's hat on, and I'm really thankful because, behind the scenes, the presenters and Julia and now Jason too is all part of this and putting up with me. I didn't want to be shy. I wanted to do this. I wanted to set precedents. Having a schedule, having speakers, having somebody monitor the chat, the commitment and time management to make today possible. Without this continuum of support and soul tribe building community, today simply would not be possible. And for what it's worth, we didn't have to do Promise of Spring, March 14th. I could have totally waited until the summer. I could have waited until the fall. But you know what? We're flying hummingbird style, right? We're carrying all of our wisdom from the past, all of our finest nectar carrying forward. And the beautiful thing about flying hummingbird style is the plane's not even built. We're still building it, and yet we're flying. And so it's with great honor and privilege that today is unfolding. And let me just do a little chat check-in here. Well, we're starting in 9 minutes, and Anchor Haven's got Pepsi Max, Haribo, and onion ring snack. That sounds tasty. Danahawk, welcome. Drinking on some Dr. Pepper. I forgot about Dr. Pepper. I haven't had that in years. So I feel like while the presenters are presenting and just for the rest of the day, it's cool to have the comments here on the side. And now I'm going to remove this. I don't know if anybody out there uses StreamYard, but I paid money to upgrade because I thought it was going to allow me to have more, videos and slides that I could upload. And it's maxed out at, I think, like 10 or something. So anyways, okay, I got 8 minutes. Yikes. Let me pull up. This is going to be in alphabetical order. And I'm going to stand and deliver. So when the presenters go live, I'll be, welcoming and having a little biography, but I won't be reading this information, although it will be displayed. So Alex Lipton, The Administration of Belief, Monotheism, Origins, a brief overview of history, philosophy, and human experiences. We will attempt to discover one of the greatest questions pertaining to belief and knowledge. What exactly is God, and how do we relate to it? And Alex, his special message, dreams are extremely interesting, especially in the context of how we place them in our reality. Are they just subconscious projections, or are they experiences of something very real? Perhaps they are a kind of technology that we have, yet have not yet actualized. Waking up can be done within a dream, and that's the key to knowledge, knowing yourself. And you've got Alex's information there. I believe Brian is next. I'm just thinking about alphabetical order here. And all of a sudden, I feel rushed. I do that. Good thing I signed on an hour earlier. Maybe the next conference I'll sign on 2 hours earlier because it's just nice to connect and chat with people. All right, Brian Rue, his presentation on community. Strong, healthy communities allow us to approach the mysteries together while creating safer spaces to share and grow. The community becomes a living classroom where we learn from each other collectively. Individuals are encouraged to participate, and this collaborative process inherently fosters trust. Brian's special message, a community networking expands discussions, continues to involve nurturing humility. Since many of the answers remain uncertain, community allows us to be seen, to be heard, to listen to others, and to thrive. Next person's Chris Latour and his presentation. I will be talking about my personal life experiences in the MK Ultra sub-project known as the Monarch Project and the last moments of Camp Hero. And Chris's special message, everyone has psychic abilities. Okay, who's next? I don't remember. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Oh, I'm next. Well, you already know about my presentation, the Gnome King. I'll skip me. If there's time, I'll show you. But Julia Anchorhaven, Julia is not presenting, but here's her little bio. Julia Anchorhaven is a world traveler, Akashic Oracle weaver, pendulum alchemist, Violet Flame Reiki Master, teacher, sound practitioner, quantum healer, quantum crystal healer, and retreat facilitator, and so much more. I mean, how do we really simplify all the things that we do? Julia identifies as a MyLab and Secret Space Program survivor, currently exploring and documented fragmented memories linked to clones, stargates, and alleged involvement in cohort classified projects on and off planet. Julia's special message: in these challenging times, it is important to center our energies, to focus on the beauty within and around, asking the question, what else is possible here? All right, we got just a few minutes here. Michael Kolb, join me on a journey into what the hero journey is and how it impacts our lives. Join me on an adventure to see to see from a glimpse what my hero's journey looks like from a few of my life experiences. And his special message: dreams are visions into our true selves. Dreams open our minds to potentials we could not find or believe possible with our conscious mind. Dreams are keys that help us find our true paths in life and unlock our inner selves. Two more. I've got Rick and Sue's. Sue's you've already seen, actually, so I'm going to jump to Rick's. And so Rick isn't presenting in the form of words, he's playing the sound bowls, healing bowls. Rick is a Reiki master teacher certified in sound healing. For decades, Rick has conducted one-on-one healing sessions, has performed sound healing bowls concerts for children and groups in churches all around his country in the US, and Rick has slowly adapted from the Tibetan metal singing bowls to crystal bowls. And as mentioned before, you are loved. That's Rick's special message. I feel like what I'm going to do now is I'm going to remove myself from the stage. And in about 1.5 minutes, you're going to see our special little video, and I'm looking forward to a fantastic day. Keep the comments coming. Julia's there in the chat. We've got Jason, thankfully, with us too. Thanks again, Jason. And I will be connecting in the chat. So we'll see you in 1 minute. Gina, Virginia, Casella, and the Dragon Dreams Soul Tribe Collective are thankful for your presence at the Story Species, Story Medicine Continuum of Conscious Evolution Conference Series in honor of the Dragon Dreams Soul Tribe Collective. Your soul tribe has awaited you, and we thank you for courageously co-dreaming with us this beautiful world into being. We would also like to thank the dragons involved for their passion-driven services. Without them, today would not have been possible. Behind the scenes, dragons stepped in and up to the tasks at hand, and we are greatly appreciative for their commitment and fine contributions in anticipation of our big day. The Dragon Dreams Soul Tribe Collective would also like to thank Gina Virginia Casella, the visionary and creator behind the Dragon Dreams Soul Tribe Collective and Project 30, Isis Unity Consciousness. Gina is beyond thrilled about this great unfolding. She inspires you to have the courage to be yourself and to be all you can be, to truly know your value. We would also like to take a moment to thank our mentors, spirit guides, and other members of our dream ecosystem. We're thankful for the humpback whales who showed up unexpectedly, who harmonized this song, and for Eagle Condor's empowerment to take charge of our present moment, which for us means taking charge of our unity. One of Gina's favorite Dragon Dreams Oracle cards is number 20, High Quality Beauty Prayer, because that's us, the high quality beauty prayer. Tomorrow is never promised, and it's always hardest for those who are last. Yet those who are last live like tomorrow is promised. United are we. Be free. Be free in the knowing you can live consciously to die consciously. You have a soul tribe, the Dragon Dreams Soul Tribe Collective. You're enough. Things are available to you. You're the same as everyone else. You matter. You're important. You're intelligent. You're a dragon dreamer. Visit GinaVirginiaCasella.com to order your books and to get your very own copy of Dragon Dreams Oracle. You can also visit Gina's Buy Me a Coffee to get in on the collective membership. Thank you, thank you, thank you again. Many, many thank yous. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Gina, Virginia, Casella, and the Dragon Dreams Soul Tribe Collective are pleased to welcome Rick Gallagher. Rick started his career in healing in the early 1990s, where he earned his certification as a Reiki master and teacher. He later became certified in sound healing. Over the decades, Rick has conducted one-to-one healing sessions, has performed sound healing bowl concerts for churches and groups around the country. Rick has slowly adapted from the Tibetan metal singing bowls to crystal bowls and audio recordings. He continues to heal with sound both in one-on-one sessions and group settings. The Dragon Dreams Soul Tribe Collective is pleased to announce Rick Gallagher. Rick will be performing 3 sets for us. The first one is a 3-minute sound bath in honor of heart chakra healing. All right, everybody, just doing a quick sound check in here. I don't know what happened there. Can people hear me now? And James Whittakis, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Doing a sound check. Okay, there's a bit of a delay. A little delay. Okay. So Rick, we can't hear anything right now from you. Rick was very studious. He was very involved there. Okay, Rick, people can hear me. They can't hear your singing bowls. Okay. Hey, still can't hear the singing bowl. Still can't hear it. Still can't hear it. Nope. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to play Rick's video. And then Rick, um, behind the scenes, Rick's going to be performing for us again. It's going to be a good 20-minute length one. So don't worry about this one here. Thank you, Rick. We have a backup video exactly for this reason. Let me pull it up right now for you. Ah, always nice to hear the singing bowl. Hope everybody out there enjoyed it just as much as I was enjoying it. I feel like once you start getting in that swirling, you really it starts to take you somewhere else. So Don't worry, we've got more of Rick for today. Earlier I was on mute. It's really important for me to take a moment to thank you. I know I played the welcoming video where I thank you, but I would personally like to thank everybody here. Doesn't matter if you're tuning in from home, if you're at the bus stop on your cell phone, folks like Julia behind the scenes, working as a monitor, Jason randomly helping us monitor right now. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate all of the presenters behind the scenes. They put up with me. I set some rigorous standards. It was a bit last minute. And you know what? We could have had the first ever conference in the summertime. We actually initially I thought it would be fun to have it in the season of dreams, right? Uh, the winter season when we have that extra darkness. But why not fly hummingbird style and have the conference now? And that's all about hummingbird style. It doesn't have to be perfect. We're basically flying the plane and still building it at the same time. And in truth, we're never going to be finished building our plane because it's always in a constant state of alchemy, right? And so it brings me great honor and great pleasure to be hosting today. And I could not be any more happy or thrilled about how it's already unfolding. So now what I would like to do, I got my checklist here, is I would like to open sacred space. So if you were tuning in with us, we were getting in on candle hype. Here's one of my candles. This one I did yesterday when we were live. I'm going to save this one probably for tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm going to be live as well. Again, if you don't have a candle, no problem. Dragon Dreams, Soul Tribe Collective, DDSTC, and then I got P30 for Project 30. It's hard to see. I know I was getting a little happy there putting the ashes in. And IUC, Isis Unity Consciousness, that's us. So I'm going to put this one candle in here. And I always like to light 2 candles. For years, I just, light 1 candle. But when I did my shamanic training, after I had some intrusive entities removed, my colleague and I were chatting, and she felt compelled to tell me to burn 2 candles. 1 candle for just all the reasons that I already burned them, and to burn a second candle in honor of myself, because here I am always honoring others. When am I honoring myself? And so I burnt 2 candles, and then it's been a few months now. Every day I have 2 candles on the go. So one has a Venn diagram. There's the heart in honor of the half spin particle circles. So let us know in the free Facebook group, the Dragon Dreams Soul Tribe Collective, what your candles look like. Take pictures of them throughout the day. I'm just going to be quiet now, light them. And while I'm lighting them, I will be quiet in a moment, but while I'm lighting them, I want you to set intention as well. And I like when the comments are on the screen there. I'll put them back on the screen. So why is today important to you? What are you hopeful for today? This business of story species, story medicine, how does that resonate with you? How does my content, the Dragon Dream Soul Tribe Collective, my book series, The Oracle, how do you fit in? Because we all fit in. We're all part of the same puzzle. So let's light our candles in honor of today, in honor of the Dragon Dream Soul Tribe Collective. If you've never opened up sacred space before, you can just follow my lead, repeat after me, take it in. Whatever you do, you're going to do it right. What's best for you. So I've got Rosie with me here, and she does this weird thing where she stands over top of candles. So I keep them in here, and I'm just going to put them safely off to the side. And I just made this the other day. I was growing some indoor cat grass for Rosie, and we ended up getting snow. So I thought, you know what, why not use the cat grass to make a new spirit water? If you want to face the south, you can. If you just want to use your hand like I am, you can do that as well. Great winds of the south, serpent, wrap your coils of light around us. Teach us to shed the past the way you shed your skin. Be with us, great serpent, as we move forward with our convictions, certain of our uncertainties. Teach us the beauty way to walk softly, belly to belly with Pachamama, Mother Earth, 100% with conviction in our alchemy, shedding skins and growing skins. Thank you for being with us. Aho. Great winds of the west, Mother Jaguar, Sister Jaguar, Old Torongo, protect our medicine space. Thank you, Great Mother, for teaching us the ways of peace, of fearlessness, the journey beyond death. Accompany us, Mother Jaguar, as we go back to our home, our villages, our loved ones. Teach us your gentle ways. Help us to work with the water all around us, Mother Jaguar, Sister Jaguar, keeping us by the waters. And we track now with the masculine jaguars, far from home, but always knowing that home is with us always, for we are home. We're here, we're there, we're everywhere. And that's the power of transformation. Jaguar, aho. Right winds of the north wind, the strongest wind. My, you're blowing hard these days. Great hummingbird, grandmothers and grandfathers, ancient ones, come warm your hands by our fires. Teach us to drink deeply from the finest nectar only, to honor ourselves and to honor you who have come before us, those who come after us, our children's children. Let us hear your whispers in the wind. We gather to honor you who have come before us, those who come after us. Thank you for being with us. Aho. Great winds of the east, excuse me. Great winds of the east, eagle condor. Thank you, Mother. Thank you, Father, eagle condor, grandmothers and grandfathers. Show us the mountains we only dare to dream of. Take us under your wing. May we aspire to fly wingtip to wingtip with the Great Spirit, bridging the East with the West, bridging all of our worlds, not only carrying with us our high quality items and wisdom, applying the knowledge, sharing the knowledge, having the courage to co-dream courageously and to alchemize our dream, to be fearless. The level of Igor Condor is the level of spirit, the energetic level. This is known as the poof state, the level where things poof in and poof out. It can absolutely be terrifying. And it's in that terrifying state that we realize just how courageous we are. And we have spirit with us always. So much to say about Eagle Condor. Aho. Pachamama, Mother Earth. Great Mother. You're the mother who was here before us. You're the mother who will be here after us. You're always with us. You never leave us, even if we wanted you to leave us. You take us in, Pachamama, all of your children. It's absolutely inconsequential if we are from this planet or of this planet. Pachamama takes us in. We heal with the earth, the air, the fire, the water. We heal with each other, each of us, Pachamamas, walking, talking trees we are in our own rights, pieces of land, walking, talking beaver dams. We're the beaver dams, we're the beavers, we're the filters. We are the adhesion, we are the cohesion. Mother Earth, Pachamama, the biological one known as Gina, calls to you. Today is our special day, healing with the earth, healing with each other, just like we do on Tuesdays with Story Species, Story Medicine, Extra Strength. Thank you, Great Spirit, for bringing us together. All of your children, the lines on the map, illusion, our separateness, illusion. All of your children called to you and gathered today. Stone people, the plant people, the finned, the furred, haired, the bald, the two-legged, those with cartilage, those with bones, those with and without so much more. Aho. Father, Son, Grandmother Moon, to the star nations, sacred mountains of this earth, Great Spirit, you who are known by 1,000 names, you who are the unnameable one, thank you for bringing us together. Thank you to the wise and well, whale and orca elders for taking it to the next level. The humpback whales, hump high, hearing my song, harmonizing it. Thank you, thank you, thank you for our blessings. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you to all of the Dragon Dreamers for coming us today, Star Nations, Titanches, Pleiadians, everyone far and wide. Aho. I always love opening up sacred space. And of course, if anybody wants to continue saying special words, absolutely, by all means, doing that. Usually takes me a good 20 minutes to open sacred space. Now, what I would like to do is play my journey to the pine tree forest, and I really hope you enjoy it. It's one of my favorite things that I was initially doing as a hypnotherapist. When we're finished the journey from the pine tree forest, you can start journaling, doing whatever you need to do, and Rick Gallagher will bring him back to the stage. We'll give Rick a couple minutes there to do a sound check. If we can't get the sound, then we will play our video. So thank you, thank you, thank you for being part of today. The intention of the Dragon Dreams book series is to fill in gaps while bringing us closer together, all through dreams, half remembered and half misunderstood. Pine Tree Forest is a safe haven and middle ground for folks to meet and co-dream. It's the place where I rule, Gina, Virginia, Casella, as the various aspects of myself. And you are one of those aspects. And I want you to see these various aspects of me as you because we're all one. And yes, the aspects include things like plants and trees. So be open to having a conversation with trees. And yes, inside the pine tree forest, trees walk here. I'm convinced that collectively we share the same themes expressed along with the symbolism and archetypes. Each time we meet in the pine tree forest. So let's go there right now. I want you to close your eyes if that's better for you. Feeling completely relaxed. The water cycle is how to enter the pine tree forest. And the pine tree forest is a safe place because if anyone dysregulates, they transform into the water cycle, going up into the event horizon. Dysregulated folks can run with the dog monkey folk. until they're regulated again. Even if you become too hyper because you're happy, it falls under the dysregulation category. In this experience, we will stay inside the pine tree forest. If we go anywhere, we're still inside the pine tree forest. And I want to FYI you that you could very well slip into a past life or meet your child self, and you could feel triggered. So just work with whatever comes up. The subconscious mind doesn't understand time, presenting to you priorities that might not always make sense in the moment. And it might feel like you're watching a movie, and you might flip-flop perspectives from first person to third person. And as real as this experience may feel, you're never reliving any experiences. And the focus is to get you connected with the dog monkey folk and your greater buddy system that you're a part of. I want you to follow my lead, trust in this process, don't overthink it. Take it till you make it. Taking a deep breath, inhaling and exhaling, feeling completely relaxed. You see and feel the ripples in and around you coming from your heart, the center space. And you see the green spectrum connecting to your heart. You see it, you feel it. You follow the green spectrum. It begins to twist and turn like a road leading you to the pine tree forest, where you catch a ride on a grasshopper's back. You see the grasshopper's green body. You see its legs, its wings, its mouth and eyes, its feelers and feet. You feel the grasshopper's exoskeleton, the wind in your hair. You hear the grasshopper's wings. And the grasshopper is taking you to the event horizon where you meet the dog monkey folk, gatekeepers of the pine tree forest, among many other things. Your conscious mind surrenders, allowing your subconscious mind to fully engage. You feel the warm winds from the event horizon. And you see other soul tribe members from the Dragon Dream Soul Tribe Collective. Members who have gathered on their grasshoppers. You feel the great warm winds blowing through you, going deep in and around your very soul. And you notice the breeze blowing around. And you're holding on to your grasshopper, and your grip begins to loosen because the winds are too strong. And you feel safe. You get closer to the dog monkey folk. They look like gargoyles, but they're not. They just look that way. They're from the primordial ecosystem, a mix of primordial wild animals, germs, mycelium, and bacteria alike. You see the dog monkey folk beckoning you to follow their lead, and you do. Together with the dog monkey folk, you steady yourself on the grasshopper. You approach the event horizon, and you let go, together falling into the event horizon. You feel yourself transform into the water cycle. You see yourself as a drop of water falling from a cloud. Mistiness, down you go. Feeling completely relaxed, rocking your head from side to side. Welcome. Welcome to the pine tree forest. I want you to see yourself engaging with the dog monkey folk. There's a few who are always with you. Find each other, reminisce, and find your place in the stone circle. Each stone is covered with soft moss for your comfort. Yes, the dog monkey folk have decorated the stone circle with rose petals and left you a cup of the finest dandelion nectar. You're reminded in this moment that you can eat all parts of the dandelion, including the roots. As you focus on this, other one or other ones will go on their own separate journey with their dog monkey folk buddy system. That's right. When you came here, you may or may not have brought others with you, and those others are no longer attached to you. They'll stay here. The dog monkey folk will help you receive information and start bridging your dream life and other worlds together. You are the dog monkey folk. We're all one, all of us, the dragon. We dream the dragon's dreams. We're the dragon, we're the dream, we're the dreamer. Again, welcome. Welcome to the pine tree forest, a sanctuary where you belong and that you can call home. Welcome home. Gina, Virginia, Casella, and the Dragon Dreams Soul Tribe Collective are pleased to welcome Rick Gallagher. Rick presents a 21-minute head-to-root chakra healing in honor of opening sacred space. Gina, Virginia, Casella, and the Dragon Dreams Soul Tribe Collective, pleased to welcome Rick Gallagher. Wait, let's do a quick sound check. I can't hear your singing bowls. I wonder if you're on mute. Last week when we did the tech rehearsal, we had Rick dinging and swirling the bowls, making sure it works. So we know it works. And if for some reason we can't get it working, we've got our backup videos. And Rick was actually quite studious behind the scenes, sending me those videos in a very timely fashion. Nope, still can't hear you. Nope. I wonder, check your microphones. If you have your little microphones by your bowls, maybe it's not plugged in. And speaking of microphones, I guess Rick left the studio and is going to come back in. But I have a microphone plugged in right here, ready to rock and roll. I think my microphone lasts for about a good 3 hours, and then I need to switch it. So if anybody out there is interested, let me know. Help me remember. Let us know in the comments what you're enjoying so far. I noticed, James Whittakis, you made a comment that you can smell the pines And I love that. And I also caught Julia Anchorhaven's comment, dog monkey folk makes me laugh. I have trouble with the visual. Yeah. And it's like, the dog monkey folk, I mean, where to even start with them? I mean, out of all of the archetypes, they're probably the ones that have too much to say. You'll have to read my books and find out more about them. Dog monkey folk are one of the first children, if you will. My dream world keeps it really simple. So we all come from this gray ball. The gray ball split into a black ball and a white ball. It created color, the rainbow, and that rainbow, that's the first dream ecosystem, if you will. The dog monkey folk, it's just like here in North America, we've got our um, animals in the forest. Rick is not connected. Rick, if you can hear me, um, I wonder, I'm going to remove you from the studio. Try logging back in. Okay, yeah. I want to make sure I'm not banning Rick. Okay, so Rick, I just kicked you out of the studio. We'll give Rick another opportunity to come back in. And this gives me a good opportunity to check the chat. We're doing really good for time. And Michael's posting it on TikTok, Instagram, and X. Thank you for doing that, Michael. I appreciate it. And Nathan, welcome. Good to see you. And you can bet this is going to be the same channel, same link all day long. In some worst case scenario, if we lose this stream, then you can bet on buy me a coffee. I'll be very quick to post another one, but it's going to be the same link for the replay and all day long. I don't see Rick coming back in the studio. I'll just give him another quick minute there. Okay, Rick, I don't know what happened. This is what happens when it's live. So I want to give a special thank you to Rick Gallagher for his phenomenal performance. I've already watched the video. It was really a delight to hang out with Rick last Friday when we did our tech rehearsal and behind the scenes to get to know him a little bit. We're going to be moving on with our live conference right here. Show must go on. Enjoy this next video. It's about 20 minutes long. That was phenomenal. Rick Gallagher providing us with healing sounds from the bowls. And Rick, he's with us here live. Whoop, got an echo there. Rick is with us live. And Rick, thank you for sending us those videos in advance because it looked like we needed them after all. And there's also some comments going on about the crystal bowls, excuse me. Jane Whittakis wondering if it matters if you're going clockwise, counterclockwise. Dragon Dreamers are interested in things like the colors. Our beloved Anchor Haven is one of our monitors, is also into this kind of stuff and has a background in crystals and whatnot. And so she's helping out to answer some questions here. Let me just find them quickly, and then I'll bring our next presenter, which is yours truly, to the stage. So here we go. James Woodicus making some interesting comments. The emotional energy that's added to the wave. And let me just backtrack here. There was some comments made about intention, and that's what always matters most. Rick and I were having a conversation before about how, sometimes the singing bowl might sound on the scratchy sound, and Rick would advocate that if that's how it needs to sound, then that's how it needs to sound. And so the singing bowls seem to have their own consciousness and awareness to help us with whatever we need. Let me just backtrack the comic here. James Whittick is asking, does it affect the wave, whether it's clockwise or counterclockwise induced? And then Julia Anchorhaven stepping in. The comments just slid right down here. I want to read Julia's comment. It was an interesting one. All right. And we're live. This is the kind of stuff you get when you're live. Here we go. Here's Julia's comment. Clockwise is often seen as the body receiving crystal healing. Anti-clockwise may feel your body releasing unwanted energy. And this is from Julia's perspective. Julia is a crystal therapist master, so she knows what she's talking about, and the conversation goes on. So my timestamp is 10 a.m., so I think we're doing pretty good for time here. Let me play you my introduction video, and then I'm delighted to share with you my presentation. Virginia Casella and the Dragon Dreams Soul Tribe. Virginia Casella and the Dragon Dreams Soul Tribe Collective. We're pleased to introduce Gina Virginia Casella. Gina highlights that humanity is fundamentally a storytelling species, and these narratives serve as our healing. She encourages individuals to transform their stories in order to transform their lives, noting that the strength in this process lies in its simplicity. Gina likes to affirm that the Akashic records are not a permanent record because your past never defines you. Author and master scribe you are of your life, that is your birthright to be. She affirms that spiritual independence belongs to you and urges you to possess the bravery to embrace your true self, reaching your fullest potential. And finally, she inspires you to have the openness to dream. Gina was a public school teacher for 20 years, now specializing as a master energy medicine practitioner and rapid transformational therapist, hypnotherapist practitioner. She is focused on a results-driven practice, specializing in mind reprogramming and safe extractions of intrusive entities. She's also the one behind the one-of-a-kind gemstone reading complemented by the Dragon Dreams Oracle, creations of her own making. You can anchor yourself with Gina by stepping into your authority as the master scribe, that is your birthright to be. Gina is the visionary and creator behind the Dragon Dream Soul Tribe Collective and Project 30 Isis Unity Consciousness. She is on a quest for her own answers while creating safer spaces for dragon dreamers to share their story medicine. She empowers others to move on from what she calls the confused warrior syndrome, shifting into the archetype of the wisdom keeper who ultimately becomes the medicine bearer. Gina is on a mission to provide story medicine, highlighting medicine bearers in her show Story Species, Story Medicine, Extra Strength. The Continuum of Conscious Evolution Conference Series was created by Gina in honor of the Dragon Dreams Soul Tribe Collective. So Gina wonders, did you have a thought? Or did the thought have you? Did you have a dream, or did the dream have you? Gina Virginia Casella and the Dragon Dreams Soul Tribe Collective. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for having me here today. It is such an honor and thrill to be the keynote speaker at the first ever Story Species, Story Medicine Continuum of Conscious Evolution Conference Series in honor of the Dragon Dreams Soul Tribe Collective, the first annual conference, promise of spring. Before I do my presentation, I want to show off my background. Okay, I don't get to show off often, but this is the Gnome King. This is the actual official Dragon Dreams Oracle card, and there's too much to say about the Gnome King. My body's going to be blocking the card, but you can see the image there, the blurred image, and all the treasures on the side. So let's get down to business, right? Who am I? Well, I'm nobody different than the next guy telling a Bigfoot story. And honestly, there's nothing special or different about me than the next guy telling a Bigfoot story, or somebody who says they saw something like the Virgin Mary or an ET. And I'm not here to try and convince anybody of anything. I came here in search of Soul Tribe and to share story medicine. So I don't have any evidence. All I have is my word. And I'm not even going to try to convince anybody, because if you're like me, then you know it's trying to be trying. So being here today for me personally represents the age 7 Gina. The story I'm about to tell you happened in this waking life. This is not some past life experience that I had, not to dismiss past life experiences. And I realized the importance of Soul Tribe, because it's one thing for us to have community, but when we have that extra special niche, a community that gets us, even though our experiences might vary, to me, that's the real power in story medicine. Growing up, we had shows on TV like Unsolved Mysteries, William Shatner, but I never it was something on TV, right? There wasn't a local community that we can connect with. And that's why the Dragon Dream Soul Tribe Collective is so important to me. And this story here, it's only the last, year or two that I can tell it without crying, without my teeth chattering, without getting goosebumps. I always feel like I'm cold. Even right now, I'm kind of feeling like it's cooling down, but I'm not cold at all. It's because I'm speaking the truth, and our body is always talking to us. And so I honor my body now. I honor the subconscious mind. When my teeth start chattering and I get goosebumps, it's because there's truth at hand. So I developed a lot of courage to use myself as a dowser. And I also developed a sense of safety and feeling out communities that I can feel comfortable expressing myself in, expressing myself openly, even if the community doesn't exactly know what I'm talking about. Just the fact that I can share it means the world to me. Sharing it without being judged. Why would somebody make up these kind of stories, right? Like, if you told me that your house burnt down when you were a kid, I would believe you, not because I'm gullible, because why would you make that up, right? And I always want to hold people in the highest light. And people like me, everything about us seems very normal up until the part where we start telling our story. And that's when we start to lose people. And I'm not okay with that. So the supernatural is very natural. The paranormal is very normal. And there's nothing strange about high strangeness other than the fact that we think it's strange. So my stories that I have, they're mostly very beautiful, very natural since early childhood. Me in the backyard, in the grass, talking to the blades of grass and dandelions. All that seemed normal to me. But at some point in my life, it wasn't cute anymore. And I wasn't trying to be cute. I became known as a storyteller, somebody who might be trying to get attention. That was never my personality. It was confusing because things like Santa Claus and the Tooth Fairy were promoted. I grew up Roman Catholic, and so it was confusing that, you know, Jesus Christ, the Lord and Savior, is a spirit. Well, is he a ghost as well? This business of a demigod, I never thought anything of it. Again, it just was very natural. So I want to tell you that we're all intelligent, and should anyone, especially a child, disclose anything to you, just believe that you believe whatever it is they're saying, and just accept fully, accept radically that they probably don't even know what they're talking about. How could they know what they're talking about? They only know what's been presented to them. And so the trouble we get into when we share our stories is we don't have categories, we don't have the familiarity, and then it's really challenging. And in my experience, I feel like children having these experiences is very natural. It's just something they experience since infancy, before they're even born. And children are very intelligent. So when they're sharing out with you, and as the adult, you're telling them, no, that's not what you heard. No, that's not what you saw. Like, excuse me, I think I know what I heard, and I think I know what I saw. That, you see, there's a power dynamic between children and adults. And children will literally start reprogramming themselves. Your mind's number one job is to protect you, even if it means creating false inhibiting beliefs that keep you stagnant and stuck. So the point I wanted to make is that it's not a coincidence that I wear contact lenses, because back when I was in grade 2 and two angels came out of my wall, it really scared me. It was far from a spiritual, holy, thank you, angels, for appearing to me. You know, on TV, I've seen countless stories where folks are sharing out about the Virgin Mary, or they have angels in particular appear to them. And beautiful stories. People break down in tears, they fall to their knees. Thank you. You know, it was totally not like that for me. Okay. When the angels came out of my wall, I knew in my heart that they weren't angels. So that's another slice of the story right there. But you see, like I said, your mind's number one job is to protect you. So my mind, right in that moment, knew this is not normal. Things are coming out of the wall. I don't know what these things are. So my mind told me they were angels. What else could they be, right? Um, so my vision blurred and my hearing flip-flopped. So there I was in grade 2, age 7, and this happened. And it made me look like a liar. It only reinforced things about me, like I was trying to get attention. And when I couldn't see properly, it was confusing for me because sometimes I could see perfectly, and then other times my vision was blurred. And I remember this boy in my class, he had to wear glasses. And I thought, oh, like maybe I need to wear glasses too now. But you see, nobody talked to me about this. This experience caused me to have trauma. So when people experience trauma, it doesn't matter what the actual experience is, but when you experience trauma, it throws off your senses. You can even experience a fragmentation, which is better known as soul loss, because your mind and the biological one you are, they're like startled because of this. And so it absolutely made sense that my vision and hearing flip flopped. And to this day, I still wear contact lenses. My hearing, it's better now, it's the same. At that time, it really didn't help my situation. I remember going to the optometrist and looking forward to getting glasses because finally I could see, right? And the optometrist told me everything was fine. I don't know how many times I had my ears tested when I was a child. And basically, I was facing the stigmas of mental health. I didn't realize it, but that's what it was. So at one point, I go to the optometrist and I lie to the optometrist. Okay. It's not my personality to lie, but full disclosure, I lied because I thought, I don't care if I have to lie. I need glasses because sometimes I can see and sometimes I can't see. And geez, I'm only 7 years old. I don't know how to explain this. So I got busted at the optometrist for lying. And so now really didn't help my situation. It was really traumatizing for all these reasons I share with you. It was traumatizing because my world didn't make sense to me anymore. Things are not supposed to come out of the wall. I don't know how many times, how many hours I spent after this experience just touching the wall, going outside, right? Feeling the ground. How could they have even entered? Um, in grade two, because of this trauma, it caused such a disconnect that I wasn't tuning in to the teacher and learning how to read and write. And so I actually ended up in the special education classroom for language arts. And this definitely only reinforced that there was something wrong with me, when in truth, there's actually nothing wrong with me. I had an experience, it caused trauma, and then I didn't have anybody to talk to about this. And I remember as a child also getting teased because I'm on the hairy side. So Gina Gorilla, that's what people would call me. And I remember thinking, oh my God, maybe something is wrong or different about me. Maybe I'm part werewolf or part gorilla. And I just felt really misunderstood and confused. And going into the special education classroom was really disheartening. And I remember being frustrated because even though I was in the special education classroom, I recognized that there needed to be a safe space for folks who required this. But I also remember thinking folks in special education are no different than me. And so it just um, was a traumatic time in my life. Uh, Despite everything I'm telling you, I ended up graduating high school with a bunch of C's and D's. I really didn't know how to read until about grade 4. So, how you're performing academically in grade 3, that's basically how you're performing in grade 10, and that's basically how you're performing the rest of your life. And I remember being really scared. I didn't know that information until later on when I became a teacher, but I remember being really scared, thinking like, what's going to happen to me in my learning? Because I always had to leave the classroom, and it just reinforced something was wrong with me. So age 7 Gina gets to have a voice today, and it's actually age 7 Gina and age 14 Gina who are behind all of this, and me, the present day Gina, the secretary, if you will, facilitating it all. So life goes on, and I'm telling you, I've never experienced anything like that night. Two angels came out of my wall. It wasn't a dream. I wasn't hallucinating. I know what I saw. They even changed their form at one point, and it wasn't until decades later, in my late 30s, early 40s, when I was listening to David Adair speak, and he was talking about things like, why don't angels use the front door? Why would angels be sneaking around in the middle of the night? And I thought, is he familiar with my story? Because I felt like he was talking to me, and he made really great points. And I never even considered those angels being ETs and or AIs and or some kind of part hybrid. And to this day, I don't know who or what they were. And I got a very strong vibe at that time that they shouldn't have been there. So there's so many layers and cans of worms, um, if you can imagine. So life goes on, and it's worth noting. I share this with everybody. I graduated with a bunch of C's and D's. I ended up graduating with an honors degree in English literature. That did not come easy. So the girl who went to special education classroom, yeah, that's right, an honors degree in English literature from Laurentian University. I moved on to graduate with a second degree in education from the University of British Columbia. I had a phenomenal career as a public educator. I was heavily involved in the union. I facilitated for the British Columbia Federation's um, Personal and Social Issues Department. So I would travel across British Columbia talking to teachers about mental health and wellness. We didn't talk about spiritualism, but I always dreamed that we would get there. We talked about spiritualism behind the scenes as colleagues, but not in the public education lens, not outside of Indigenous spirituality. So there's hope, is what I'm saying. If you're like me and you find yourself in the special education classroom or the world not making sense around you. So life goes on, and I end up having a severe panic attack. And this is a very long negative story. The gist of that story is that it brought me right back to when I was in grade 2, age 7, because I faced the stigmas of mental health. So I needed to take a leave of absence from work because the severe panic attack was respectfully severe. It like knocked me right out. I felt like somebody was sitting on my chest. I'm still recovering from it. I took my voice and my vitality for granted. I was one of those teachers. I don't need a microphone. I'm out there on the field with the kids, in the gym, at the union meetings. It's always cute because somebody's coming with the microphone, and it's like I'm pretty much done my speech by the time they get to me, right? Big, loud, booming voice. And I lost that. It's coming back. So if you find me shouting into the microphone or when I'm speaking, that's why, because of the results of that. So to make a long story short, excuse me for not healing fast enough, according to somebody else's agenda. And I faced the stigmas of mental health. I needed more time off work, and there was this push for me to go back to work, systemic approaches. Like I said, it was very negative. And the severe panic attack had escalated my whole mind, body, spirit. So I already had interesting dreams, but now these interesting dreams were really getting interesting. And the Gnome King makes an appearance. And to make a long story short, this guy's tossing around sticks and stones, talking about binary codes, ones and zeros. It goes right over my head. If I want to engage with him, I can. So I do. And he'd tell me all kinds of interesting things about fairies and other worlds and how we were linked to our greater oneness. I would have fascinating conversations with him about what it meant to be virtuous. What do controlled virtues even mean? It's something that I'm quite passionate about. Ultimately, if a camera was watching you versus a camera not watching you, would your behavior be consistent? He talks about the vegan cuisine, talks about secrets being safe for keeping. And so I said to him, how can I bridge this world? Because he kept talking about me and something about language, which was intimidating given the fact that I ended up in special education for language arts, despite the fact that I got an honors degree in English literature. It still was intimidating for me. And I don't like to admit it, but this is part of the story medicine. Despite all of my success, there's still a small part of me that feels like I'm not intelligent, that feels like there's something wrong with me because of that experience with the two angels coming out of the wall. So it's important that I share that because I've made a lot of recovery, a lot of gains, but it's still um, a reality. So this is part of the transforming trauma into treasure, is that we have to alchemize it. Sometimes it comes off one nice clean skin of a snake tube. Sometimes there's layers of snake skins, and that's what's going on with me. And the more I share my story, the better I feel. The age 7 Gina feels heard. So I asked the Gnome King, hey, can you give me a stick or a stone that I can meditate with, something like that, in my waking life? And he says, okay, sure. So I go for walks and stuff like that, and I don't find anything. Months go by, and there I am hanging out at the beach, and I find these gemstones, and my heart is just racing because I know it's the Gnome King. I can feel his presence at the beach, and I'm digging frantically in the sand. And I remember having a moment where I had to like slow it down because I didn't want to attract attention, like just this random lady up and digging in the sand. So I got these gemstones. I didn't really hang out too much longer. Got the hell out of there. And then I didn't know what to do with the gemstones. And one thing led to another. And to make there's so many stories here, right? And I was having a laugh with Julia Ankerhaven the other day because I need to tell like one story and then another story and then tell a story how they come together. So I've basically just told you like at least 500 stories, and now I'm going to tell you how they all come together. Treading the water of all those stories, by the way. And I start doing interesting things. I was inspired by Eckhart Tolle, Alberto Villoldo, dreaming our world into being. And the gemstones, it was like they needed to sleep, they needed to dream, and the gemstones and I would connect in dreams. Well, okay, fine. Kind of sounded weird. I felt compelled to put them in the soil. I did. I started having really weird dreams for the next few weeks because randomly the gemstones would be like, I'm going to represent jaguar and I'm going to represent, eagle condor. And it's like, okay, good for you for representing. I don't know what to do. And you know what? One thing led to another. I started my gemstone routine. I would just toss the gemstones around. Sometimes I would talk to one that I felt compelled to talk to. And one thing led to another. And now I have this really cool divinational practice that has really helped me. And it provided me with a storyline, story medicine. And now I get what the Gnome King was saying, because this is my medicine that I offer, my gemstone reading. So I was shy about it at first. Then again, one thing led to another. And now I offer my gemstone readings to the world. You can book a private session with me. I do Dreaming with Gemstone Gina once a month. So you can make a donation and get a mini gemstone reading. I remember I saw a psychic about a year ago. She didn't know any of the stuff that I shared. And she was telling me, like, you're going to be doing something with stories and with medicine. And she didn't get it. And she said, there's something about you wearing blue earrings. Well, you know what? I think these are the blue earrings. I mean, they're not earrings, but I think the psychic was picking up on the image of my blue dream scarf. And just the fact that I wear it and the blue falls here, the image of the blue earrings. And she described them as blue feathers. And as you can see, my dream scarf is quite tethered. And so I always have too much to say. I want to thank everybody for taking in my story medicine. At one point, I felt emotional, but I was able to hold it together. And you know what? If any of the presenters today get emotional, that's okay. That is very much part of the story medicine. And that's why we have our time schedule. So we have time to breathe and to soak it all in. And so, in conclusion, I learned the hard way that I have a life worth living, and that the most important opinion about me, I get to have that opinion about me. And it's the same for you. Your Akashic record is not a permanent record. Mind reprogramming is real, and the pen is very much in your hand. And so I hope you have the courage to be yourself and to be all you can be. Thank you so much, everybody. Because I'm the keynote speaker, I'm not doing questions or comments, but we're going to just take a little moment here to transition speakers. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I really can't say thank you enough for all the story medicine. And you can absolutely find more information, more details about this business of the two angels coming through my wall in my book series. There's the Gnome King. He makes an appearance throughout the whole series. And the Dragon Dreams Oracle, you can absolutely get your own copy. So we've got Michael Kopp coming up as our next speaker. Let's just have a little bit of a break. I want to play a little intro video introducing Julia Ankerhaven, our lovely chat monitor. And also we've got Jason, a beautiful surprise for us today. Jason, I don't have a biography about you, but Jason, if you want to put a little something in the comments about yourself, I'd be happy to read it to everybody. So thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm going to remove myself from the stage. Hope you like the oracle there, the Gnome King. And some secrets are safe for keeping. And when it's safe to share those secrets, we become the medicine bearers. And I thank everybody for being a medicine bearer with me today.
Gina Virginia Casella and the Dragon Dreams Soul Tribe Collective are pleased to welcome Julia Ankerhaven. Julia is a world traveler, Akashic oracle weaver, pendulum alchemist, violet flame Reiki master teacher, sound practitioner, quantum crystal healer, and retreat facilitator. She identifies as a MyLab and Secret Space Program survivor, currently exploring and documenting fragmented memories linked to clones, stargates, and alleged involvement in covert, classified projects on and off planet. Be sure to say hi to Julia in the chat. Gina Virginia Casella and the Dragon Dreams Soul Tribe Collective, pleased to welcome Julia Ankerhaven.
So a big welcome to Julia. And I noticed Jason put a comment here in the chat. Jason says that he is an enthusiast, researcher, and supporter. Thank you so much, Jason. I really appreciate you helping us out today. We're going to take about a 10-minute break. So we're in overtime right now. Oh, well, that's what the breaks are about. Enjoy video number 1 of 6. Get yourself some water. And Michael Kopp is going to be up next. Enjoy it. Let us know in the comments. Hi everybody, Gina Virginia Casella here. This is video 1 of 6 where I show you some insight about my one-of-a-kind gemstone reading. So I want to bring your attention to the power animals, and I want to show you where they belong, their special places. So first and foremost, this one here represents snake, jaguar, hummingbird, and eagle condor. So when I mix around my gemstones, they all fall somewhere, and they respectfully have rightful places. Snake should be down here in the south. Jaguar should be over here in the west. Hummingbird should be way up here in the north. And eagle condor should be here in the east. Now, using eagle condor for an example, as long as eagle condor is somewhere in the east zone, it means you're in alignment in terms of themes that have to do with eagle condor perspective, carrying the wisdom and knowledge, applying it forward, not just carrying it forward, but applying the knowledge. You can look up the power animals on the internet and whatnot. But for example, if eagle condor is not in its rightful place, for example, way over here, then at glance, when I look at the gemstones, where's eagle condor? Oh, over here? That means eagle condor is not in alignment. And then I would investigate these gemstones and figure out reasons why. And it depends, like, is eagle condor facing this way, maybe facing down, inward? It depends if it's flipped over. It depends if it's like close to another gemstone. So there's much, much, much to be said about the gemstones. So just to show you again, this is snake. Snake belongs in the south. This one is jaguar. Jaguar belongs in the west. This one is hummingbird. Hummingbird belongs over there in the north. And eagle condor belongs here in the east. This is Rosie. She likes to bat my gemstones around every now and then. So if you were to book a private session with me, she actually gets locked out for that exact reason. So I hope you enjoyed this video number 1 of 6. Gina Virginia Casella here, and I look forward to seeing you in video number 2. All right, so we're just on a little bit of a break here. Make sure everybody, you get yourselves a glass of water, go to the bathroom, do what you need to do. If you're like me and you're presenting, turn your microphone off or put it to the side. Sometimes that happens. And I'm just delighting here, checking in on the chat. Thank you so much for your kind words. My father's side is Italian. My mother's side is French Canadian Métis. And yeah, Julia Anchorhaven, all of the presenters actually, I gave them a gemstone reading behind the scenes. Let me just put this up here so folks know that we're on a break. I gave Julia and everybody else a full gemstone reading, and Julia shared that with the public. So folks are tuning in, commenting. Each gemstone reading is a case-by-case scenario. And I hope you're finding the little gemstone videos that I created. There's 6 of them. And I'll tell you something. I think it's video 5. I do a little bit of a test. So I really enjoyed making those videos and just reading comments here. People really enjoying the sound healing. It's unfortunate Rick's sound didn't work. And I'm thankful that we were able to play the video. The video still sounded really great. And Anchor Haven's like, Gina, don't take us to the restroom with you. Rob does that sometimes. I know, I know. I think it's best to turn the mic off because the microphone would still pick up sound, right? And Rosie, she's here. She was very studious right here. I see She-Wolf has joined us. James Whittakis commenting that it's an interesting process. And I see you too on Facebook, James Whittakis. Serious Dreams, good to have you tuning in with us. I saw your comment that you were able to watch Julia's performance. Let us know in the chat what snacks you're eating, what kind of food is going to get you through today. I had a triple decker. I had 3 slices of toast to have a sandwich. And I've got some pretzels and peanuts off to the side here. And I also have a sandwich that I cut up into bite-sized pieces just to pop in my mouth. I wanted to give my full attention here today. And I wasn't able to share screen Sue Gallagher's website, The Little Ones, but let me put that in the comments again. So there it is. If you wanted to check out Sue's website, it's a really great website. Maybe right now, just for funsies, since we're on break, let's see if we can screen share it. Okay, I wonder, can everybody see my screen share? I'm sharing Sue's website right now. No, it doesn't look like it. Okay, it's trying to be trying. I'm striving to show you Sue's website. Julia's having pizza, might get some ice cream. I'm such a pizza monster. I love pizza. And James is commenting he needs to get more ice cream as well. Okay. Let me try and share this again. Still have just over 10 minutes. Make sure you're staying hydrated. Do what you gotta do. Try this again here. Okay, can people see this now? Okay, it's trying to be trying. I'm striving to show you Sue's website. Julia's having pizza, might get some ice cream. I'm such a pizza monster. I love pizza. Try this again, please. Okay, can people see this now? Okay, it's trying to be trying. I'm striving to show you Sue's website. Okay, it's trying to be trying. I'm striving. Okay, it just does not want me to show Sue's website, but nothing's going to stop us. We're working with Pole Energy. I've put Sue's website in the comments multiple times. Make sure you show Sue some loving. Visit her website and get in on grabbing a copy of her book, The Little One's Diaries. Really, really special and available for everybody. Mm. And Michael's making some comments here in the private chat, but I'm kind of worried that if I start messing around too much, I might accidentally close the whole show. I don't know. You can only screen share one screen at a time. Well, I am only screen sharing one screen at a time. Okay, I'm open and we'll try again. We'll try again. Screen share. Okay, select the tab to share. I want to share the little ones. Yes. Okay, can people see this now? There's about a 1 minute delay from the live YouTube. Okay, a delay from the live YouTube. Okay, a delay. On my end, it shows that it's sharing. It says sharing this tab to StreamYard.com. So how come people can't see it? Sharing. It says sharing this tab to StreamYard.com. So okay, and if you heard an echo, that's my fault because I was simultaneously on my cell phone. Well, the good news is we were able to spend time with Suze before this, right? And also good news, Suze was a guest on Story Species, Story Medicine. So thank you to those who are subscribing to my YouTube. I think I need 1,000 subscribers to get the, what do you call it, the super chat going. So that would be really handy here. Danny is saying it's 9:50 in Texas. We've got 10:50 here in 10:50. Am I late for Michael's presentation? Okay, oops. Good thing we're talking about that. Okay, I get caught up in timelessness. I'm the timekeeper here. We've got Michael Kopp to bring to the stage. I've got a 2-minute dreamy guitar promo for you, and then followed by Michael's biography. Enjoy. Thank you, Dragon. Gina Virginia Casella and the Dragon Dreams Soul Tribe Collective are pleased to welcome Michael Cobb. Michael is a metaphysical paranormal investigator, author, experiencer, truth seeker, dreamer, Reiki master, ordained reverend, way shower, podcast host, and many other things. Michael has been on a metaphysical journey since childhood. He has had many experiences and learned many lessons on this journey called life. Michael hosts The Energy That Surrounds Us and Riding Through the Unknown. He also co-hosts Paranormal Verses with Kelly Ridley and E. Smith. He can be seen on other shows as a guest and/or panelist. Michael has an interest in the unexplained and the esoteric. Occasionally, he goes on paranormal investigations. Michael is currently embracing his author path as he writes new books. He recently published his 5th book and is working on 2 more. Michael writes his books uniquely, providing information from his own personal insights and thoughts, leaving the conclusions for readers to decide. Topics he chooses interest him and are closest to his heart, as these topics resonate with others. Michael enjoys sharing his knowledge and insights. Gina Virginia Casella and the Dragon Dreams Soul Tribe Collective are pleased to welcome Michael Kopp.
Thank you, and thank you for having me, and I am excited, and I can't wait to dive into this topic. I'm sure you all will have a lot of fun with it, and thank you to Gina and Julia and Jason for all their hard work. And if Gina pulls up my presentation, we can get it started. Okay, let's see. Now that I have it, here we go. The power and mythos of the hero's journey. So you may be asking, what is the hero's journey and why is it important to know the power and the mythos of it? Well, let us dive into that and let's see. What is a hero's journey? A hero's journey is a question many of us don't really even think about or really give a lot of thought to. And thankfully, Joseph Campbell brought it to modern awareness, and he brought it in such a way that we realize it's in books, it's in movies, but it's also in our everyday life. And that is an aspect that I think is very powerful and very creative with us, and is something that I think a lot of us need to take a moment and kind of sit with and think about. And according to Joseph Campbell, the hero's journey is a simple yet powerful creative concept found not just in myths and fairy tales, but also novels, films, interactive video games, or anywhere stories are told. Now, our lives, in my perspective and my awareness, are all our stories, our history. And so this is a journey undertaken by individuals or groups of people to rise from where they are in their current life. But this mythological motif is more than just a plot device. There's an argument to be made that the hero's journey is germane to the human experience. Now, that may sound like a huge undertaking or a huge ordeal to go into, but as I use these two photos that I pulled from AI to show a young man and a young woman doing the hero's journey, that is just one aspect. These journeys can be undertaken at any time in our lives. And it's simply a roadmap that helps us to helps us to guide ourselves through our life. And our hero's journey is only for the young. Well, actually, no. We are living in a time where we are awakening to new possibilities and new awarenesses in life. And so here is visual representations from AI where you see our elderly community and young adults getting ready as a group to undertake a hero's journey. And that is something I feel is important to point out, is that the hero's journey can be undertaken at any age, no matter who you are. And you can take it on your own, or you can take it as a group. Now, the hero's journey formula, as Joseph Campbell states, is broken down into 3 parts. The standard path of the mythological adventure is represented by the rites of passage: separation, initiation, return. Now, these 3 components may sound kind of strange to think about, but let's take a moment to share what we see when we think about these topics. What is separation? What is initiation? What does the return mean? And so I'm going to start with separation and share my insights and share this so you understand where I'm coming from when I talk about my hero's journeys moving forward. So let us take a moment and look at the first piece of the formula, separation. Now, separation lets us take a moment and realize that this can mean being removed from something, or it could mean not in agreement with the group. Separation can also mean a split between what you believe in and what you feel you believe in. That is a very important distinction because you have your core beliefs and your beliefs. And so separation can be within yourself or it can be an outside influence. I've had many experiences in my life where my beliefs have been challenged and who I was challenged as well. Now, the images I chose here may seem strange, but I had AI generate them for a purpose, and the image on the left is someone in a traffic jam. Now, this is a form of separation because you are on a hero's journey to get to your destination, to get what you need, but all these other vehicles are blocking your way. That is the separation. It's you're not able to get to your destination until all these other vehicles move and get where they're going as well. So the image on the right, you can see everybody talking in a group, but the one lady in the middle seems like she's not belonging. That is another form of the separation where you can be in a group and just everybody is just talking around you. And so I've had many occasions in my life feeling separation, feeling separated from other people, even though I'm in a crowd. And sometimes the separation I felt was only in my head. In other words, I created the separation. This is something we also need to watch for in our daily lives and on the journey. Is what we are feeling truly what we are feeling, or is it something that we're just telling ourselves? Perception is key to understanding where we are in our lives and what we're going through. If we discover the separation is within ourselves, we have to do shadow work to change this pattern. If we discover the separation is from an outside source, then we have to do shadow work to change how we react in those situations. I'm sorry to say to everyone, shadow work is inevitable and is a huge part of our everyday life and growth work. Shadow work is what allows us to grow on the hero's journey and continue through. And so the shadow work can make you feel isolated, as in the image on the left, where she's going within and withdrawn. But it could also be outside sources making you look within, which is why I did the image on the right, to show energy coming into your mind, influencing you, and you have to decide, are you going to let it influence you? Or are you going to stand firm in who you are and what you believe? Which the shadow work is really our second step. The second step called initiation. This is a strong reason I feel this step is really important. This is the step where we become the magician in our story. And the magician needs to be initiated or awakened to the ability to change within ourselves. What this means is we are taking the situation that we're in and we're looking within to say, do we like the way we're reacting to this situation? Do we like the way this makes me feel? If the answer is no, we have to figure out what will make us like what we're seeing and how we're feeling. And what do we have to do to get there? That's the shadow work. These patterns are layered, and I know we are a society of a one and done style existence, but shadow work is not an easy fix. It's going to take work, and the work is as hard as you make it or as easy as you make it. And by that, it's really based on your ability to grow, how adaptive you are, and how quickly you process. Everyone processes at their own speed, and that's why heroes' journeys kind of get a little bit entangled when in a group, because some people may be fast, some may be slow. And so it's our choice to act upon the shadow's journey and how we react to it, but we have to have patience for others when we're doing it in a group. Now, as we're doing the shadow work, we start to see the changes, but we have to fully commit, and we are at free will throughout the hero's journey to move as fast or as slow as you want to. There's no time limit. And there's no medal for coming in first saying, I'm done. I learned what I need to learn. But on the flip side, there's no losers in the hero's journey either. Everyone who undergoes and participates in the journey is a winner in the end. The end is what you choose to make of it. The process of the hero's journey is what you make of it. Think about that. You are in complete control of your growth and your awareness. Nobody can do this for you. So the process of initiation, I feel like, is a really big part of the aha moments we have in our lives, where we realize all the changes that we're making in our lives are either working or still need to be tweaked a little bit. And so these images that I chose here with the AI are kind of showing where they're in half in the shadow world, half in the light, which is where you should be with the initiation stage. As we change in our thoughts and interactions, we start to feel the magic and the mythos of the hero's journey. Now, when we can see ourselves starting to change as the process continues, we're at choice to say, I have done enough. This is it. I am done with this hero's journey. Or you can say, wow, what more can I do? The journey of discovery of who and what you are made of is what is the hero's journey. Are you willing to talk the talk? Willing to walk the walk? I know I heard that growing up and never really understood it until now, what they're asking of you. This is what the hero's journey is about. Are you willing to go all the way, to make yourself who you really want to be? And no, there's no wrong answer in this. The magic, power, and mythos of the hero's journey is that you are in complete control over how it begins, progresses, and ends. And so the images here I chose are showing they're being more enlightened and still a little bit in the shadows, but their light is starting to shine through. They're starting to take control. And as we make the choice and see ourselves through the initiation stage, we reach the final stage of the hero's journey, as Joseph Campbell points it out. This is known as the return stage. In my experience, this is when we return to our true self we were born to be, and our interactions start to show that to other people, and we start to show to other people who we are, what we are about. Another way to look at it is in the indigenous tribes. We're returning to the tribe after having a vision quest. We now know our purpose. We know what we need to do, how we're going to do it, how it's going to unfold. The important stage of the return is because we feel we've mastered our initiation, we mastered the changes we wanted to make in our life, but we also mastered the challenge that put this journey into motion. We have taken our emotions, we've taken our experiences that impacted us, and we've made them now to be what we want them to be. And I'm going to back up for a second, and because I want really to show on these two images the energy that's coming off of both of these people. They are in their warrior spirit. They are in who they really are, and it's resonating out. This is what they want the world to see. Look how calm they are. Look how content they are. The return stage to me is the growth of the individual who can stand in their power in the correct way. Now, the correct way in my interpretation is when we stand for who we are. We don't let anyone tell us this is who you're going to be, this is what you have to do. We know what we have to do. And we start to understand our warrior spirit is in our core. And so no one can take that away from us except ourselves. And this warrior is not going to raise his or her weapons to prove a point or make anyone believe what they believe. If you're in that stage of the return and you're in your warrior energy and you're saying to everybody, this is what you have to do, this is the only way, I personally believe you're still in the hero's journey. You haven't fully finished the return and the initiation. So my advice would be is to go back and look at it. Why are you using your warrior this way? Now, if you were to come out and say, my warrior energy is telling me this, and people are open or not, and you just walk away, that is a warrior spirit. That's the true warrior. You're not making anyone believe what you believe. You're just there giving an idea, advice, and supporting. Now, I mentioned here that if you're in a work situation, don't go into your office and start saying, I'm the warrior and this is how I'm going to do it, and isolate yourself from the team because you don't agree with them. You still can work within the confines of what is going on, but don't let people in your work situation tell you you're not good enough or you're not smart enough to do something. Prove them wrong. Do it. And you never know what the results may be. Just check your warrior energy and make sure you're always in service to yourself and others. And the power and mythos of the hero's journey is that it's flexible and ongoing. And a lot of people always ask me, well, what do you do when you're done? What happens when you're done? And Joseph Campbell actually reflected on this, and he points out what I think is that a good life is one hero journey after another. Over and over again, you get called to the realm of adventure, new horizons. Each time, though, there's the same question: do I dare? If I dare, there is a danger that you can fulfill it and get your bliss, or it could turn into a fiasco, which still will result in bliss. That's the power of the hero's journey. And by that, I am pointing out that I know it sounds strange to say a fiasco is bliss, but look at what you learn from that fiasco. So if you learn from it and learn how to turn that fiasco into a fulfillment, you have accomplished the hero's journey. You have the right to celebrate yourself. You have the right to know that you have become even stronger. And the hero's journey is a spiritual, physical growth. The end of the hero's journey only comes when you decide you are who you want to be in life, in every aspect, every avenue, all over the map. And that is totally fine. If you accomplish that, my admiration to you for being able to do it and enjoy the rest of your life. But to me, the hero's journey never actually ends. And when we transition from this world to the next, I feel that's a hero's journey as well, because we're going to undertake what we've learned here and utilize it there. And so my question to you all is, as the creators of your journey and the creators of your own existence, how will your journey unfold? Do you have the courage and fortitude to take on all these heroes' journeys? Now, at this point, I'm going to share with you some of my personal heroes' journeys and the perspectives that I learned from them. So please keep in mind what I'm about to share is my own personal insight, perspective, and experience. Now, as a young child, I grew up in a family where we had high standards put on us a little bit, where my dad was an engineer, and so he had a particular way of writing and showing everything. And so he wanted us to show our work and our homework a certain way. And so doing math as an example, I would, if I had a number off centered from where it should be, he would make me redo it so that it would be perfectly lined up. And it used to make me feel like my own way wasn't the right way. Had to do it his way. Well, growing up, I started to realize that works for him, not for me. So I had to stand up for how I did it my way. And in the end, he came to a point in his life where he apologized for making me feel like my way wasn't good enough and that it was only his way. And so we got a lot of growth from that and a lot of perspectives from that, to where we learned how to communicate better, how to support each other. And so that's a hero's journey. Another example as a child was I had family leave and wanted nothing to do with us, meaning my parents and I. Well, it made us feel isolated and made me question what's wrong with me. What did I do? And how do I fix this so it actually launched in me the most powerful magician energy I have ever had, and that was I started taking on healing modalities like Huna, timeline therapy, radical forgiveness, tarot, gypsy palm reading, and I started to learn from all of these things how to heal myself so that I could heal a situation. Well, come like 20, 30 years later, I wake up and realize I was not the cause of this situation. There were multiple causes and multiple people's influences. And so I learned I'm responsible for my part. And I healed my part. And when I did, this huge weight was lifted from me. And my awareness changed to where I no longer was concerned how other family members saw me or what they thought of me. I truly cleared myself of that dilemma, and that was an amazing hero's journey that I undertook. And I'm so grateful to the universe for giving me that hero's journey, because I would not be who I am today without it. And so I would not go back in time to change any of it. Now, I'm also a podcaster, and doing the podcast, that was a hero's journey that challenged me to look at who I am and how I see myself. I was approached just as I started doing paranormal investigations by a network, and they said, "You'd be a great host. People will love you. You need to have a show. Let us give you a show and work with you." And I looked at myself and I said, I don't know anybody in the paranormal field. I don't know, anybody who'd want to listen to me. My voice is my voice. And I just simply doubted myself and let my doubts control where I was in that stage in my life. And so about 2-3 years later, I'm at a paranormal event, and the network guy is got a camera set up, and they're live streaming the event, and I get introduced to someone for 5 seconds on the phone and say hello to everyone, and I get pulled away. So I got separated from the situation. When I came back, I jokingly said to the network head, "Hey, I guess I missed my 15 seconds of fame. Oh well." And he looked at me and goes, "Oh no, we got bigger plans for you, and we want you to have a show." And now I'm sitting here in my head and going, I have a voice. I have experiences now. I know people. Let me give it a shot. And so I go talk to a friend, and she and I decide to create a podcast together. And after 6 months, we looked at each other and said, the title's not working. The format's kind of wonky. We let's make it look better. Let's really put ourselves into this. And my show, The Energy That Surrounds Us, was born, and it was a learning process. Every show is a learning process, how to interact with people. But it's grown to be popular, and one of the things that I learned and brought to the show is I'm authentically me. what you see is what you get. I don't put on a hat to say, okay, now it's my paranormal side, or now it's going to be my unexplained side. I grew comfortable in who I was to put myself on screen and to share my knowledge with everyone, which was a journey too, because first I wanted just the guests to share theirs, and now it's an equal exchange. So that's an even bigger growth there as well. And so the hero's journeys are just life situations that we have the choice how we look at and how we interact with. And so I am so grateful that I have the opportunity to have my shows, the energy that surrounds us, and riding through the unknown to share different aspects of my stories. That I have guests that come on to share their stories and their experiences and knowledge, and it gets shared out to all the listeners. And I can honestly say with all of my heart, doing presentations like this, and this is my first one, so first of many, I hope, and doing my shows, I could not do it without the people who watch and support the shows. And so I am truly grateful and truly appreciative with all of my heart. And I also know there's a lot of work that goes in behind the scenes to make the shows look as perfect as much as we can. Live shows have their little ups and downs. You've seen that with this live conference. And how we roll with it shows who we are. And so thank you for allowing me the space to talk about this hero's journeys and how they impact our lives. And I want to take a moment before we do the Q&A too and say a heartfelt thank you to Gina, Virginia Casella, Julia Anchorhaven, Jason, all the vendors, all the speakers, all the healers, everybody who's participating in this as a viewer in this first ever Story Species, Story Medicine, the Continuum of Consciousness Evolution Conference Series. Promise of Spring is this one. I am just so honored and blessed to be a part of this, and so grateful and appreciative to Gina for giving me space to present this to you all. And so thank you to Gina for all you've done to put this together. Wow, look at this hero's journey that you're doing right now. And everybody watching this, you're engaging in heroes' journeys as well. So blessings to you all. And I'm going to stop sharing this right now, and I will turn it over to Gina to see where we go next.
That was a phenomenal presentation, Michael. Thank you so much. I hear an echo. Michael, pause yourself. Hey, it's not me this time. There's going to be an echo until you. Can you pause your microphone, Michael? Okay. Thank you so much, Michael, for your presentation. I think there was an echo because your computer was recording. I don't know. And I don't really care. I just care that we can hear now with clarity. And you're right. There is a lot of behind the scenes that goes on. And I'm really thankful for your extraordinary presentation on the hero's journey because it's so relevant to all of us. And you vulnerably sharing with us personal insight about the ups and downs and the confusion about the hero's journey and this triangle that we're caught in. And so I would like to take some questions from the chat. If anybody has a question, it's helpful if you put a Q beside it. Julia Anchorhaven has one. If you notice, it says Q, and then that helps me find it faster. So I'll just keep taking questions up until the 11:50 mark. So we've got a good 20 minutes, so we can breathe and we don't have to feel like we have to rush through questions. And if anybody has a follow-up question, I'm going to be scanning the comments here. So Julia Anchorhaven is wondering, what has been the greatest tool for Michael on his journey? And I'll pause myself.
Wow, that's a really good question. The greatest tool I would say is my awareness and my intuition. And the reason I say my intuition is because I grew up where I would always hear of women's intuition, never heard of man's intuition. And so I thought we didn't have one. And I knew we had gut responses. And so I was like, okay, guys have guts, women have intuition. And I learned on my hero's journey that men have intuition too, and it's equally powerful tool to have. And I also have to say the greatest tool for me as well is learning how to communicate, because in my thoughts I'm hearing one thing and my words sometimes don't come out the same way. And so I've learned on the journey how to make my thoughts and voice as close as I can to relate the information. And so it is, you know, really the tools are within us, and it's all about how we use them and how we make the choices that we make. And one thing I want to say real quick about choice before I hand it back to Gina, if there's any other questions, is the beauty of choice is we can make a choice to make a right turn. And if that right turn turns out to be the wrong choice for us at some point, we can just make a left turn. It doesn't matter. We can turn around, or we can go straight and, try to push our way through and force whatever we're wanting to happen. But choices are simply just that. They're a device made in the journey, and you are at free will to change them at will. It seems hard, but it's really not when you get the hang of it. So I'm going to mute myself and turn it back over to Gina.
Yes, thank you for that, Michael. And that's a good reminder too for everybody. Everything that you said. James Whitaker is commenting in the chat, from within an ever increasing self-awareness. And I was scrolling because I had a question in there and I was able to find it. And my question is, Michael, why do you feel it can be so confusing for the hero in the hero's journey?
Well, the confusion, I think, comes from society and family, friends, everywhere around us are putting all these ideas, all these thoughts of who we are supposed to be, what we're supposed to be, and all of those have an impact. And a great example of that is growing up in school. You're always asked, what are you going to do with your life? You need to know what you're going to do with your life. In my mind, I'm like, I'm 10 years old. How do I know what I'm going to do in my life? Why are you asking me this? And so you get confusing because everybody is telling you, like, oh, you like to argue, you should be a lawyer. Oh, you have this great insight, you should be a psychiatrist, or you should be a therapist. Oh, you like to help people, be a librarian. You like to read. And so you're getting all these different, quote, helpful guides, but at the same time, you're getting overwhelmed because you're like, okay, this person wants me to be this person wants me to be that. And some families have family businesses, and so they want you to groom you to go into the family business. And if that's not what you want to do, you feel like you're disappointing them. So you're like, well, I don't want to disappoint them, but my dream is to go do this, but if I disappoint them, that's going to make life worse. So I'll give up my dream to make them happy. And that's where the confusion comes in, is we don't know how to be who we want to be and feel supported by everyone, because we feel like making that choice, we're letting someone down. And we don't want to let people down. And so that, to me, Gina, is the confusion that a lot of the heroes and heroines feel in the hero's journey, is how to manifest who they are and please everyone at the same time.
That was a phenomenal answer. I know you can't hear me because I was muted, but I was like, yes, 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 because it's true. Everything that you said, and I took some notes here when you were talking because it's so powerful. Because at one point in your presentation, I don't know if you realized it or not, but you were talking about milestones and rite of passage and ceremony, and you didn't describe it like that, but that's basically what you were talking about. The hero's journey has a step one, then there's a step two, and it follows this algorithm. And that's the power about story medicine and the hero's journey, because if you weren't familiar with Joseph Campbell and his work and his story medicine, then you wouldn't have been able to make these connections, right? And in our world today, a lot of us, for example, when we graduate high school, we have a ceremony, and this business of ceremony, rite of passage, is missing in a lot of our lives. And so you spoke to how it's always up to us to own it and to alchemize it. And so it was powerful for me, because when I listen to you speak, the interpretation in my mind is very encouraging. Like, you don't have to wait for somebody to celebrate you. You can celebrate yourself. You don't have to wait to get to a certain milestone. You can be excited about your life and start taking charge and alchemizing it. And so that was very powerful to me. And these important phases in our life, again, are so imperative as part of our story medicine, these rites of passages. And people really don't realize that. And the power of the hero's journey is that it's something that everybody can work with. You're like in a car driving down the road, and that's your hero's journey. And in truth, this is where duality comes into play. And I'm sure Michael would agree, but it's like, to some degree, the details don't matter. The details are there to drive the bigger themes. Without the details, we couldn't get to the bigger themes. So this is where we talk about hypocrisy now, because it's like we need the details to get to the themes. And when we talk about eagle condor medicine, eagle condor rises above all of the details. But for me, for the hero's journey as well, you know what? Sometimes Eagle Condor needs to put the glasses on, right? And when Eagle Condor has to wear glasses, that's when the torch is being passed on. Eagle Condor can't help you out anymore. Eagle Condor is wearing glasses. You have to now take charge of those details and that reprogramming. And that really spoke to me, even though you didn't describe it like that. So, anything you want to say about that, Michael? And then we'll take one more question from the chat.
Sure. And one thing that you commented on, I can't remember the full comment, but it got me thinking. And the hero has the ability to see himself and see the light within, and everybody shares with you what they see. And what's interesting to me is, in several situations in my life, I would just simply walk into a room and everybody would light up and be like, Michael's here. Oh, and they'd want to rush up and talk to me. And I'm like, I'm not in a mood right now to talk to a lot of people. And so sometimes I'd be like, oh boy, okay, here we go. What's this gonna be about? Or I'd have people who would say to people I've never met, "Oh, here, you need to meet this person." And they would introduce them to me, and I'm like, why is this going on? I'm just me. Why? And I started to realize in my life that I was emanating this energy and this light from myself, and the people who were like minded or wanting just to be in that saw it and came, and that's what it was. It was my authenticity and my just natural who I am, my true self from all this work that I've been doing, that people were like, I want to be around this person. I want to hang out with this person. And so that was a major thing for me to see and experience, because now when I have guests come on my shows, as Gina has been a guest and doing other things on my shows, I oftentimes will say before we get started, take a breath, just be yourself, just, be authentic. People will see it. That's what they're going to gravitate towards. And so I just want to again say thank you to Gina for giving us this conference space to be our authentic selves.
Are very welcome. It is my pleasure. Today is a big day of thanks and gratitude. We still have 8 minutes, so I noticed Julia's like me. She's always full of questions. We'll see if we can get to your other one, Julia. Michael, can you share about your near-death experience and how it impacted your awareness and psychic gifts, please?
Wow. Yes, I'd love to. So I'll make the near death experience brief, and I'll hit the highlights of it. So I have a very hot nature, and I live in Texas, and it was the summertime, so you all have painted this picture of it being very hot, and you would be absolutely right. Well, I started feeling cold, and I don't feel cold very often, and so I started to wonder what's going on, and it would get increasingly cold to where like I could feel ice crystals forming on my bones cold, and I'm like, something's wrong. So I changed into long sleeve shirts, sweatpants, put blankets around me, and I just could not warm up. And so I called my mom because I was working for my parents at the time and said, hey, just a heads up, I'm feeling really off, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it in tomorrow. And she said, just go get some rest, wake up in the morning, let us know how you feel. So I get up and I walk towards my room, and as I walk through the doorway, imagine this 4-post, like half-size post bed of real wood greets me, and I look at it, and the next thing I know, I'm on the floor, and my chin is hurting a little bit, and I'm like, what's going on? And I notice a little bit of blood on my chin. Well, come to find out, I passed out. I totally lost consciousness, blanked out, and hit my head on the post of the bed. Thankfully, didn't break anything. But the interesting part was actually what happened next is my system purged itself. And so I cleaned all that up and was like, why did my system purge? And in that moment, I turned and I realized I'm not cold anymore. And I've returned to my normal warmth level. But I also was aware I could sense people were around that I couldn't sense before. And so I was like, okay, spirits are around, energies are different. I could feel the energies, and I could see in dark, like matrix energy lines. So I could see in the dark. And I was like, oh, I now have nocturnal sight. Okay. And I could feel when my dog would be coming around the corner. I could literally almost hear him coming, even though he was on carpet, and carpet doesn't make sounds. And I also noticed my dog could see color. Like, we had different color tennis balls. Some were double colored. And I would say, get the purple ball. He would find, by going through every tennis ball, the purple one and bring it. Or I would say, the purple and blue. He would know which one was the purple and blue. And I was like, I thought dogs were colorblind. Well, my dog's not. And so I was like, what else can he do? And I started realizing all these different things, and I started to notice, like, my mom would come up to me and she'd say, "Oh, did you see this in the news?" And I'd say, "Don't worry about that. That's not really a big deal. It's going to be over in a couple of days. Nothing's going to happen." It's like I knew the future. And so I told myself, oh, I think, my future self came back and walked in this moment. And then I reached a certain age and I was like 25. It was like all my past lives, that was it. 25 was it. So I reached 26 and I was like, maybe I'm off and this is really my 25th year. And then I made 27 and I was like, well, I guess I broke the prophecy this time because I'm still here. But I realized things that were normally would be like weighing on my mind, I couldn't even remember. And so that's some of the awareness that my near death brought me. And the impact was it really changed how I looked at life and what was important to me.
Wow, that was an incredible answer. Thank you so much for sharing, Michael. For us to have a soul tribe community and share stories like this, it's such a relief to so many out there. So they know they're not alone, and putting the pieces together that this wasn't just a random slip and fall accident. You actually lost consciousness and you have a belief that you died, came back from the dead, and your whole entire body was able to recalibrate, which often folks like myself who have had severe panic attacks, excuse me, that's what happens. Our senses get thrown off, recalibrated. And do you find yourself nocturnal still to this day?
I am. And the trick that I had to do is I had to like really quiet myself and really tune into my environment and really like look at the picture in pitch black and go, okay, this is what it looks like in the light. What am I seeing now? And then it's like I start to translate the code like, oh, these lines are the couch. Oh, these lines are a table. And sometimes there'll be lines that I don't know what they are because they don't match. And I'm like, oh, that must be a spirit or something, or a portal, or, another energy of some kind that's in here. And so I've learned that. And one gift I also was given was I had a doctor on the energy that surrounds us, and I was talking to her about an experience where I was at a battlefield and I could smell, I could see, I could hear, I could taste in the air what was going on. And all my senses were in it. And she kind of smiled and she goes, "That's not a memory. That's not you witnessing, a past life memory. That's you actually being there in that event. You time traveled to that time." And I had to sit with that for a little bit and go, wow, I can time travel now? But the problem is with having that knowledge, I don't know how to trigger it. And so it's like, I don't get to just go up to a location and go, hey, show me what life was like at this time. Let's go. It's something triggers it. I've only had it happen twice in my life. So I feel it is connected to my past lives, but I haven't fully learned how to do it yet.
Right. And that's the case for most of us, right? When we need it activated the most, we can't seem to do it, right? Well, I want to thank you, Michael Kopp, everybody here on the first ever Story Species, Story Medicine, the continuum of conscious evolution, promise of spring. Thank you, Michael, so very much. I greatly, greatly appreciate you. I know there were some more questions in the chat. We are out of time, but you can also visit Michael on his YouTube, get in touch with him, carry on the conversation, and don't forget about the free Facebook group, the Dragon Dreams Soul Tribe Collective. Going to remove Michael from the stage. Thank you again, Michael. Really appreciate you. So it's time for us to go on another break. In theory, I've got the schedule in the background, but I'm blocking it. Okay, still trying to figure that one out. But let me show you our break slide. So we've got Brian Rue up next. He's going to be presenting on community, and Brian is in the Pacific time zone. And I'm so jealous because I was in the Pacific time zone, and the Eastern time zone for me, I feel a little bit out of like time travel and that. Sometimes I get confused, but it's already almost noon, 12 p.m. here in my time zone. So if anybody needs to go to the bathroom, make sure you're staying hydrated. Make sure you're eating your snacks. Let us know in the chat how you're staying healthy and hydrated. The break is a good opportunity for me to catch up on the comments, and it's my pleasure to also during the break period provide you with video number 2 of 6 with my gemstone insight. I hope you enjoy it. Hi everybody, Gina Virginia Casella here, and this is video 2 of 6 where I share with you some of my gemstone insight, a routine that is of my own making and it's a one of a kind. Let me show you 3 more gemstones, tell you a little bit about them. This one here represents the dragon. There's lots of themes to this one, but for this purpose, this gemstone is representing your physical plane. This one here, the white one, that's representing your mental plane. And my crystal ball, it may or may not be an actual crystal ball. I just call it that. And it's not always in a circle spherical shape. This represents the heart plane. So we have lots of planes, spiritual plane, for example, which is not part of this. So just the 3, physical, mental, and your heart. So this one here I change, and I change it depending on how I'm feeling, whatever's calling to me. So when I'm doing my gemstone readings, you'll notice that these change. And that's why sometimes when I'm doing privates, I'll have my crystals out and I'll let clients choose them. But sometimes I just feel guided by the universe to choose on behalf of everyone. I've got Rosie here with me. She's being a bit needy. I've been making videos all day. Here's her beautiful tail. So the mental plane, the physical plane, the emotional plane, all of these planes have a respectful place. The physical plane needs to be down here. So when I'm doing a gemstone reading with you at glance, I know if your mental or your physical plane, I know if it's in alignment or not based on if that gemstone is there. The mental plane, it needs to be up here. And there's 2 sides. One is clear, one has a dirty spot on it. And that's how I get insight, positive thoughts, negative thoughts. This one here representing the heart space, it needs to be somewhere in the middle. So it doesn't matter if it's on the east side with Eagle Condor or if it's on the west side. None of the gemstones should be in the middle, by the way. So if the heart space, heart plane makes its way in the middle, so be it. Any of the other gemstones might make their way in the middle, so be it. But the heart space is typically way over here on one side or way over here on the other side. So that's it for video number 2. I hope you're enjoying my gemstone intuitive insight. There's just too much to share, and I hope you are enjoying these little snippets of information, and I look forward to you sharing out with me how your own divinational practices are unfolding. So, Gina Virginia Casella, and I will see you next time in video number 3. All right, everybody. I hope you are enjoying your break. Brian Rue, I noticed he just signed in. Hi, Brian. I see you there behind the stage. Perfect timing. We're going to start promptly. But right now, we're just having a little bit of a break. So at 12:10, I'm going to play some dreamy guitar music. It'll be followed by Brian's intro. And then, of course, I'll bring Brian right to the stage. So I'm super excited. And let us know in the comments how you're doing. I'm just going to go to the bathroom quickly, and I'm going to mute my microphone. And then I'm looking forward to connecting with the chat before Brian takes the stage. Just thought I'd check in. Brian Rue going to be live in about 5 minutes. Me, well, I'm just shoveling some pretzels and peanuts in my mouth, munching on my sandwich. Hope everybody else out there is sneaking in some hydration and whatnot. We got some water here, some kind of pineapple flavored tea that I'm drinking. It's different, it's tasty. I'm also wondering, how are your candles? Candle hype going on here today. And you know what? I don't know if I mentioned this or not, but when you use the incense ashes to do like I did, to create a design, it doesn't really help the candle burn. So you just have to extra monitor it. But mine are burning pretty nicely. Don't forget to hug your candles. See where they're going to be at by the time today's done. You know, the conference is almost half over already, right? Time is really flying by. And Julia shared out to her Substack tribe. Thanks for doing that, Julia. I really appreciate you. And I think I have 399 subscribers. So one more person, make it 400. Let's get over the 400 mark, right? Let's get as many as we can in honor of the Dragon Dreams Soul Tribe Collective so we can get the super chat going. And, you know, I'm wondering, when it comes to conferences, it can be a little bit tricky to get people together, right? Especially because we're so far and wide. Julia is a good 4 hours ahead of us. So it's going to be 6 p.m. for me by the time we're done, but it's going to be more like midnight for Julia. So let us know about you and your time zone. And I'm curious, the next conference is going to be in June. It's going to be online, but I would really like to have an in-person conference. So let's get the chat hype going on coming to Canada 2026. How many people are going to be in the London, Ontario area this July? I forget the dates offhand, but there is a slide somewhere floating around. I buy me a coffee. I don't want to pull it up now just because the break slide is on here, but I would really like to have an in-person conference, you know, even if it's just a handful of us hanging out at a coffee shop, maybe finding a place at a park, hanging out on a picnic bench, and just doing what we're doing here right now, sharing in the story medicine, giving and receiving it. And if enough people are interested, then it's absolutely no problem for me to make arrangements, call a hotel. There's a really great buffet. It's one of my personal favorites here in London, Ontario. London, Ontario also has one of those international airports that's small and manageable. So if it's not in London, it would be somewhere surrounding areas. So let me know. Julia says it's 16:06 here. So what's that? 4:06? 4:06 p.m. Typical Skeptic podcast has a world peace meditation after this conference ends. Oh, that's a fantastic idea. World peace meditation, especially today. We need it more than ever. So Brian Rue is going to be presenting in just a few moments. I'm excited. Brian's presentation is all about community. And James Whittakis, 11:06 a.m. here in Minnesota. Wow, Minnesota. I need to get there. I need to get to a lot of places. I need to get to California. And I need to get to Texas. I drove to Florida last summer. And I drove through Georgia and Virginia, North, South Carolina, but I didn't have time to stop and explore. So I'd really like to do the trip again, but stop and go camping along the way, right? And Michael Kopp, 11:07 in Texas. I actually printed out a time zone just to help me because everybody is everywhere. And then behind the scenes, Julie and I were connecting and the time zone changed, right? And some places don't change the time zone. So there was confusion about that as well. So in about a minute and a half, I'm going to play 2 videos. One video is going to be the beloved dreamy guitar music. The second video will be Brian's bio, and then I'm going to bring Brian to the stage. Brian, I won't be on the stage with you, but I know Brian is familiar with StreamYard. If you're not familiar with StreamYard, it's pretty user-friendly. There's my information in the comments. Save yourself a little bit of money. And I'm really excited. I just keep talking. I want 1 p.m. to be here. Come on, 1 p.m. for Brian's presentation. Gina Virginia Casella and the Dragon Dreams Soul Tribe Collective are pleased to welcome Brian Rue. Brian is a Buddhist monk and teacher based in Vancouver, BC, who has imparted Buddhist teachings since 1996. He was raised in a Unitarian household where his spiritual journey began early and was further influenced by his studies in business and philosophy at Brock University. After an 8-year career in financial planning, he felt a spiritual void in his life, which led him to explore various spiritual paths. In 1991, he discovered Buddhism, which resonated with him due to its depth and wisdom. Following this revelation, he left the financial industry to pursue a more meaningful existence. Brian has all kinds of experience
from 6 months to 4 years, spending lots of time in many passionate places like the Tibetan Buddhist Center in Vermont, where he practiced and studied at numerous temples and meditation centers. This experience enabled him to begin teaching Westerners at meditation retreats. There's much to be said about Brian. In addition to his teachings on Buddhism, Brian Rue founded the Vancouver UFO Meetup on June 3, 2029. This group serves as a gathering for those interested in the realm of UFOs and extraterrestrial encounters. Brian aims to facilitate discussions, share insight, while exploring theories regarding these phenomena. Brian's goal is to create a welcoming community for both seasoned researchers and newcomers alike, encouraging respectful dialogue and diverse viewpoints. The meetup is part of the broader project, University Galacticus, which invites contributions from a variety of perspectives within UFOlogy. Ultimately, Brian strives to bridge the boundaries between different belief systems, aspiring to offer effective tools for individuals to govern their lives meaningfully, thereby fostering personal growth and communal change within an ever-evolving societal context. Gina Virginia Casella and the Dragon Dreams Soul Tribe Collective are pleased to welcome Brian Rue.
Hi there, Gina and everyone. Thanks for inviting me to the conference. I think this is the first live conference I've ever been on in my entire career, so it's an honor. Yeah, so Gina asked me to talk a bit about community. Gina and I first met around, it was 2002 with my meetup group. It's Vancouver UFO, Preparing for Contact. And Gina was living, like I'm in Vancouver, Canada, British Columbia, and Gina was in Chilliwack, which is about a 2-hour drive outside the city. So only like once in person. So Gina was kind of part of, we have a cyber community. In the last couple of years, we're developing more of an in-person community. So we have about 1,200 members in our Vancouver UFO meetup, but most of them live outside of the city, like in the United States, because we started it was 2009, we began the meetup group and took a break for a while from 2017 to 19 and started again. So we were in person 2009 for the five years, but it's starting around 2019, 2020. We're more making videos on Zoom, so more of a cyber community. It's only going to last like a year and a half. We're trying to develop more in-person communities. So there's kind of the two aspects of it. There's online groups and in person. So in person, we're just still trying to develop it. Like we have kind of a small group. We've got a group that meets in downtown Vancouver on like every other Sunday at the library. So we get 8 or 10, or last Sunday we had 12 at a meeting. And because it's meetup, the whole nature of meetup is people come and go. Like they say, 1/3 are coming, 1/3 are going, 1/3 stay. So I think there's like 2,000 different meetup groups in the Vancouver area. So people, they join like 15 different groups. They move around. There's a lot going on, like in any big city, there's a lot going on. So people are distracted by all kinds of things. So it's slow going, developing a real sense of community. We have the downtown group in Vancouver, also in Coquitlam. This is a suburb of Vancouver, and the Grant Cameron lives close to there in Port Coquitlam. So he's probably Canada's most famous ufologist. He moved from Winnipeg, Manitoba, here to Vancouver just over a year ago. So he's a big part of our community. He gives a lot of talks. We're actually meeting in his house tomorrow. It'll be our third meetup right in his home. And we meet right at the Coquitlam Library as well. So we meet every 2 weeks in Coquitlam, every 2 weeks in Vancouver. So we're trying to develop this community. I guess in cyberspace, it's kind of not the same as meeting in person. Like we've had people for a few years who come on the Zooms and get to know them. They ask good, intelligent questions. But when the video's over, they're somewhere in the United States. We're here, so it's nice having that connection. But I really value in-person meetings. I guess with this particular subject matter, like UFOs, aliens, it's also about consciousness, higher dimensional beings, higher dimensional consciousness, whether it's physical or non-physical, it's something uncertain. So it's obviously not a mainstream topic. So it's kind of thing that a lot of people, have a deep interest in this, but they don't discuss it with a lot of their friends or even their family. It's an interesting phenomenon. Because there's been a stigma, since like the 1940s or 50s, the government and media and academia turned against, UFOs and ufology, tried to make it something, a silly thing. So because of that stigma, people don't want to talk about it. So I had this experience with my best friend when I got involved with my UFO meetup in 2009. He told me about this amazing UFO sighting he had in 1986. So all those years he never told me because he just didn't want to discuss it. He thought I might think it's weird. But once I started UFO meetup, he knew I was obviously interested. They had this incredible sighting near Diamond Head in British Columbia. He was out on this deck sleeping, and then he saw this UFO moving around. He fell asleep, but still there an hour later. Quite an amazing sighting. So that shows I was his best friend in the world, and he waits like 23 years to tell me about this experience. So that's I guess one of the obstacles, and also one of the need for a community, because like it says in our meetup group, you can read the description that this is a place where people can share their interests. It's a safe space where people can talk about their experiences. Like one person recently phoned me and said, "Could I talk about this incredible experience I had with an orb who came to me in my room, or is that okay? Or do you think people would think that's weird?" And I thought, no. I mean, this is what we do. This is what our meetup's all about. So we're planning on him giving a talk. It says, "Oh, Gina has a note here. Add questions to the chat." Okay, I'll keep an eye on the chat. So there's a need for a community around this. It's not just UFOs or physical extraterrestrial aliens, but it's the whole phenomenon. It could be some type of higher dimensional phenomenon, conscious phenomenon. I'll just make a plug for the FRIST study. This is the Foundation for Research into Extraterrestrial Extraordinary Experiences. They did this study published in Beyond UFOs, and they did a survey of 4,350 people. Had various. Add your questions to Brian in the chat. We'll get them in a presentation. Yeah. So they interviewed thousands of people with a questionnaire of 600 or 700 questions, very thorough. And they found there's a commonality of experience. So their thesis, which I agree to, is that consciousness is fundamental to the universe, even before physical matter. And even in physics, they'll say like it's wave theory. There's basically waves even before you get to matter. So we're really talking about a consciousness phenomenon. And in their other publication here, Greater Reality, you see this includes, you can see here, near-death experiences, out-of-body experiences, UFOs, spirits, prayers, remote viewing, hallucinogenic journey, non-human intelligence, and many other things. So we're developing a community around all of these things. So it's a safe place for people to meet, and you can join us in person in the Vancouver area or join us online. We're having an online Zoom an hour and a half from now, but I don't want to interfere with Gina's conference. But we do Zooms every couple of weeks. But I find it's difficult to develop community generally in our society because kind of the structure of community is broken down, say, since the 1950s. Like used to be grandparents and children and grandchildren would live in the same town or same city, so the grandparents would be involved in raising the children. But now people sometimes move to another city to get a job. You can't fault them for that. So the family's fractured, and just meeting on Zoom's not the same thing. So it's just the whole structure of society is broken down community. And also, in the past, people might have been more connected to a church, but now people are less going to church. They're looking for other things. So it's like our society needs more structure to create community. And I'm 66. I'm retired now. I study how a lot of other retired people feel lonely. Sometimes they feel lonely as well. I live alone with my cat. But a lot of people, when they retire, they lose the community they had at their job, their office. So it's a real issue, building community, And so I appreciate when Gina suggested I talk about this. So I think it's really something to address. Maybe we can't solve it all in one meeting, but it's good to talk about it. Maybe people come up with ideas and think of ways to develop community where they are, or create a community or strengthen the community that they're in. And I think when we talk about community, we're really talking about something very human. People want connection. They want a place where they can explore ideas, ask questions, and feel that they're not alone. So this is especially true when it comes to subjects like UFOs, consciousness, and the possibility of other intelligence in the universe. So these topics challenge the normal worldview that many people grow up with. So because of that, many people who are interested in these subjects feel isolated, may not feel comfortable talking about the ideas with coworkers, family, or friends. So this is where community becomes important. So community provides a place where people can safely explore big questions, creates a space where curiosity is welcome. When I started organizing UFO meetups, I quickly discovered that meetings were not just about UFOs. They're about people finding each other. Many people who attend these meetings have been interested in the subject for years, sometimes decades, but they never had a place to talk about it openly. When they finally sit in a room with others who share that interest, something changes. People relax, they open up, they begin sharing ideas, experiences, books, and research. Conversations start that can never happen in everyday life. So this is the beginning of community. And one of the important lessons I've learned is that community grows through regular contact. Like I'm a Buddhist, and the Buddha said the Sangha, which is like community monks, he said the Sangha should meet frequently in harmony and part in harmony. So the Buddha emphasized frequent meetings. So if people only meet once or twice a year, the connection remains weak. But when people meet like weekly, relationships start to form. So consistency is incredibly important. When people know that there will always be another meeting next week, they begin to see the group as something stable. It becomes part of the rhythm of their lives. Another key element is openness. In the UFO field, people come from many different perspectives. Some approach the subject scientifically, others come from a spiritual or conscious-based perspective. Some people have had personal experiences they cannot easily explain. In fact, one woman that came to one of our meetups, there's about 10 of us a few months ago, she lives in Richmond, and she had this incredible experience about 20 years ago. She was interviewing Dorothy Isett. She worked for the Richmond newspaper, and Dorothy Isett was quite famous. She's passed away now, but she would get a sense that UFOs were coming. She would film them, and you can see YouTube videos of Dorothy Isett. She was world famous. So Cynthia, our friend in the meetup, she went to visit her. And later, she had this incredible UFO experience in Richmond. She saw something like the size of 5 buses in the sky, and she was very depressed at that time, had a lot of personal problems, but she had this powerful feeling coming from the UFO that everything would be okay. It changed her mood, it turned her around, so she cheered up. But she hardly discussed this with anyone for 20 years. So it came to her meetup, share this experience, but she never came back. She just wanted to release it. So that's one benefit a UFO community provides. It gives a place to be heard, because she was in a safe environment. We're all quite interested and sincere to listen to what she had to say. So, and that doesn't mean that everyone has to agree. In fact, disagreement can be healthy. What matters is that the conversation remains respectful and curious rather than dismissive or hostile. A good community encourages people to listen as well as speak. Another important principle is participation. A strong community is not built around one person speaking while everyone else listens. Instead, it becomes a conversation. When people feel invited to ask questions, share ideas, and contribute their own knowledge, they begin to feel they're a part of something larger. Over time, the group becomes a network of individuals who support each other in learning and exploration. So something interesting also happens when communities grow. People begin to bring in new information and new perspectives. Someone may recommend a book, another person may share a documentary, someone else might introduce a new research angle or a personal experience that sparks discussion. The community becomes a kind of living classroom. So instead of learning only from experts or authors, people learn from each other. So in the UFO subject, this is particularly important because the field is still evolving. Most of the answers are still not yet clear, like nobody knows the whole picture. We're all, in a sense, explorers trying to understand a mystery that is larger than any one person. And certainly I believe the government doesn't know the whole story. So community allows that exploration to happen collectively. Another important aspect of community is trust. Trust takes time to develop. People need to feel that they can speak without being ridiculed or dismissed. When that atmosphere exists, people sometimes share very personal experiences, like the one I mentioned before. They share sightings, encounters, or strange events that they've never spoken about before. When a community listens respectfully to those stories, it creates a powerful sense of belonging. People realize they are not alone. Over time, something else begins to happen. The community develops its own culture. Inside jokes appear, friendships form. People get to meet outside the meetings. Some collaborate on projects, research, or media. The group becomes more than just a monthly meeting or a weekly meeting. It becomes a network of relationships. So in today's world, this kind of connection is more important than ever. Many people feel increasingly isolated. Technology allows us to communicate online, but it does not always replace the experience of sitting together in the same room and having a real conversation. That's real. People still want that. So face-to-face gatherings create a kind of energy that is difficult to replicate online. This is why local meetups remain valuable even in the age of the internet. Online information can introduce people to the subject, but community helps people explore it together. One of the most encouraging things I've seen is how quickly people respond when a space for community is created. Often there are far more interested people than we realize. I think, half the population or more believes UFOs and ETs are a real phenomenon, and they're here. They're simply waiting for a place where they can connect. You think in a city as big as Vancouver, about 2 million people, Greater Vancouver, get like 10 people at a meeting. Where is everybody? There should be more people. I guess, most people haven't heard of us, haven't found us, or maybe some people are shy to talk. But once a place exists, the community begins to grow naturally. People invite friends, speakers are invited to share their work, discussion deepens, and gradually a network forms. UFO mystery itself may still be unfolding, but one thing is clear, we're not meant to explore it alone. Community allows us to approach the mystery together. It allows curiosity to replace isolation. It allows conversation to replace silence. And in the process, people discovered that the search for understanding is not just about UFOs or extraterrestrial intelligence. It's also about human connection, shared exploration, and the joy of discovering new ideas together. So that's the real power of community. In the end, building community is not complicated. It begins with a simple idea: create a place where people can gather together, share ideas, explore questions together. And like we meet in libraries, back in 2009, we met in a co-op meeting room. We typically had about 20 people at meetings. It became the real UFO scene. And what's significant is 6 days before my first meetup on May 28, 2009, I saw a UFO. It was 11:30 at night. I was just walking home. I stopped at the train tracks looking at the lights of the city of Vancouver. And something caught my eye. It was a small object going by about 200 feet away. Looked like a small spherical ball. I saw for about 10 seconds, but it was scattered clouds, so I couldn't definitely see the outline, but it looked roughly spherical. And no light, no sound, didn't reflect any light. So what could it be? So later I talked to Grant Cameron about this, Canada's best known ufologist, and he said, well, if you see in a UFO, you're part of the game. So I think that was kind of a signal from the ETs. Oh, you're starting this meetup in 6 days, and it became an instant success. It became the scene in Vancouver for several years. So I think the ETs knew we were forming this community. It was just like saying hi. So I think they're significant to the timing of that. So the UFO mystery is one of the great unanswered questions of our time, but exploring it becomes much more meaningful when we do it together rather than alone. So when people come together with curiosity and respect, something powerful happens. A group forms, conversations grow, and gradually a real community emerges. So that is what makes meetups so valuable. They remind us that exploration is not just about information, it's about people connecting with each other in the search for understanding. So community is how we turn curiosity into a shared discovery. Should we have, I just want to check to you, should we have questions now, or do you want me to keep talking?
Yes, so far this is phenomenal. I'm soaking in all of this information, Brian. I'm wondering, do you have more of your presentation? Because we can do the Q&A when you're finished.
Well, I could talk a bit more, like sort of a bit more of my thesis, like where's the community going? How is it developing? I think the ETs all over the world are trying to, raise consciousness or bring this into humanity's conscious gradually. So I think the growth of UFO communities around the world is kind of encouraged or influenced behind the scenes by the ETs themselves. I think this has happened gradually since around the year 1850. This is stated in Susie Hanson's videos. I always like to promote her work. She's kind of my highest influence on the culture society of the gray ETs. And she's got a YouTube channel, Suzanne Hanson. I've seen all of her 65 videos. But I think she says around 1850, they kind of came, not that they've ever left. I think they've always been here, but they initiated change around that time. And in 1848 was the beginning of the spiritualist movement in the United States with the Fox sisters. So spiritualism became a thing, and spiritualist communities began to grow. So the theory is that the ETs, like the Greys, are the main interface with humanity. The ETs that people see the most are the Greys, but they're believed to be led by the Mantis. I believe Mantis are like 7 or 8 foot tall. They look similar to the praying mantis. They're like the architects, and the Greys are like emissaries or technicians doing the work. But it seems they started to create spiritualist communities, and then they brought changes to our society. So what Susie and others described, they've been on these city-sized UFO motherships. They'd be brought inside, and there'd be lecture halls holding about 250 people, and people from Earth would be brought up in real time, and in a sense abducted or in a semi-conscious state. Some would be like engineers or scientists and inventors, and the mantis could put thought packages in their subconscious mind, which could be released later as inventions. This sounds quite far out, but I think this is actually the case. Actually, believe this. So a lot of developments in society, not just technically with inventions, but even social changes may have been initiated by them. So the whole structure of our communities and the change of our communities may have been initiated by extraterrestrials. I think they want to be behind the scenes. They're making these changes behind the scenes. They don't want to show themselves overtly, because I think it's true that humanity can't handle the truth. It'd be too shocking, like half the world's population, say, is Christian and Muslims. To tell them the truth may be that the nature is reality. So we have higher dimensional beings, and their consciousness interfaces with ours, and the way humanity is going in the spiritual direction of humanity is they're hybridizing humanity for us to gradually be more like them. Like we're going to gradually take on what's called quantum dimensional consciousness of higher realms. So have more of a spiritual orientation of life, and our DNA will gradually change. So I think this is actually what's coming on. So So I think, that reality is too shocking to tell humanity that it's not about, Jesus Christ or the Christian God or Allah, but it's actually these extraterrestrials or interdimensional beings, or whatever you call them. That's actually the spiritual guidance of humanity. That's why it has to be done, gradually and behind the scenes. So I think it's fine for, little people like us to tell the whole truth or whatever we know, but it wouldn't be appropriate for heads of government and state to come out tomorrow and disclose everything, because that'd be too disrupting to our communities worldwide. So I used to be totally in favor of full UFO disclosure, but now I'm more conservative. There was a study done on some institute. They brought in all these top minds and intellects, and they felt, well, we should have disclosure. And then after a few days, the meetings had 64 reasons why they shouldn't have disclosure. One is it'd be upsetting to society and to religions. Also, mainstream science and the mainstream scientific thinking of just plain materialism. There's nothing but materialism. You don't really have a soul. When you die, that's it. There's no spirit. Even they would be shocked to know that really the nature of reality and the universe is more about consciousness. And we're in kind of a lower third dimensional consciousness. Of these higher dimensions are reality that are influencing us. Even mainstream scientists would be freaked out thinking, they spent $50,000 a year getting a degree at MIT, that it's not valid. So that's part of the larger effect on community, I think, by the extraterrestrial reality. So I am optimistic about the future. I think we're going through a process. It's like when you clean a turkey pan, it gets the water gets dirtier before it gets cleaner. So we no longer have the stability, say, society had back in the 1950s. We're going through a process right now. So there's perhaps a lot of loneliness, a lot of lack of community. But I think where it's going is we're probably being led to more of a telepathic society, which is a much stronger sense of community and connection. So one of the hallmarks of the aliens, everyone says they're telepathic. People have been experiencers on the craft saying the ETs telepathically communicate with them, and humans on craft communicate with each other telepathically as well. No one's speaking like with words through air. So one of the hallmarks of the Greys, they work together, kind of like a community mind, a group mind, a real sense of purpose of trying to benefit humanity, develop humanity. So that they have basically a telepathic society. So they're not lonely and isolated in their little box. Like here, in the Western world, a lot of lonely people, they might be middle class or wealthy, but they're in their little box. Whereas in other cultures, people are outside more. They have a stronger sense of community or religion or whatever it is. But with a telepathic society, the ETs are closer. They're communal. So I think what they're developing in us could be over a period of centuries. It's already been like since 1850. I think they've been gradually changing us. This process could take another century or several centuries. But I think where this is going is human beings in the future will have a stronger sense of community because we'll develop a telepathic society. I think that's where it's going to go. So like the gray ETs and other ETs, they can't physically live on this planet because we have a particular climate, microorganisms, gravity, atmospheres. So our physical bodies are suited to this planet. So I think they're hybridizing us in the future to continue to look pretty much like human beings, but our consciousness and mind would be more like an extraterrestrial mind or a combination of several ETs, not just the Greys. There's what's called advanced humans, whether you call them Arcturians or Palladians, or whatever, the advanced human types. But I think the future human on Earth will be a combination of these ET races in their consciousness in this kind of human form. And DNA is very much at the heart of this. Like I was reading one source saying that DNA is consciousness. We have a kind of our physical DNA, and there's kind of ethereal 5-dimensional DNA that leaves the body at death and then takes rebirth. And DNA can change. Many experiences been on craft said that the DNA was altered through light and through sound. They would hear sound or vibration and light, but it can actually affect the DNA and change the DNA. So I think this is very much at the heart of it. The ETs, they're master geneticists, and they can mix and match. And I think the mantids bring life across the galaxy, or one experience said across the whole universe. So I think DNA is their thing, and hybrids they can take from Earth and move them to other planets that are suitable. Like this type of hybrid might be good for this planet, that planet. But just as far as our own planet goes, I think we've been going through this hybridization process for decades, and it's not something I think would show up in a DNA test like 23andMe. It wouldn't show up there. It's something more mysterious, but things might get worse before they get better. There could be all kinds of problems and wars like we have now. But I think within a century or at some point, I think we'll have a much better world, a much happier world, and perhaps more idealistic society. So Gina's back. Do you want to have Q&A now?
Wow, Brian, that was such a. Oh, Brian, can you pause yourself because, or mute yourself because there's an echo? Yeah, just hit the mute.
Yeah, it's off.
When you're talking, I have to mute. When I'm talking, you have to mute. So thank you, Brian, for such a heartfelt presentation, well-rounded. And I feel proud of you because I know you're used to hosting, and so to come on and actually be in the position of guest, and then I feel like you could have kept talking, like you really could have. You were just starting to get passionate, right? And Brian loves talking about the ET agenda, and definitely opened up a can of worms. I have tons of questions. There's questions in the chat too. You made me think about Homo Illuminus and the next stages in our development. Your comments about changing DNA, like I don't have a science background, but in my own dream life, there's quite the power with light. Just putting light over seeds that are trying to grow, you can manipulate the growth, positive or negative. So it would make sense to me that you could manipulate the DNA with light. And I never thought about something like that. This business of community, I can't say enough about it. Can you talk a little bit about the dragons and the nagas and just how there's a connection, because there's so many different, I don't know if hierarchy is the right word to use, but there's different spirits and devas, and somehow the dragons fit into this. And I myself personally, I don't get hung up on categories, but Brian has a Buddhist background, and he's just in general has a background in this kind of knowledge. And so can you speak a little bit to that, Brian? Dragons and nagas. I know you mentioned that before, and I'll just hang out here with you on this stage, and I'll pause myself here or mute myself.
Yeah, we definitely have dragons in Buddhist cosmology. The Buddha had quite a sophisticated cosmology. He describes 31 planes of existence. We're in the human realm, and above us there's what's called the God realm, the heavenly realm, and there's 6 sensuous heavens, like sort of an order of height or hierarchy. Like the lower heavens can't see the higher heavens. And the first heaven is called the heaven of the 4 great kings, and there's several types of devas. Deva is a term for angels that inhabit it. And one is called the Naga. This Naga is a serpent-like or snake-like being. It's often it's described as a shapeshifter, like Buddha said. One of the hallmarks of the Devas generally is that they're shapeshifters, and they like water. So they've been seen in bodies of water. Like perhaps the most famous one is the Loch Ness monster. So Buddhists regard that as a Naga. They never manage to catch it, so it can physically appear in the water. People see it, but then it can shapeshift back to its Deva angelic form and go back up to the first heaven of the central sphere and come back. And here in British Columbia, we have Okanagan Lake, and the Ogopogo monster has been seen by over a century from native Indians and others. And there's throughout history, 1,000 lakes in China that have seen these things, even in the Atlantic Ocean since like the 1400s up to World War I. European sailors have seen these sea serpents. They say it was like a snake-shaped shape with a head like a dog or a snake. So from Buddhist view, this is quite straightforward. These are Nagas. So like dragons in European history could be the same thing, could be Nagas. So this is something distinguished from reptilians. I made a mistake before. I thought, well, maybe this explains the negative reptilians we hear about in ufology, but I did a video with Asham Punadamo. He's in Northern Ontario, one of our senior monks near Thunder Bay. And he said, no, Nagas as a rule, they don't interfere with human affairs. They might be a bit haughty, but they don't attack humans or interfere. So I think the reptilians is something different. It could be native to Earth, like reptarians, or it could be a negative type of ET. I think there's good reptilians and negative reptilians. So I think the negative reptilians describe a lot of the sort of negative, higher, elite political forces behind the scenes, which is behind war. The idea they want to feed off of negative energy. But the dragons are generally good. The Nagas are quite good beings, so they definitely exist. So I just want to support Gina with her dragon dreams, because this is a real phenomenon. These are real beings from my view, from a Theravada Buddhist view as well.
Yes, thank you, Brian, for saying all of that. Because in my dream world, the dragons they look like dragons, like any old dragon that you might imagine, but they also look like a bunch of worms and sperms and primordial binary codes, you know? Okay, so Julia asked a question earlier about the movies, and it kind of goes with mine. Oh, Brian, you got to mute yourself. I know. When I first started using StreamYard, I could not figure out for the life of me this echo business. And then I realized, oh, okay, we have to mute each other. Okay, so my question is part of one of Julia's questions. So when I think about community and how we express ourselves and share stories, we have to tiptoe around things because it might not be safe, it might not be well presented. And this is, frustrating, and why community is important. So community, we do things like share stories, and we do that orally, like you just did now. But we also share stories in other ways, like dancing, non-verbally, through art or music. And another really popular way to share story medicine is through movies. So I'm transforming all my content into a movie series. But what are your thoughts about some of the disclosure ET type movies that are out there? Do you feel like those are, like, it's a good idea to do that? Or are we maybe perhaps telling people what to think, putting ideas in people's heads a little bit too much? I feel like when people talk about ET movies, they tend to cling to that information. And I forget the name. I think it's called Disclosure by Steven Spielberg. I'm just scrolling back here through the chat. But what are your thoughts about ET movies, basically, and big blockbuster folks like Steven Spielberg? What are the pros and cons? What are your thoughts about it?
Yeah, I was at a potluck party recently with 10 people, and I was talking with this fellow David about my interests in extraterrestrials. So he was quoting all these UFO movies he's seen, like Independence Day and others we want to talk about. So I think for the general public, that's often their interface with the idea of ETs through movies. So there can be some good ones that are helpful, like, for instance, Star Trek. The very first Star Trek pilot episode, it was filmed in 1964, and they had gray aliens in it. In the show, they're called Telosians, had the big gray heads, and they captured Captain Christopher Pike, and they're interested in creating genetic hybrids, him with the human woman, to create a new human race. And they had paralysis devices, which people have actual experiences have found. Sometimes the gray aliens hold a little device, and then it can paralyze people. And they also had telepathy and other things we know about the gray aliens. But in 1964, virtually nothing was known publicly about the Greys. Like the Betty and Barney Hill book about their encounter with the Greys didn't come out until 1966. So it's believed that Gene Roddenberry, who created Star Trek, he had a relationship with the Council of Nine. We have mutual friend Eric Husmus, who does the Council 9. But he was with this group in the 1950s, a psychic channeling group. And so there's probably U.S. intelligence connections, we know for sure, to Hollywood. So they might have influenced Star Trek, particularly that first pilot episode. Like a lot of the other ones weren't so much about what we know about ETs, although some did discuss UFOs. So I think it's a good thing. It's intentional. It's done, I think, initiated perhaps by the ETs themselves, have a relationship with our intelligence agencies like the CIA. Like the CIA admitted that the 1951 movie, The Day the Earth Stood Still, was initiated by the CIA because they want to see, how would the world react if these aliens landed in Washington, D.C. and came out. And it had a peaceful message for mankind. And Steven Spielberg's movie, Close Encounters of the Third Kind, I think from like 1977, that was based upon a real secret film, an encounter that the Americans actually had with aliens. They gave this inside information to Steven Spielberg. And the movie was based upon a real event projected as fiction. So I think that movie was very helpful in opening people's minds to a positive impression of the ETs, particularly the Greys and that. So this is how you enter in the mass conscious. Movies that reach hundreds of millions of people, or even 1 billion people, like blockbuster big movies, reach a lot more people than our videos on YouTube. So some of them are quite helpful. Of course, some of them are harmful, like Independence Day, all these evil aliens are coming to take over the world and we have to destroy them. So there's lots of negative movies about how negative, especially like 1950s B movies or 1960s B movies. So I wonder the motive behind that. I have this theory that the negative reptilians, since they control our media and governments and maybe Hollywood, they're creating these negative movies to give a bad reputation to the good ETs, to give a bad reputation to the Greys. So I think there's good and bad forces playing themselves out in movies and in media generally, but there's been some quite good ones.
Wow, that was a great answer. It seems like the ETs are also caught up in this triangle of disempowerment. There's the good guy, the bad guy, the victim. We just really got to break away from this. And for what it's worth, somebody reported me about a year ago, and I had to put a disclaimer saying that all my content is entertainment. And it really troubled me at first, especially because I wasn't even sharing out half of the extreme that others are sharing. So what, somebody probably just didn't like me or whatever, and, reported me. But I didn't have a choice but to respond to it. And the beauty about that is it actually made space now. So thank you to whoever or whoever's reported me, because now, like the movies, I don't have to worry about whether people believe me or not. This is just watch it, don't watch it, take it in, don't take it in. Something that you said too, it went back to my presentation that I did earlier. Brian was simultaneously hosting his meetup group when I was presenting, but I talked about the Gnome King. And the Gnome King, he basically expressed to me that some secrets are safe for keeping. It's not safe to just, tell everybody where the ETs are located. It's not safe to let everybody know the locations of the goddesses who are hiding in the wells and that kind of stuff. We need to, it's like the Little Mermaid, basically. You can't just jeopardize the whole species because some are already, like there's safety here. But it really begs the question, like, who gets to decide? How is it decided? How much information gets released? And what happens in the meantime? We're just left to feel like we're losing our mind, because mental health is a real thing. And we have a serious mental health crisis here in North America. And so I think about all of the vulnerability with the ET agenda, because people are looking to belong. They want to cling to these stories. And for me, it just opens up a can of worms. What are your thoughts on secrets that are safe for keeping, and this business of who gets to decide and when? Like, why are we waiting for the CIA? You know what I mean? And then I'll go back to the chat here. We still got a good 13-ish minutes or so. So let's soak up all Brian's story medicine while we can. Thanks, Brian.
So I can answer that now, right? First of all, I also want to mention the movie Arrival about 10 years ago. That was a really nice ET movie as well. Yeah, as for who gets to decide, there was a video Jeff Selver was hosting. Susie Hansen, he's an experiencer with his book, The Rising, who I know here in Vancouver, and he was hosting Susie Hansen. And Jennifer in Manitoba asked some questions. Do you think the ETs decide on disclosure, or is it the government, or something else, or a combination of two? And Jeff Selver said, well, I think it's a combination of the two. But Susie says, as far as I'm concerned, the ETs decide. So that's my view. I think Susie's got a lot of experience in contact with the Greys. So I think actually the ETs decide. Interesting, there's a video of President Barack Obama. He was on a talk show at night, like a comedy kind of humor show. And they asked him, what about the ETs? And he said, Barack Obama says, oh, they don't like us talking about them. They keep us well under control. So I was kind of joking, but I think that's exactly the truth. I think the ETs really have this in hand. I think President Truman in 1947 created Majestic 12 to deal with ET problems. So it's above the democratic government. So you could say in 1947 when this changed, in a way the United States became a dictatorship, that this ET group, whether it's Majestic 12 or something within the CIA, they have a separate power and budget above the government. I think this is because the ETs want to gradually roll out disclosure the way they think is wisest. So yeah, when you ask the question who to decide, I think the ETs decide. But I did a video months ago. One woman was giving me a good analogy. Like around 1600, the Catholic Church decided humanity can't handle the truth that the world is actually round. And with Copernicus, so they felt they had to do the right thing and protect society. So then Copernicus was burned at the stake, and they persecuted Galileo because they thought humanity can't handle the truth. But with the Enlightenment, we found out, well, people did handle the truth. It was no big deal. So there's a good argument to be made. Well, if they did give us disclosure, maybe we could handle it. Maybe religions would adapt. They would get used to it, and life would carry on. And most of the world's population think ETs and UFOs exist anyway. So I'm kind of uncertain about this. I trust in the wisdom of the Mantids and the Greys. If they think it's got to go gradually, my idea is just to defer to their wisdom, because I'm just a human being. I don't claim to be that wise. I'm thinking of myself as a normal human being. So I like to defer to wiser people. Like within Buddhism, I defer to the elder monks. Like I'm not a monk anymore. I'm a lay Buddhist, so I defer to monks. So that's my spiritual inclination, is to defer to wiser people. But it's an uncertain thing whether we should have disclosure or not. People have different views about it. So I'm interested in other people's views on it or not. I can't say I really know the truth.
And it's humble of you to say that, like somebody could be listening to you right now and be like, no, it's not true. That's not the information. But it's like, well, who really knows anything? Nobody knows anything. And I don't think there's just one all be all ET group. I think there's all kinds, different levels going on here. We have about 9 minutes left. Let's try and get through these other questions. Is Brian aware of DUMB, D-U-M-B, Deep Underground Military Bases in Canada? Any familiarity with that, Brian?
Oh yeah, I've been involved in ufology deeply the last 20 years, studying it for like 3,000 hours. So yeah, definitely heard about deep underground military bases. I believe it's true. There's a few like in the United States, like Dulce Base and others in the Midwest, which I'm convinced are there. And there's been encounters of people who have worked there, or experiences, or people have been there or escaped from there. I'm not aware of what's going on in Canada, though. But I think it's a real thing. So I think some are man-made, and some are extraterrestrial made, and some are kind of a combination of both, where the ETs allow humans to work with them. For instance, Mount Hayes, Alaska, is a mountain. In 1975, CIA remote viewer Pat Price, he remote viewed it along with 3 other mountains, and he said there's extraterrestrials working there, and they're working together with Americans. And that was in 1975. So I believe that's true, because Pat Price No, he was an excellent remote viewer. He was one of the very best, had a very good reputation. Yeah, so I think it's definitely a real thing, but I'm not so certain, like, what are they doing in there? I think the ETs themselves have bases underwater, underground, in mountains, but what are the governments doing in underground bases? Yeah, I don't know. It's quite a mysterious, quite an important question.
Fair enough, and as you're speaking, I'm thinking about politics and religion and this and that. And ultimately, when the ETs come to collect the people meat, politics are going to be pretty inconsequential, right? So it's like, all we can do is really promote this exact kind of conversation, the Dragon Dream Soul Tribe Collective, because how many people out there are having these experiences and they don't have anybody like this to talk to, and they're being persecuted within their own communities. I belonged to a group a few years ago, and somebody got very emotional because they had a family member who ended up in the insane asylum, forced to take medication. They were even beaten up because they thought they were going to beat up like the spirit to get out of them, when really it's like, oh my God, this person had probably some kind of ET encounter. And how is that, just like people who have Bigfoot sightings, or people who, we could talk all day about Bigfoot, but when you have a child that is unaccounted for and somebody's telling a Bigfoot story, for example, like, what do we do with that? Oh, well, we'll just leave people to think that they're losing their mind. So these conversations are important, and the people who need to hear this the most are probably not hearing it. So please make sure you share this with everybody. We've got about 6 more minutes with Brian. I don't want to be a stickler about the schedule. Time is an illusion, but not to the biological ones, right? And not to the biological ones. So thank you to everybody who subscribed to my YouTube. We're at the 400 subscribers mark. Keep the subscriptions coming because I want to get that super chat going. Brian, there was another question here about clones. It's too easy for us to slip into timelessness, but this will be our last question for you. And of course, you can connect with Brian as well. We got his link there in the chat. What does Brian feel about clones on the planet?
I think there's hybrids living on the planet. I don't know about clones. Like, I think the gray ETs, they normally clone themselves. Like, if you look at the gray ETs, they have big heads, skinny bodies, no genitals, so they don't give birth in the way that humans do. So I think they clone themselves, and they can clone many different varieties of grays for different bodies. So I think cloning is the common way that the grays reproduce themselves. I'm not sure about other types of ETs, like the human types. They might have normal sexual reproduction. So as for clones on the planet, I think some gray ETs could be on the planet. For instance, in the 1950s, Bill Uhos was an engineer working at Area 51, and he said he had a working relationship they did with a gray by the name of Axelrod, who was there to help them with engineering questions to back engineer UFOs. They weren't to discuss anything about the nature of the universe or history or spirituality, just engineering questions. So that was in the 1950s. Another witness came forward in 1960s from Area 51 and said he also worked with the same gray named J. Rod. So I think those type of clones are on the planet. I think they've had a working relationship with the government since that time. Yeah, I guess that's my answer.
Clones is just another can of worms. What is a clone? A replica, right? And my understanding is that the problem with clones is that you just can't beat the original no matter what you do. So the copy, even though it's an original copy, the cells just don't hold together. And we see this with the cloning of the great trees. There was a man, I'm brain burning it out here, Rob Robinson, something like that, who he was committed to planting trees and cloning trees. And then I just started connecting it to ET cloning type stories, because my understanding is the more you clone, and it seems like the ETs are like past the point of no return with their cloning because they're desperate to clone. But the problem is the cells just aren't holding the form. And so that's why we're so important because our biological forms can hold the formulas. And the intention is that they're going to plug in their DNA into us and then basically weed us out. So it's just their DNA that's left within. And I just find this very fascinating. And in my dream life, book 8, it's called Scary Dreams. And I start talking about looshers. Now, maybe in 40 years, I'll call them something else, but at this time, I'm calling them looshers. And they don't even have bones and organs. They think they do. Well, that's the thing. They don't even know, because up here they've been reprogrammed and they're on drugs and stuff. They're very confused. But it's like they're made out of these fat body suits. Like, you know, when people get surgery to have fat removed from their body? Well, it's like somebody took that fat, shape and molded a body with a cookie cutter, and then programmed it and called it a clone. And it's just like fascinating. And it's like, oh, top secret, because somebody in the hierarchy, power control hungry, knows about bones, knows about organs, and we have the bones, we have the organs, and so there's like protection on our planet. And somebody even told me that there's an entire clone universe of us that we're being tested on. So I don't know. Any final thoughts, Brian?
Yeah, I'd like to comment on what you said about the mental health crisis in the Western world. I think that's true, and I think part of this whole phenomenon is a conscious phenomenon. Like the consciousness of humanity is raising and changing, so it's going to create some disturbance. It could lead to some mental, some disturbance. And I've done channeling practice myself to try to connect with these higher realms. And I've had mental illness problems with myself, like getting unstable, not catching and containing and grounding the energy enough. So I've had problems with that as well. So I think that's, like you have to break a few eggs to make an omelet. I think it's part of the risk of raising consciousness just to deal with these higher dimensions or extraterrestrials or UFOs. It is something that challenges your everyday consciousness. So I think it's worth it. So sometimes we have to take some risk or experience mental changes or illness ourselves. So I'm sympathetic with people who feel that way. Yeah.
Wow, wow, wow. Every presenter, I feel like we could just keep going on. I'm so thankful for you, Brian. Thank you for being here and for talking about community. There's so many things Brian could have talked about, and he left it to me to give him something to talk about. And I was like, how about community? And then Brian did a phenomenal job. And I really appreciate you being here today, Brian. I'm just going to remove you from this stage. And Brian's information is in the chat. Anybody wants to connect with Brian more? I know I benefited from being part of Brian's meetup. Behind the scenes, Chris Latiud, he is with us. Hi, Chris, welcome. We won't be able to hear you until I bring you to the stage. So it's 1:11. Happy 111, everybody. We're going to take our little break. So I've got Gemstone Insight, video 3 of number 6. And make sure that you're getting hydrated, eating snacks, going to the bathroom, doing what you got to do. At 1:30, I'm going to bring Chris Latier to this stage. We've got our lovely dreamy guitar music. Let me know if you're enjoying the dreamy guitar. Hi, Sonia. I see you there in the chat. And also the biographies, those little videos. That no tears were involved in the creating of those videos. It came close a number of times. No tears were involved. And thank you again, everybody, for tuning in with us. Let me bring our little break schedule. Hey, Dragon Dreamers, Gina Virginia Casella here, and this is video number 3 of number 6, where yours truly, Gina Virginia Casella, sharing with you intuitive insight about my one-of-a-kind gemstone reading. And so I want to show you the 3 sisters. There's much to be said about the 3 sisters. This is just at glance. So where do these folks belong? There's 3 of them. They belong together and they should be making a line just like this. Light, medium, and dark. And it should be on this side of the medicine wheel. This is the west, and they strategically are light, medium, and dark. So when you book a gemstone reading with me and you see this, that means they're in alignment. Now, if they're mixed up, well, they're not in alignment, but they're still calling attention because respectfully, they're on this side. And like any sisters, sometimes they argue with each other and whatnot. It depends on what the other gemstones are communicating. Sometimes when I do a gemstone reading, they present on this side, and it's really interesting because I just go like this and swirl them around, and often enough they'll be on the east side, but they'll still maintain their light, middle, dark. So I find that very fascinating. I work with duality, so if anything is opposite, it's an invitation to consider the mirror. If the sisters make a triangle specifically like this, one in the east, one in the west, one in the south, then it makes a down-facing, down-pointing triangle, which is totally representative of the female pubic bone. So there's lots of sexual metaphors in nature. So if I see this big triangle and it's pointed down, this is a very strong indicator. The Morrigan, divine feminine connection is at hand. If it's like this, pointed up into the north, then it means the masculine. So, the penis being erected, pointing up. It doesn't mean something like somebody's horny for you. It depends what's going on in the gemstone reading. But when we talk about manifesting seeds, keys, hopes, and dreams, sometimes when people do a gemstone reading with me, pregnancy comes up, and it may or may not mean an actual literal pregnancy. It could mean like an idea has been conceived. And what's interesting is that when the gemstones are on this side or this side, they need to be in that light, medium, dark order. But when they make this triangle, then it doesn't matter. So for example, it doesn't matter if it's like that or like that. It just matters that it's creating a triangle. Now, who knows? Maybe next time you talk to me, it will matter. But at this time, it doesn't. If the sisters are doing something like this, maybe two are up here, this doesn't count as one of those triangles. It needs to be a nice big wide open triangle. So this shape of the triangle is totally not getting the same attention as this one. But if this is making a very narrow triangle, it could indicate narrow ideas. So again, this is just an at glance. Honestly, you'll have to buy my books, the Dragon Dream series, and get your own copy of the Dragon Dreams Oracle. A final thought about the sisters. They represent different worlds. So we have the upper world, the middle world, the lower world. The lower world, often people think of hell. It could mean that, but it means your past. It means the underworld, folks like Puskar, the Morrigan gatekeepers. This one, Middle Earth, planet Earth, the reality that you're living in. Folks like Quetzalcoatl. Who is Quetzalcoatl? Quetzalcoatl is all of the power animals. So when you make your way around the medicine wheel, you become the snake, you become the jaguar, you become the hummingbird, you become the eagle condor. And when you put all those animals together, you become Quetzalcoatl. So that's Middle Earth here. And I don't get hung up on categories or names. So if you're like, well, Gina, there's this other archetype that I relate to with Middle Earth, good for you. Then you can make it your own. This is an intuitive practice. The Cocopelli, I don't know if I said that, but Cocopelli is associated down here with the underworld, and the underworld also representative of the past and wisdom. So don't always see the past as this hellish thing. The light represents the upper world. You may or may not perceive that as heaven. This represents the level of spirit, the energetic level. So this is like eagle condor medicine. Even though eagle condor needs to be over there, this gemstone needs to be here, and it needs to be up. So if, for example, these were down here, it doesn't have the same meaning as it does like this. And I'm brain farting it out in this moment, but Lords of the Upper World. If anybody remembers the Lords of the Upper World, put it in the comment. I'm sure I'll remember after, 2 o'clock in the morning or whatever. But lower world, middle world, upper world. And some people believe, you can play around with this, but some people believe that planet Earth is the middle world. Yet some people believe it's the entire Milky Way galaxy that would be considered of the middle world. And then some people believe that the whole entire universe, because there's multiple universes, that this is like our universe. And depending on what's going on with the gemstone reading will depend on what I tell you about this. So if you're listening to me and you're finding that there's inconsistencies, that makes sense because it's always relevant. And something I used to be a bit shy about was telling people, only you really know what I'm talking about. I really don't know what I'm talking about when I'm doing a gemstone reading. I just get insight from the gemstones. I put together a bit of a storyline, and then you, the client, are empowered to make sense of this. And then I feel empowered because of the validation that I get when I do gemstone readings. So I hope you enjoyed this third video, learning a little bit about the sisters. And my sister in this real waking life gifted these to me years ago, and I didn't know what to do with them. And then the gemstone thing was starting to unfold, and I thought, okay, these are going to represent sisters. And I didn't know how, and it came together. So there's some gemstones that I still don't know who they are. They haven't presented themselves yet. And even though the focus was on the sisters, this one here presented recently as catfish. So now you know which one is catfish. And this one here also presented a handful of months ago now as the inner mermaid. And it's like, how did I not see that? Because if you look at these gemstones, like this is totally the mermaid's tail. It's totally her eye. I totally don't know how I didn't even make that connection. This here is totally the catfish's mouth. You know, the Seuss, Jeremy Wade River Monsters. Like, how did I not see that, right? But the thing is, it wasn't, it was important, but not important like other stuff first that I needed to figure out, right? So this one, these two actually still have yet to identify, and this one as well, and this one as well. This one, it was like kind of hesitant at one point, but so it'll be interesting next time I chat with you if these will have identified themselves. Anyways, I hope you enjoyed my insight on the three sisters. I really love what I do. And as you can see, it's a little bit challenging for me to keep these videos really mini. So thank you so much for taking an interest in my gemstones. And I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Gina Virginia Casella here, sharing some gemstone intuitive insight with you. Catch you in the next video. So we got a good 8 minutes still to our break. Hope everybody's enjoying the show. I'm just catching up on the comments here. There's some really great conversation going. People are talking about, past lives and if they think they're clones, ET implants and whatnot. It's really, really endless, interesting dreams that people have had. And one of my favorite movies, Terminator, I always thought Terminator 2 was the first Terminator. I didn't realize I watched the first Terminator, like a decade after I watched the second one. And the first and the second are by far my favorite, one of my top favorite movies, actually. And then I kind of felt like the third and fourth, I just feel like lost in those movies. Um, when it comes to ET movies, scary movies, I don't watch scary movies. It's that damn violin music, I think ETs, they just have to come beside you and play the violin. I think that would put me over the edge for sure, to face my fear and learn how to play the violin, perhaps. But for real though, like, so much of what the presenters are talking about really resonate, and you can tell how it's just triggering the conversations, and things that we see in the movies can trigger us. And when somebody shares a story, it can trigger us. Something we didn't even know, sense, can even trigger us. You're at the mall, you're doing your shopping, you're feeling good, looking good, and you smell somebody's perfume, and all of a sudden, whoo, a big download comes to you. So I know Julia loves the movies. So I'm really excited. There's one movie I watched. Brian mentioned it when we were part of our group there, Eric Council 9 and Betelgeuse, when before University Galacticus, just when Brian was putting that together, we were talking about scary movies, and I was like, no, I don't watch scary movies. And Betelgeuse was like, no, you should really watch this one. It might have been called Contact. I'd have to check my YouTube history, but it's just like a typical movie, I guess. People hanging out, children are disappearing, adults are left to, like they have mental illness or something like that. Neighbors are talking, but at the end of the day, you have children who are unaccounted for. And there's some parts of the movie where they end up on a spaceship, and it seems like they're people meat to feed the spider. And, respectfully, a spider needs to eat, right? So who gets to decide who's on the menu? But I feel like the reason I needed to watch that movie is because there's one part where the father is videoing his daughter, and of course it's a regular, beautiful, sunny day, and all of a sudden the daughter starts to blink. And obviously that's not normal. And of course there's an ET ship in the sky, and before you know it, the daughter just blinks and she fades and is gone. And she's gone forever. And that blinking, even right now, I feel it in my legs. I get goosebumps, because in truth, we are light and water, and we're a soft technology, if you will. So when I think about how energy cannot be created nor destroyed, only transformed, yeah, like these ET movies provide us with a lens, whether they're true or not, just to get us thinking. And it is scary. I'm a big fan of Linda Moulton Howe, Earth Files, cow mutilation stories and whatnot. I bought both of her books, and it's just really phenomenal. So I appreciate all of this medicine here. All right, I'm going to remove myself from the screen. We will be back in about 3 minutes. So those of you who are just tuning in, we've got Chris Latour presenting next. I've got 2 videos. One video has our wonderful dreamy guitar music. Let me know if you like the dreamy guitar music. It's one of my favorites, and those high-pitched noises, it takes me like far into outer space with like whales and dolphins. Like those guitar notes just really get to me. I love them. So after the 2-minute dreamy guitar music, there's about a 2-minute biography to follow, and then magically Chris will pop up on the stage. And each presenter has 35 minutes tops to present. So if they end a little early, hey, we got more time for Q&As. But if they start going into overtime, then I'll just kindly come up on the screen here. But I feel like we're doing really good for our time today. I was worried about falling behind schedule, and I feel like there's lots of wiggle room here, just my own little in the moment random reflection. So All right, we'll see you in just a couple of minutes. Well, you won't see me. You'll see Chris Latier in about 6 minutes. Gina Virginia Casella and the Dragon Dreams Soul Tribe Collective are pleased to welcome Chris Latier. Chris Latier, also known as Duncan Cameron, was recruited at the age of 6 years old by the CIA to be trained to become a spy, assassin, mercenary black ops, and much more while taking part in a top-secret MK-Ultra sub-project called the Monarch Project. Chris is the real MK-Ultra Montauk boy subject who's behind the mysterious and legendary event that took place the 12th of August, 1983, underground the USA Air Force Base called Camp Hero in Montauk Island, New York, USA. This top-secret experiment has killed some military personnel, destroyed a part of the base, and it has since been closed indefinitely. The Netflix hit series Stranger Things is inspired by this true story. Chris sets the story straight, dispelling myths surrounding this legendary event. He reveals the unglamorized and shocking truth behind the real events that transpired August 12, 1983, during the last moments of Camp Hero. Gina, Virginia, Casella, and the Dragon Dreams Soul Tribe Collective are pleased to welcome Chris Latier.
Hi. Thanks for having me on in this conference. Yeah, my name is Chris Laterrar. Like you were saying in the presentation, I was recruited at the age of 6 by the recruiters of the CIA. They were like in the schools around and they were organizing job fairs and recruiting from this. Um there's a bunch of other my friends that were recruited at the same time as me, same way. And I'm here to talk about this to kind of expose this for the people to not giving those offer when they're because those people will offer money when and like big promises, career but at the end of the day, it's not what they say, and there's a lot of people that don't make it out of this. Yeah, I'm here to expose the truth. I was hearing you guys talking with Brian there about the dumb base in Canada. I can confirm, through the MK Ultra sub project, that I was brought in one of the dumb bays in Canada that was located under the Bagotville Air Force Base. Uh, there's sections that are more for civilians with white doors and black numbers on them, and there's also other sections that are like gray doors with yellow numbers on them, and this is more for militaries and staff. So um, this is something real going on. I was hearing you talk about the clones. That's another thing that in Canada there's the company Clone Aid. It's a company that creates clones since 2002, I think. And yeah, people can look it up. Clone Aid. Um, yeah, the influence on the CIA also that on the cinema that you were talking about. This is a fact. It's to I don't know. It's to keep control on the disclosure and kind of guide it or. That's my personal thought. I'm not talking for any of the CIA there, but um, I don't see any other reason you know, except for those uh, those secret project, like Blue Beam or stuff like that. So yeah, people have to be aware a bit of like the truth, and like you just like uh, dig a bit into it, and like yeah, uh, there's information out there. Like you just have to see a bit like those the better like the more reliable source. Like so you have to check a bit. But yeah, for MK Ultra sub projects, they were using Canadian and Americans and like many from other countries. There were recruiters that were going to school and like spotting kids that were like had aptitude for this, and yeah, like they build them young, so that's how they do. And the Montauk Boys was one of the sub project of MK Ultra in the Monarch project, and I was sent to Montauk like through this MK Ultra sub project. So that's a bit why like you hear about like the Stranger Things, the phenomena and all, but like you don't really hear about like the MK Ultra, the kids, the real facts, like what really happened there, and so I'm here to talk for the one that can't talk, or like the that like won't be able to talk about this, or like 'cause some people got damaged through this place. It was like inhumane treatment for like kids, and yeah, people have to know like to what extent the governments are ready to go, and yeah, without the censorship and narrative control, and also like that's why my book is actually like my court statement, like my legal sworn statement for the action class against the Allen Memorial Hospital and the CIA. And yeah, like I made it public, so people have access to the real facts, and like there's a pattern through the MK Ultra sub projects. All of them are have like similar points and all, and people, if they look into those stories, they will see this pattern, and they will probably talk with like their loved ones and their kids around, and like prevent this, like ask questions, if stuff like that is going around in school, because in our case it was done in public schools for most of it. Like for sure they were bringing us to secret places, to underground places, to but like the main facing of this was done through like public schools. So um, people have no idea. They think the CIA is not in Canada, but like when you look at facts, and the CIA hospital is the Allen Memorial, there's a lot of things that like show that it's true. But yeah, it's just a matter of education and pass the barrier of like their propaganda, like like they're trying to keep it everything quiet or divert from like the real facts, but people should be like like protecting the kids, because like um a kid that goes through this gets changed for life, like the ones that are making it out, like because like in our case in the at Montauk at Camp Hero, like only 1% of us was making it out alive of there. So it was, yeah, a mix of satanists, of uh, like paperclip, um, secret services, and all of that. Like a different bunch of technology mixed together to like create like like psychic psychic kids, like psychic power, develop those power. Like they were teaching us how to like get in tune with ourselves, to meditate, to to be grounded, kind of thing. It's like a lot of the stuff that was shown in those public schools was okay. Like was actually like good stuff that should be learned probably for most of it because everybody has like like powers in it. It's just that people have lost contact with themselves. Like you have to like find time to meditate, and but there's little tests that are fun that we were doing in school, like the first few tests to see if we had like aptitude for those psychic powers. Those tests were so cool, for sure. When they're pushing you more into it, like this gets like, but yeah, like when you go at your rhythm and like you discover those, it's little things that are kind of magical to possess, like to have those abilities. So yeah, like that's a side that also is neglected, and because like like a lot is on the of what's is being said is like through like stories and tells, but the real facts, like like it was a balance. Like the MK Ultra was balance of good and bad, but to the extremes. But if you find like the middle of it, like it was okay, but it's the goal for why it's done that's bad. Like everybody that's in position now are probably like have probably been through the Monarch programmation in like one of the 200 sub projects, different sub projects, and that are known. Then like probably change of names again because like they change of name. They so there's a lot of the things we're dealing with today is due to like the mind control and all, and like we were also study to like uh mind control the mass population. So like techniques and all, they were using us as pigs. So yeah, just to like read like about those survivors, like those other stories too, and like uh, like prevent this from those little tricks that are like touching everybody, and everybody has like ways that they can like avoid those little things. So like you just have to like first look into it, and uh, once you realize that this is all going on and this is really true, um, that's where you'll be like more motivated to learn more. So, but the first step is really to look into like those stories and all, um, and yeah, like talk with kids and like take your distance and like like on what government says or whatever. Like always, like, don't don't trust everything because like at the end of the day, like it's really good. So yeah, that's in brief why I'm here to like expose this. I have a website, Terra at Montauk, also that people can get information that are like factual and like uh, about the good documentation and uh, facts that are like like from court statements and stuff like that, from the church committee and like all kinds of information that will like show you a kind of trace the pattern and from there, like the more you look into it, the clearer it will be. And yeah, I think everybody should be aware of this because it's in our days it was touching like a small group. Now it's like softer, but it's like touching the mass population. It's touching everybody like through like everyday little things. So yeah, I invite everybody to look into this because like we're not meant to be like radio controlled or like we're a wonderful being and like they're just limiting our capacities because we're so powerful when we realize it. So yeah, I invite people to look into themselves.
It's very powerful, Chris, all the information that you're sharing. Chris is one of those people that it's like, where do you start when you tell a story like this, right? And something I really appreciate about Chris is that he always brings it back to the children, being a voice for those who don't have a voice, being a voice for those who never even made it home, and not over glorifying the violence. Because I find when people start talking about these programs, people like Chris totally get exploited. And it's like, well, what's happening to the story medicine here? The point is not to exploit the situation. And so I appreciate you not getting into those details and really focusing and honing the deeper themes and even connecting it to Brian's presentation. Like, what do? We're just, oh, well, we have children that are missing. Oh, well, we have these people with these experiences, and we're just left to feel like we're losing our mind. Can you talk to us about when you got recruited? Because I had the pleasure of interviewing Chris on Story Species, Story Medicine. You can find that on my YouTube if you didn't have a chance to catch it. But we talked about how initially it was cool. And I could totally see how it's cool. Like, there you are at school, and there's like community programs. You can grow up to be a firefighter. You can grow up to do this or that. And hey, maybe there's this other thing that you're interested in. But it started to get uncomfortable, and they used guilt and shame. So when you wanted to speak out, it was like, well, I thought you wanted this. Well, don't you want to be cool? Well, don't you want to have these psychic abilities? And it's like, because there's a power dynamic between children and adults just because where we're at developmentally. And to me, this is a testament of the vulnerability of children, because children will be quiet because they want to please and honor the adults, and they also feel very confused and mixed up and also disempowered because they can't just go out and get a job and take charge of their lives like we can as adults. And so can you talk to us a little bit about that, and also the relationship with your parents? And I'll remove myself from the screen here.
Yeah, like for sure, kids are easier manipulated, and like that's kind of the goal they're looking for. And like talking about my parents too, like because my like every parent that sign in their kids at the beginning, they're like like innocent. They don't know what they're getting into. Like the people that are selling this idea are professional salesmen. Okay, they can like sell like a fridge to an Eskimo. Like like there's so and like they're always like boosting with all of the strong points, and like soon as the parents ask questions on like uh, with the side effects of this or whatever, they kind of like water it down. And so yeah, like my mom got misled in this because she knew like because it was cops and all, and she was working with them. Uh, but like it's not everybody that was in the project that they were working with cop. It's not everybody that was in MK Ultra that was like in satanic bloodlines and like it's a mix of like all kinds of people for all kinds of trade for all kinds of position. And, like it's a long build plan. And yeah, like uh, we're dealing with this, and like the parents, well, they get like caught in those because like the way they manipulate us kids, like like threatening, like simple. You wanted to participate in this, you knew it was going to be hard, you never complain, like or like you can't talk about this to your parents, like if you talk about this, they'll tell us, and like so everything was a test kind of thing, like so you weren't
Mm.
sure of nothing, you just wanted to like be like like good for not to please at that age, like
Yes.
so you're just like like passing over
Yes.
your own feelings or whatever to just try to please,
Yes.
and that's that's building us, breaking us, and after like building us, molding us to what they want. So
Yes. Yes. And what's interesting too about Chris is he actually has a pension. So, like, I mean, I don't investigate any of my stories, but when somebody's telling a story and they have a pension, to me, that, helps to validate things. And also, those of you who are not familiar with Chris, his book, you can see it in his background there, the true story behind Stranger Things. Chris published this and it was banned from Amazon. And so it's really important that you go to his website. I put it up here twice. I'll put it up here again. But if you want a copy, you won't find it on Amazon. If anybody out there is into publishing, reach out so that we can get Chris's story out there. We got lots of questions in the chat, but before I get to questions, I want to give Chris some more stage time here. Um, Julia, can you put Chris's link in the chat there again? It'll save me from trying to find it. Really thankful to have a monitor here, all the behind the scenes. But so Chris has a pension. His book was banned from Amazon, so I feel like it's a problem for people when these kind of stories are told. Despite if they're true or not, it bothers people who are power hungry, who are control hungry, because they want their story to be told. They may or may not like how your story is now imposing on their scientific research or whatever, because it's ruining it all. But the truth always has a way of shining out. It just, it's if we're open. And one of your comments on, your special message to everybody was that everybody is psychic. And so when you're a child and you're open and you're put in an environment where your psychic abilities are being encouraged, but then it's confusing because it's like being used against you. And it's confusing because you're taught to play games with each other. Like you spoke about a game where you were buddied up with somebody and the person was blindfolded and you had to tell them where to walk, and it was fun. But then these games, in truth, they weren't fun. It was like you said, it was part of testing your own ability, part of a weeding out process, and there was no room to disobey. So they really reeled you in. And can you tell us a little bit about incentives like going to Disneyland and whatnot, because I feel like that only adds to the manipulation from the child's perspective, the confusion. Um, and also, I want you to tell us about Stranger Things. I tend to overload people, so just to rewind, tell us about. Um, Tell us about going to Disneyland and how they manipulated you with these rewards, and then tell us a little bit about Stranger Things.
yeah, well, through the MK Ultra Monarch project, I was sent twice to Florida to like Disneyland for a week, um, and like they were like like using this like because the first time I did like a LSD group, like they gave us flyers for like the trip to Disney with so like we were like kind of high on the LSD. We had those flyers and all. We're just dreaming of this, and like, and but once there, like both times I had to go to the NASA. Uh, there were like one time it was a machine. We were paired up to it, and like it was spinning super fast. Still, like we wipe out. And the second year was like a ice bath. But yeah, that's two of the tests that I did. But like they probably have more than this, and like NASA is for sure affiliated to the MK Ultra programmation and all for like the militaries and all. It's all a group that are together, and yeah, so that's
That's very interesting. And that only adds to the confusion even more because all of these different groups, they don't even talk to each other. It's very compartmentalized. And then it's like, well, who are you talking to? And we see that in the teaching community too. You've got the teacher, the resource teacher, the parents, the administrator. Everybody's working with the student, but when do we get together and talk? It's hard. Why? Because time and money, right? And it just, me having a background in public education, it doesn't matter how old you are. I always see the kindergarten in people. Can you talk to us about Stranger Things? Because last time we had a little laugh about this business of Duncan Cameron, and
yeah,
that's a secret spy name. And so somebody out there listening might think, well, um, maybe Chris knows this person, maybe Chris knows that person, but in truth, it might be an agent name that's being used over and over again, which also adds to the confusion. So tell us a little bit about Stranger Things. And I've got tons of questions. Um, but soon I will take questions from the chat. I want Chris to shine his light a little bit more first. And I'll remove myself from this stage so it's just you. So tell us about Stranger Things because it's basically your story and they glorified it. And they're making all the millions and not you. So tell us about that. Even the car, it's like the same as your mom's.
yeah. Like actually, the name Duncan Cameron is the alias they gave me there because we knew the place was going to be hard. We could be interrogated. They gave us other names to use there. So yeah, like the people that were witness there like knew me under that name, and yeah, they found somebody that because like it's a common name. That's why they were giving common names there, like like so yeah, like Preston Nichols and met this guy that was called Duncan Cameron, and like a true audio repair job, and yeah, like they had the brilliant idea to make him pass for me, but the age wasn't fitting. Like the guy was like 30 something. Like we were all kids, like between 8 and like maybe 12, 13 max, and yeah, like they did a shot of promotion with this, like like, but selling like a narrative that like puts away like the real facts, because like I lost friends to this, like they destroyed the lives of many of my friends too. They erase us when we die because we're like property of the CIA, like so like it's like we never existed, like they remove any traces of us, like on internet everywhere. So no, I'm just like putting the real facts, because like it's nice like to see like a fairy tale how it's all turned out, like like seeing like toys line, cloth lines, and like friends, and name it, like cars and stuff like that, all affiliated to Stranger Things. But like when you back up the tape, like sadly nobody can see it through my eyes and experience it like I've experienced it that day. But like uh, it's not for fun that it turned into a legend. Like it was bad. So yeah, like it's just like to see kids being fed, like like because it's all like from that bad energy that was there, and like, and now it's being fed through cereals to kids. Like that kind of like freaks me out. And there's like nothing from like they made like 20 billion with Stranger Things, and like there's nothing invested for resources to help like other survivors of MK Ultra, like or like the families and stuff like that, and like like just like a bit of class. So yeah, I'm trying to educate them the way I can. I don't hear you.
Can't hear me?
Yeah.
Um, okay. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, whew, okay. Because I've been changing my microphones all day. Okay, I thought maybe this one would last a bit longer. Okay, fully charged microphone right here. Those of you who are just joining us, Chris's book was actually banned from Amazon. So if you want to buy a copy, the link is right there. You can go right to Chris's website to get it. And also, Chris sent me a copy of the PDF, and it's totally blacked out personal names and numbers, and yet it was still banned from Amazon. And so, thankful that Chris is able to provide that today. Just to wrap up this presentation, though, and then we'll dive into the questions. I know there's lots, but so life goes on, and eventually, I forget now if it's your mom or your dad, but one of them, this kind of stuff just kind of destroyed the relationship. The other one seems to be open to having conversations about it. You yourself are a father now, so do you talk about this with your children, and how does your parents, the grandparents, fit into this?
Uh, I try to talk to this with my kids and all, but like a good sign when like you're under MK Ultra control, you're being programmed to push even the idea. Like you talk about this and you don't even want to hear about it, kind of thing. Like yeah, it's like it doesn't add up. Like you don't nothing adds up in this. Like like you're programmed to like push the idea. You feel tired when you think about it. That's all like little protection that they do through like the hypnose and all. Like they put like a little blockage like this, like as precaution, as frame of thoughts kind of thing. So like if you try to think out of it, like you're being controlled, kind of. And they put like your own control. You're controlling your own thought, kind of thing for them. So yeah, that's like.
So do your kids ask you questions? Are they like, Dad, this book was on Amazon and it got banned. Dad, people are talking about you. Like, what are you just like blatantly, brutally honest? You're like, yes, this is my story. Or do you tiptoe around things? Are you waiting for your kids to get older to tell them stuff?
No, no, no. My kids are old now. Like, but yeah, like I'm honest with them, like, cause like, as soon as I like, they tried to set me up. Stranger thing, they started doing this in 2010. Okay, and it's in 2010 that me and my group got all taken down. They tried to kill us and all. We all got set up, arrested, and all. And yeah, like I think it's probably linked to this. But as soon as they tried to set us up. Like they went and got our kids. Like like they went and got my two kids, and just because like what they're teaching us is like transferred to like our like DNA kind of thing. Like 'cause it's so programmed deep inside us, so like well programmed inside us. It's transferred to our kids, so they probably have the same. Uh, Tonality to like take orders and little stuff like that. And like that's probably what they did. As soon as I was out of the portrait, they went and pick up my kids and did those tests. So like my kids are conscious. They have memories also of being around like like a sign of CIA, like I saw like when I was a kid too. So yeah, like for sure, like CIA are around the schools. And the funny thing, me and my buddy Eric, our two daughters met at the school while we weren't even like we lost track of each other, and they became best buddies, like without even us like being aware of it. So like that was a shock to see like our daughters like just best buddies, like so yeah, and like that's probably all like MK Ultra related, like like because like I say, it's like a family lineage, and like it's transferred from like generation to generation, and third generation also.
Wow, 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 wow. That's all I can say. And, I feel like just like with the rest of the presenters, we're just kind of getting the party started. But I mean, Chris's time's already over, right? But we still have 20 minutes before the break. So we've got lots of time for Q&As. And before we take the Q&As, I really want to thank you, Chris, for sharing your story medicine today. It's really powerful for you to have us here. And I'm really thankful for your time today. So thank you so much for being on the first ever Story Species, Story Medicine Continuum of Conscious Evolution, Promise of Spring, the first one. I know it's a long title, okay, but believe it or not, it was even longer. It was like a paragraph initially. So there's actually an overwhelming number of questions in the chat. Um, um, I don't even know where to start here. I think you might have even answered some of them, but let me just zip back here. Um, 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 um. Okay, so here we go. The chat is moving up and down on me. All right. So here we go. And if I skipped your question, just maybe re-put it in the chat, everybody. That way I don't have to keep scrolling up here. We'll try to get in as many as we can. Does Chris have any memories of Max Spears? I'm not sure if I'm saying that correctly. And I'm curious, is Max Spears like another Duncan Cameron name?
No, honestly, like I saw the like a few of his interview. I've learned like that he dealt with some people that like I dealt with too, but I don't have a memory of him like through the project, or like I would need to see a picture of him as a kid. Like like we were all kids like during the formation. Like I'm used to my buddies, my main group because we're always together and also but like the other groups because there's so many different groups and so yeah it's hard to say oh yeah I saw you like 50 years ago like when I went to how many schools with my kids and all like I see how many kids so like just to be like give facts like so yeah, like it's hard like that to say. Except if you have a scar in the face like that, like, that's gonna be like like. But so yeah,
Sure enough. I mean, we look so different from when we were kids, right? And that's a really good point to be made too. Another question for you: does Chris suffer from targeting in his everyday life, and what does he do to minimize the impact?
I live like an hermit. Yeah, so that's the yeah. It's not easy because like yeah, they're always like as soon as I take on a project or something like they're always like trying to block from one way or another like. And it's a regular routine. It's kind of always the same people that are like just like targeting. They're paid to be a dicks, so kind of thing. So
Do you have anybody ever threatening to like kill your dog, or have you ever gone to the grocery store and somebody's like in your face telling you to, stop telling your story or something like that?
oh yeah, they were doing threads, but like they know because like like I waited like what I was releasing and what I wasn't releasing, and I kept like like a good kill switch. So like if something happens, like there's information that like I don't intend to like release that will be released, and like they don't want this. I don't want this either. Like, but yeah, so like I just want to have a chance to normal life and like like because like I had it tough and like I deserve a bit of like good time too, like at some point. So uh trying to like play it cool and like I'm a dick, like for sure. I'm hurting them and all their, but like they have to be smiley. So like a bit like they were teaching me, so I'm teaching them this a bit. So yeah,
It's interesting how I feel like anything in life, when we try to meet people and find balance, we unintentionally become part of the problem. Like people are blackmailing you, but now you're using this blackmailing technique against them. So I feel like there was a lawyer, he died about a year and a half ago. If I had a better memory recall, I'd tell you his name. I first heard about him on Brian Ruth's show, and this lawyer basically applies that same technique. um, he helps famous people in this kind of stuff, and in order to protect themselves, if something happens to them, like if they're randomly found deceased, then the lawyer releases all this information and it has all the timestamps and whatever, which is intimidating and threatening to people. And so it's like fighting blackmail with blackmail ultimately. And then we can easily slip into a conversation about the hero's journey and this triangle of disempowerment that you're clearly trying to break out of. You're trying to empower yourself here. So I find that really amazing. Let me just scroll down here, see if there's more comments. A lot of people are sharing their stories as well, talking about regression and themselves also getting triggered. Comments being made, Disneyland was SRA, lots of programs happening in Disneyland. I'm just reading over random comments here, but um, uh, it sounds like people are kind of hesitant to ask questions, actually. At glance, don't hesitate to ask if you feel like your question's stupid or it doesn't make
no,
sense. This is what the conference is all about. Ask away. If Chris can't answer it, he can't answer it. But
yeah, that's
please,
it.
I don't feel like people are shy. I feel like people are not certain. And so a big thank you to Julia, because I feel like she's kind of condensing some of the comments and transforming them into a question. So Chris, does Chris recall operating off world, or did he operate here and
Yeah,
off
they were sending me they were sending me to astral projection, but like I wasn't like. Many people are saying like, oh, like we're going through a portal and they're getting down as a kid, and like, no, no, like we were explorers, we were sent as ghosts, and like through time, through space, they were coaching us where they wanted us to go, and they were like taking notes around like coordinates or stuff like that, and like details that we were like noticing and stuff like that. That was the experiment, they're turning this into a lot of but yeah, like for sure there were a portal that was purple, and like you looked at it, and like it like pulled you out of your body, like the literally like the feeling of like being like pulled into astral projection. I don't know what that technology was. This was really something that like I've never seen after, or, it was special, and they were taking off the tarp, like so, and it was really like a bit like the Stargate movie, like but purple, the watery look, but yeah, like was more like all like
It can be hard to think of how to ask a question because you don't know what these technologies are. And when we were chatting on Story Species Story Medicine, it sounded like you were the technology. They had you like the porthole basically would suck you in, but also it sounds like they were trying to create you into being a porthole. And it also, they sat you down on a special chair, and this chair seemed to be like a magical technology that connected with your consciousness and energy field. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, the chair, the Montauk chair, actually, I think was a human made, like the chair by itself, but the technology that was used around it, and like because we were thinking about something, and like it was appearing as an hologram, but like the mix of all those technology, um, yeah, it was like supposedly from like the Roswell alien crash, so. Yeah, for sure it was special. And you're talking about like the us as part of this technology. Yeah, like our age was like part of it. Like because we were young, we're powerful at that age. We're fresh. Like no exterior influence, or like it's so. Yeah, they were using us like a bunch of kids, but like only 1% of us made it out alive up there. So uh, all like through the rest was
Yeah.
processed through whatever. But yeah,
Yes, so 1%, that's one out of every 100, right?
100.
That's all,
Yeah,
not a lot out of a lot. It's interesting too. See, we slip into timelessness here, right? But we still have 11 minutes until our break. But I also think about how people like Chris, who were being experimented on, actually, it's a testament to the fact that it was an ongoing learning experiment, because the people who were experimenting on you, ETs folks, I'm not getting hung up on categories, but the folks who were doing this to you, um, they had their own learning curves. And something that stood out for me was this little memory eraser thing, because with my hypnotherapy training, now I'm not a know-it-all, okay? I'm humble. There's things I might not know, but it seems like anybody who has a background in hypnotherapy, mind reprogramming, we're all in agreement that the mind can only handle one presenting issue at a time. So basically, there's 12 months in the year. So if you wanted to tackle your trauma, you can only do a maximum of 12 each year. Okay, technically there's 13 months because there's 13 moons, but that's a separate conversation. But I feel like people get what I mean, because after you do your mind reprogramming, there's that 21-day integration, and that's imperative. It's just part of the mathematical algorithm up here that we function on, the conscious mind anyways. So I find it very fascinating that these people who are doing these experiments seemingly would be top-notch scientists, and they're taking this machine once to you to wipe out all your memories, and clearly it didn't work, because you have all these memories now coming up. They weren't able to reprogram your mind. So I feel like that's very frustrating for them, and yet very empowering for people like you, and very empowering for others who are listening to you, because you can't just doodle-doodle-loop like they do on Men in Black or whatever, and you forget everything. No way. They have to do doodle-doodle-doo once a month, every month to you, probably for the rest of your life. Because, I mean, how much trauma do you have times 12 months in a year? That's how much time it would take to rebalance your mind. And so all I can say is I'm fascinated by this. And any final thoughts, Chris, before we take any final questions from the chat?
another thing also that sorry, we were talking about the portals, like that's a technology that they're trying to reproduce. Like CERN was the owner of the Montauk Air Force Base, the Camp Hero. They were the owner during the years of the Montauk project, like the Montauk Boys. So, and what I've done there with the portal, they're trying to recreate this, and like that's, yeah, that's you know, if you if you want to dig into this rabbit hole, yeah.
I'm all about the deep dive. That's my problem. I mean, when I deep dive, it's just like tree roots growing, and we end up going in all kinds of directions, and it's hard to, it's very interesting because I think, like, as a hypnotherapist, if I had Chris as a client and you came to me, it's like we have an entire lifetime of sessions to do. And for what it's worth, as a hypnotherapist, we don't recommend doing hypnotherapy every single month. It's way too intense. You want to have breaks in between, and you want to do other kinds of healing as well. All right, so we still have about 7 minutes. Taking on the administrator role today, it's a bit fun for me. It's a positive stress for me right now. Um, but I'm like, I need to pay attention to the time. Okay, a final question here from James Whittakis. Do you hear high frequencies all of the time in both ears?
Uh, no, but like sample, they got us used for it. Like the 6 years of the Monarch project, they were doing this almost like twice a week. Those ultra low frequency sound, and some were in one ear, some was in the other ear, but always getting us used to the same tonality to make us fall on neutral and take orders, and like that was part of like the long programming during those first few years. And yeah, like sometimes I hear some pitch, and sometimes I don't hear. So yeah.
It's really interesting. When I was a kid, we were visiting my Nona, and all of a sudden my ears just started ringing, and I didn't think anything of it, but it would not stop. Like, it was a chronic ringing. And I ended up going to the emergency room, and they gave me some stuff to drink, but I don't think anything helped. And somebody told me that was connected to like the Earth's frequency or something like that. And any thoughts on that?
Yeah, like you hear sometimes you hear like that's a little sign of like to get like just kind of in tune with yourself, and like you do the reading, because there's a universal language to everything, like and a bit like the telepathy, and like people are talking from like there's no language barrier, or it's a simple understanding, like it's kind of a transfer, like so yeah, uh, more people will
Really
look into
fascinating.
their own power, and like if people are like all tuned into like uh one goal, like like this the power gets quantum, like some of the tests we did, like on certain telekinesis stuff, like like we're all together, and like the things were like moving like really like fast, and so like but yeah, so like people have to unite, and like turn this into a game and have fun, like discovering those power, and like get strong, and like yeah, take back our place.
I like that, discovering your power. And I'll just read James Whittakis. He responded to that. He says, I was around 8 years old when I began hearing high frequencies in both ears, and that's when I became an active lucid dreamer. I think part of mine is a dampening field for my psychic abilities. So thank you for sharing that, James. And this is exactly why we need to have these conversations, because when I think back to those two angels that came out of my wall when I was in grade 2, like, I wish I could go back now and kind of timestamp these things and look for clues or red flags that might have given me better warning. And that's why I'm so appreciative for you today. So thank you so much, Chris, for your time today. I really, really appreciate you and coming on here and sharing your story medicine, for being a medicine bearer. And I think everybody here really enjoyed your time today. Thank you so much. I'm going to remove you from the stage.
Thank you.
And there we are. Okay, thank you so much, Chris. We'll see you next time. Everybody, Chris Latier sharing with us his story. We've got, we're already past the halfway mark. We've been live for 6.5 hours. Got a nice fresh microphone on, so we're good to go. Alex Lipton, he's behind in the scenes. So we're going to start with Alex at 2:50. So this is our break time. And I'm kind of getting lost in timelessness here because I already played my gemstone intuition video. This is our fourth break, is it not? Yeah, because we had our third break after Brian, then it was Chris. So this is break number 4. Those of you who are just tuning in, we are committed to our schedule today and also committing to health and wellness. So make sure you take this break time to hydrate yourself, go to the bathroom. Maybe there's something that one of the presenters said, get the journaling in, take this time to go buy Chris's book. Remember, you can't find it on Amazon, so go visit his website. And let me put up the break schedule, and I hope you enjoy video 4 of 5 of my gemstone insight. All right, here it is. Hey, Dragon Dreamers, Gina Virginia Casella here, and this is, what is this? This is video number 4 of number 6, and I'm showing you some gemstone intuitive insight. So when you catch me live or book a private session with me, you can ask me, Gina, I want to know what the sisters are saying about me. And I'm more than happy to do that. It happens all the time, especially when I do in-person sessions. People will be like, what's that gemstone saying? And I'm like, oh, because you know what, that gemstone wasn't really calling to me, but if it's calling to you, it's interesting. So now I want to show you Polaris's focus. So who's Polaris? Polaris is a big white ram with big black baby doe eyes, and he has purple horns. So those are his horns, and it's like a goalie match. The focus is very right here. And when you look at treetops outside, even though the treetops are green, that's also Polaris's focus. So it's really interesting. There's much to be said about Polaris, but for the purposes of this gemstone reading, um, Polaris has a buddy system with Hummingbird. So ideally, Hummingbird should be up here, and that means you're in alignment. And Polaris should be here in the north with Hummingbird, because the focus is always on you and your high quality items. It's always on you and the present moment. Now, if Hummingbird is up here a bit, or it doesn't really matter. What matters is that Polaris is up here, okay? And that Hummingbird is somewhere close by. But the wider the horns, the wider the focus. The closer the horns, the more narrow the focus. If, for example, this one here represents the wise and well, whale and orca elders, if for some reason it was like that, then that's a very clear indicator that Polaris wants me to focus on the wise and well, whale and orca elders. Like the rest of the gemstone reading might not even matter if I get something like that. Now, let's say Polaris is not up here and he's out of alignment. That's okay. Polaris doesn't really work like the rest of the gemstones as far as being in alignment. It's there's lots to say about Polaris. But for example, if Polaris was like this, well, then this would be the focus, you know? So Polaris actually works with Hummingbird to create a triangle. So just randomly here, 1, 2, and 3. There's your triangle. It's nice and big, and it's an indicator. Where's the hummingbird? Like, where is it pointing? So this would be like, this whole area would be the focus, the northeast, anything in here. If it was like this, then you can see it's pointing in that direction, right? And sometimes it creates interesting triangles like this. It's it's so, it's like a slope, this scalene triangle. All three sides are different sides. You don't have to worry about that. But when it creates more of a line instead of a triangle, that could mean that your focus is too narrow. So Polaris also sometimes competes with the three sisters that I talked about in the last video, because Polaris typically doesn't make big triangles. So when I see a big triangle that Polaris is making, and then the three sisters are also making a big triangle, it definitely has to do with duality. Polaris is very masculine, learning how to be feminine. That's why we're buddied up. In my past life, I'm mostly masculine. So sometimes he's not competing, he's learning with the sisters, but he still has his 2 cents to offer. There's much, much to be said about it. Don't feel overwhelmed. All you really need to know is that Polaris creates a triangle with Hummingbird, and from gemstone reading to gemstone reading, it's case by case scenario with Polaris, what's going on. Ideally, Polaris needs to be up here in the north and with Hummingbird. And I hope you enjoyed this video. I really enjoy making these videos, but it is challenging to keep them short. So I've got 2 more videos lined up for you. Hope you're having a really great day. And I'd love for you to comment in the free Facebook group, the Dragon Dreams Soul Tribe Collective, how you're relating, connecting with these gemstones. They are a creation of my own making. It's a one-of-a-kind routine that I do, and I'm absolutely thrilled to share it with you. Thank you so much for joining me, Gina Virginia Casella, providing you with gemstone insight. And I look forward to seeing you in the next video, video number 5. Video number 5 has a little bit of a pop quiz. Don't worry, it's not worth an actual report card or anything. And I know some people out there, they just love my gemstones. And every time I talk about them and share them with the public, it's like they buzz, they know that you're listening and dreaming with them. And so it just absolutely thrills me that everybody's taking an interest in them. So thank you so much for that. We still have a good 5 minutes up until Alex. Alex is ready to rock and roll, but we want to make sure we give people a chance to get a drink, go to the bathroom, do what you got to do, check your email. But set your timer for 2:40. We're really committed to our schedule. And I hope everybody out there is enjoying the dreamy guitar. Initially, I was working with some other music, and it was just too much of an issue with copyright. And so when I stumbled upon the dreamy guitar, I was like, yes, this is, when things don't work out, it was one of those situations. It was meant not to work out so that we could have the dreamy guitar. So stay tuned for the dreamy guitar. And we have Alex, and then we have Suze, and then basically we're going to be wrapping it up, right? And so after we close Sacred Space, Rick Gallagher is going to play the singing bowls for us. If we have sound issues, I've got his backup videos. And for what it's worth, out of all of the presenters, Rick was the most studious, giving me the backup videos. He had it all planned out. And then isn't that what happens? He's the one who had the sound issue. So hopefully it was just his microphone wasn't charged or something like that, right? But thank you so much, everybody. I'm just busy munching on some peanuts and pretzels. I made myself a sandwich. Let us know in the chats what's keeping you going. And I won't be back here shortly. Alex will. So looking forward to seeing you after Alex's presentation for the Q&A.
Gina Virginia Casella and the Dragon Dream Soul Tribe Collective. Pleased to welcome Alex Lipton. Alex grew up in Mahopac, New York, where he developed a passion for cinema and storytelling. After watching John Landis's production for Michael Jackson's Thriller music video and the subsequent behind-the-scenes featurette, he became fascinated with the nature of how movies are made. Movies and the filmmaking process became fundamental in Alex's understanding of spirituality, and at an early age, Alex was aware that reality and life itself has a behind-the-scenes world. Later, he moved to California in pursuit of a higher education and graduated from the film school in Los Angeles, Columbia College, Hollywood, with a BFA, Bachelor's in Fine Arts, in directing cinema and TV production. Growing up with the guidance of his uncle, Dr. Bruce Lipton, Alex was taught with the understanding of how our perception controls our biology, and that health and wellness are greatly influenced by our consciousness. Over a decade, it has been Alex's mission to help spread this message of self-empowerment using creative video production. He is guided by synchronicity and holds the subjects of ancient civilizations and lost worlds very close to his heart. And he spends his life helping others discover the wonders of the unknown. Having become a novice wizard of sorts, Alex is trained as a facilitator in Psych-K, process which involves energy psychology and healing modalities. Psych-K is a philosophy and method through which people can reprogram their subconscious beliefs in a matter of minutes. Alex is skilled with experiential knowledge of the tarot and astrology, often incorporating both into his practice of helping people remember their divinity and sovereignty as human beings. He takes great pride in serving humanity in order to help bring healing and love to Mother Earth and all of its inhabitants. Gina Virginia Casella and the Dragon Dream Soul Tribe Collective are pleased to welcome Alex Lipton.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. Thank you so much, Sheena, for that lovely introduction. And this has been a really cool presentation so far. I just love the collaborative nature of things, especially in the world today. It's one of the most primal things that we have within us. Our human body is made of 50 trillion plus cells and bacteria all living together as one single unit. And when we look around, we see everything is all chaotic, 8 billion people on the planet. That's nothing compared to the cells. So right now we're living in a perfectly wonderful model of this collaborative spirit. So it's great I want to just thank all the other presenters and guests on the show. And Gina, thank you so much for hosting this wonderful conference. I have a presentation I would love to share with you today. It's something that I've been developing in my mind for quite a while. It has to do with God, spirituality, mythology, religion, even the institutions, a lot of occult and interesting lost information. Occult in itself doesn't mean evil or scary. It just means hidden. So there's a lot of hidden stuff that we're going to start to explore today. And I would just love to thank everybody again for being here. So the presentation here, the title I got here, it says, Did Monotheism Come First? Well, for anybody that doesn't know what monotheism, I'm sure you all do, but monotheism is this idea of the belief in the ultimate one God. There's only one God. And then they're compared to something like polytheism, which is the belief in many gods. And from a historical perspective, most academics will tell you that polytheism preceded monotheism. This idea that the ancient Greeks, the Egyptians, the Sumerians, the Indian civilization, they all believed in all these different gods in a pantheon. We're going to go and explore a lot of this stuff later. But the big question came from a debate that I had with a good friend of mine after giving another presentation about a much deeper dive into history and mythology and religion and all that. And he posed an interesting question to me. This idea that he said was monotheism actually preceded polytheism, which is, kind of at first I was a little ajar when I heard that, because that's not what we know from history. But he had some really interesting points that made me want to make this presentation, because we ended up as much as we debated, we did get into an agreement, and I wanted to explore, from my point of view, what that agreement rests upon, this idea of unity. And we're going to go down this rabbit hole and look at history, philosophy, and human existence experience. And we're just going to scratch the surface. So thank you so much for being here. And we're going to go on a little journey here. So like I said, the question is, monotheism preceded polytheism. The question is that true? So we're going to discuss this philosophically, historically, and from a perspective as a lived human religion. And what do we mean by a lived human religion? Well, we can understand that when we start to go far back into history. Now, when you look at a history textbook today, you start to see that there's this big gap between chapter 1 and chapter 2. Chapter 1 is called Paleolithic history. This is this like really slow, very short chapter, relatively speaking, of stuff that happened 10,000 plus years ago. We don't have much evidence for what's going on there. We have these little figurines of divine goddess figures and megalithic structures and some stone tools here and there. But conventionally, people thought that this is, there was not much going on. And then chapter 2 is Neolithic history. This is the birth of agriculture. But the idea we're going to go into explore today is like, well, let's start off like, what was going on back 10,000 years ago? Was it just primitive cave people just trying to survive, or was there something going on there that we're starting to find out? And if you're privy to anything going on in this new information today, there is a lot of evidence that perhaps these megalithic structures are way older than we thought they were, and that civilization itself actually stretches back further in time, past some sort of black hole or an event horizon, that there was some sort of cataclysmic event that wiped away our memory and our evidence of a lot of this civilization. So we're going to make some key distinctions here. We're going to talk about this idea of God, and these ideas often get confused as one. This one idea here is metaphysical unity, metaphysics as opposed to physics. Metaphysics is more like, it seems like woo-woo. You find the metaphysical section at a bookstore, but really there's a lot of science now that backs up what the metaphysical claims are, specifically something like quantum physics, energy, the stuff we can't see. So this idea of metaphysical unity is this concept called the one. This goes back to ancient Greece with Plato describing this thing called the monad. It's this source of everything. It's an absolute truth and omniscient just force. Plato called it the good, which, funny enough, is actually related to God. Good, God, good, good talk, right? But then another idea that gets convoluted with this is this idea of henotheism and monolatry. We're going to talk more about this in a little bit, but these are two subjects. I didn't even know these terms before I made this presentation. When I started, after my friend and I had that conversation about what monotheism actually was, henotheism and monolatry is this idea, yes, there are many gods like polytheism, but that out of all the gods, there is one God that is supreme over the others. Doesn't deny the existence of others, but one is more important than the others. And then, of course, we have what's called strict monotheism. This is like what most people are kind of living in the paradigm of today, is that there is only one God that exists. None of those, all that stuff, Zeus and Poseidon and Osiris, all those guys, they didn't really exist. That was just the makings of a fabricated imagination, a highly imaginative people back then. We know better today, but did we? Do we? So we're going to start to look into this a little bit more. Remember how I said 10,000 plus years ago, there's more of a civilization that got lost? Well, what do we know about this early civilization? It's this early human religion. And I'm looking at my presentation. I think maybe the StreamYard kind of moved some of the images around. Hopefully it's not too messed up there. But the idea of early human religion is something that we can refer to as animism. This is not to be confused with animal worship. Animism refers to the idea that everything has a force that animates it. This rocks have animism, animals have animism, we have animism. The ancient people saw that everything had spirit. So that even includes things like forces of nature, like the wind or storms, even our ancestors. This idea that when we die, what happens on the other side, that there is some sort of continuity of life beyond that veil we call death. So there's a lot of divine sources all around. Everything had spirit, and this is and what this reflects is not some worship of any spirit. It's just recognizing that there is a direct experience we have as human beings to this thing that maybe we'll start to call God. And it's not specifically theology. Theology is a term that comes later. Personally, my opinion is that theology is a field of study. That's why people can become theologians. They're studying this stuff. People back then weren't studying as much as being directly connected to it. So that's the ancient world. And then when we move out of animism and the ancient world of the ancestors and the shaman type culture, indigenous cultures, all still carry a lot of this legacy information and practice, like plant medicine ceremonies and drumming and sweat lodges. And it's interesting that all these ancient cultures share things that even they may not, like, why would they share them? Like, who told the indigenous people in Australia, the Aborigine people, how they're doing their ceremonies compared to what the North American Native Americans, for example, were doing? They all share some sort of common ancestry of ceremony. But as that moved on into polytheism and this idea of many gods, we have to, everybody's learned about this in one way or another. Like the ancient Greeks, like I said, they had the pantheon of gods. They had Poseidon, they had Zeus. And going back further, you have one of the oldest cultures on Earth, which is a very disputed place right now in the Middle East. You have the Sumerians. They had a pantheon of gods. And but the thing is also that the polytheistic world, they didn't just like worship these gods or pay tribute or offer sacrifices to these gods. They also recognized the forces of nature having a role to play in this pantheon. So there were gods of storms and fertility, like I mentioned before, these goddess figurines. They had gods of death. They had different powers as well. So the point is, though, that in this polytheistic world, there was no supreme manager of everything necessarily. People may have been more favored to one because they lived in a particular region. Like, this is the patron deity of so and so, and this is our patron deity. But they all share common connections. And again, this idea that the gods were not just these beings, which is a whole nother story. Like, who were these beings? But then also they represented aspects of our psyche. They represented aspects of our mind. And there's a very serious, very honest continuity between the world of animism with this world, because people still had a direct connection with these gods. Even gods like Poseidon would interact with the people of Greece according to these legends and mythology. They walked around amongst us, as opposed to today where God's not like walking around on Earth. We're going to talk more about that later, as God being out there somewhere. So that's really important to recognize. It's still this direct experience. It's not some sort of worship, something outside we have no connection with. I mentioned henotheism. This is a really interesting concept. Like I said, out of all the pantheon of gods, eventually, and there's a lot of great stories that can tell how this became to be. We're not going to get into that now because it's there's a whole lot of can of worms. But henotheism, again, is this idea that out of all the gods, one reigns supreme, like a CEO manages a corporation. So yes, and all of these gods all of these cultures had some sort of idea or understanding or practice of this. So, for example, in ancient Greece, out of all of the gods, you had Zeus, who reigned supreme over the rest. And even in Egypt, you have Ra, the sun god, the most virtuous, that reigned supreme over everything else. Each culture had variations, of course. But then the thing is that out of all of these different gods, the one reigning supreme, it's interesting. It tells you a lot about what that culture is all about. This is where we start to get what I'm trying to lead into here, which is this kind of this idea of consolidation of power, because these gods had a lot of power. And they had a lot of influence over the events and the whereabouts of what was going on with human beings. So I want to interject here and emphasize something that's very important. It's this thing called language. Language is one of the most important things that helps us understand what's going on. If we didn't have language, I wouldn't be talking with you. You wouldn't be understanding what I'm saying. But the thing about language is that one word may have a meaning to you that does not have the same meaning to me. There's this great saying, I like to use it a lot just as a context, that one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter. So it's the same person, but depending on how you look at it, it could be like a good guy or a bad guy. That's a theme that we see a lot through this ancient world that carries into today, this idea of heroes and villains. We have this archetype within our subconscious as well. It's programmed into us when we're kids with cartoons. You have the angel on one shoulder and the devil on the other shoulder, and you have to kind of sift through the madness of what they're trying to influence you to do to make a decision. It's this idea of free will, but that depending on how you look at it, it might be different. So, like, one great example of this is Alexander the Great. I know I'm fast forwarding a little bit, but we know him today in the West as Alexander the Great. But there are a lot of cultures in the East that actually refer to him as Alexander the Accursed. Same actions, different perspective. It's very important. And we're going to start to lead into this like idea of monotheism, weave into it a little bit more. And this idea of like Yahweh, according to the ancient Israelites, Yahweh being the supreme God over the rest. And we're going to talk a little bit more about Yahweh and what exactly is Yahweh? Who is Yahweh? Because at the heart of the Bible, you get a sense of this idea of God. Today we have a book. It's called the Bible. It's kind of commonly understood that this is a book that tells the story of God's relationship with people, and as if that all of the from the beginning in Genesis to the very end in Revelation, there's a continuity. It's the same God that's just interacting in different ways, teaching us lessons, and we're learning or not learning. But when you start to break down the text and actually study the ancient texts, like the ancient Greek or the Hebrew or the Coptic, you start to see that all of these stories are collections. The Bible is not one book written from beginning to end. It's actually a collection of stories. It's more of a library, and some of these stories conflict with each other. There's a lot of contradictions in the Bible, let's just say. And one of the big ones is this idea of God being Yahweh. So one of the things Yahweh says, to stick with our idea of monotheism, how do we go from the worship of spirits and direct connection into the one God? Well, Yahweh has this really interesting quote. Yahweh says, "You shall have no gods before me." And what's important to recognize is that throughout the Bible, Yahweh does not specifically say there are no other gods. Doesn't deny the existence of these other gods, but just says you will worship me over the rest. It's very important. And it implies exclusive loyalty. And it's about recognizing that you focus on me, not the rest. That's that monolatry or henotheistic idea that's right there. And I want to emphasize this too, because even Yahweh, when you study the text, here's an important distinction. People who study the text, you have two, let's say, groups. You have the academics, the classicists, and then you have the religious scholars, like theologians. And the thing is, the big difference between the classicists and the theologians is the classicists just study the text. What does the text say? And let's interpret the text. This is what the text says. Versus the theologians will often spend more time emphasizing the question, well, what was the intention behind the writer of this? Why did they write this? What does it mean? This is a really important distinction, because the thing is that, like I said, language is important. The text may say one thing, but then some people may come along later and say, well, maybe it didn't mean it literally. Maybe it meant this. There's a term that's also in the theologian world called apologists. People will go and see something that's like really horrible or a contradiction that's in the Bible, because yes, there's a lot of horrible contradictory stuff in there. Some apologists will go back and interpret the text and say, well, maybe it wasn't meant to be taken literally. Maybe it was a metaphor for something. So I tend to lean more towards the classicists and the evidence-based. Let's look at what the text says, because when you come into it with a belief, you start to have a bias, and you start to try to make sense of your belief by looking at the text. And I think that's a very slippery slope. So the thing is, as we start to go down this slippery slope through history, through the many gods and worshiping, and then there's this consolidation of power, something eventually comes along called monotheism, which is a very strict administrative, like this is there's one God only. None of the others exist. You could say Judaism is the oldest or one of the first monotheistic real religions that we still have today, obviously. But there are a lot of people that suggest that it goes back further than that, maybe not as an official monotheistic religion, but there was a pharaoh in Egypt called Akhenaten, who often academics will consider to be the progenitor of monotheistic thought. Akhenaten, living in a world of Egypt and the polytheistic pantheon of gods, all the people were worshiping and paying taxes, because that's the thing too, offering sacrifices to all these gods, living under this, massive bureaucracy of gods, let's just say. Akhenaten shows up and revolutionizes the system for a brief time. What he says is, instead of worshiping all these different gods, all that stuff is outlawed now, which pissed off a lot of people, let's just be honest. Akhenaten said, instead of that, let's just look at the sun. The sun shines its light on the sinners and the righteous alike. It's the source of life in this world. Let's just focus on that. that in itself is very indicative of what monotheism is. It's like we wouldn't be here without the sun. We wouldn't be here without the one. It's like it's all about that. So it's like sun worship in a way. It's like a deeper, more all-encompassing sun. And the thing is, let's fast forward out of Egypt back to like Judaism. The three main monotheistic religions today, you've got Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. A lot of people don't even know this, but all three of these religions are drawing upon the original same source story about Abraham, this guy that was in a relationship with God, had a covenant with God, and there's different interpretations over the centuries. Like I said, interpretations. You look at the Old Testament to the New Testament to the Quran, there are definitely changes in the story, different viewpoints, but it's still drawing upon the same stuff. So as all these religions and these people are fighting each other all over the place right now, it's funny that it's like, well, we're all worshiping the same God, right? And who is this God? Well, the thing is that monotheism is really a thing that emphasizes and works with empire. It's a good system of control because it really focuses about centralized authority. It's like there's one God, you focus on me. Stop, like Akhenaten did, centralized authority with him and his family, and said stop worshiping. Literally outlawed the worship of other gods. It's illegal to worship all these other gods, and that's how like these monotheistic religions throughout their time, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, have behaved even to this day. You worship my God, or you're going to hell. You worship my God, or you're burning forever in eternity. It's a really wonderful way to control a population, because if you don't abide by the rules, then you're a prisoner, you're a slave, you're other than us. It's a lot of othering going on that comes with monotheism. And so, like I said, this all comes back into these three monotheistic religions. But let's just discuss a little bit more, go back to what I was saying with this debate that I had with my friend. Like, he said monotheism came first. Well, the term monotheism didn't come first, this idea of one God and none of the others exist. No, but there's an idea this idea of understanding that everything is one. So even though back in the days of polytheism and the worship of all these different gods, there were people that understood this concept that we today call God the one, the source of everything. Plato called it the one, and it's an impersonal, metaphysical thing. It doesn't do things for its own gain, and it's not a tribal god either. It doesn't favor one group or the other, and it does not demand to be worshipped. Plato saw it more as a guiding principle rather than like some sort of being that knows and controls literally everything in the world. And it's an important emphasis on unity. Monotheism, I'm not convinced that monotheism is the same thing. Monotheism, ironically, as much as it's all about one God, contemporarily, there's also this other thing called the devil, right? Or Satan, the evil one. So these two gods, even though there's one God, there's two beings that we seem to be in between on like a big game, just like as pawns in this big game. There's a great, one of the oldest books in the Bible, actually. It's called the Book of Job, which, of course, comes later in the Bible, even though once the oldest, it's not the first book. It's this really messed up story, actually, about how Job is essentially being played in a game, like a bet between God and Satan. Like, I bet he doesn't love you. I'm going to throw messed up things in his way, and he'll still love me. There's a great movie that I think demonstrates this the best. It's called Trading Places. You have these two like multimillionaires that make a bet for $1 over how they can effectively change one person's life. Like just because one person's station in life is to be rich doesn't necessarily mean they were meant to be rich. So you could switch their places. This is kind of like reminds me of the Book of Job. So anyway, that's monotheism to me. So their monotheism is not the same as unity. And again, why this confusion exists, there's a lot, why this debate even occurs at all is because monotheistic traditions rewrote earlier myths. For example, the book of Genesis, that book is based on older stories that are culturally relevant at the time it was written, that go back thousands of years. Like I said, from 10,000 plus years ago, that people like the Epic of Gilgamesh, the ones, the ancient Sumerians, a lot of the stories about this great flood and the creation of human beings and for what end, that's a much older story that got rewritten into Genesis. So as the Bible was being written, this authoritative book on monotheism, it essentially rewrote a lot of these myths to fit their particular worldview at the time. There's a thing that happens in Hollywood all the time. We'll take an old movie and then we will remake it, but for a modern audience. For example, Snow White. Snow White from the 1930s got remade now, but they altered so many things about it that to appeal to people that they thought would like it today, but ultimately it was a huge bomb because it didn't connect with the original source material. So these original writers were trying to keep that source material alive in the minds of the people, like pay tribute to it, but also to tell a new story. So a lot of these things, like the gods of the old world, they didn't get thrown away. They just got relabeled as demons or angels and idols. Like and one of the commandments in the 10 Commandments is no more idol worship. So the monotheistic worldview claims primacy retroactively. It's saying that this is the one way to worship things, and if you don't do it this way, you're bad, you're other. And that is not part of the ancient world, and perhaps one of the biggest cons on human people today. These monotheistic religions have been very, very detrimental, as good as they have been. Not casting any shade on religious people. Most people find religion to be very helpful and a guiding principle. It gives them purpose, a sense of community, a sense of understanding that you're not in this world all by yourself, something bigger than yourself. It's really good. But also the institutions of these religions, especially when they were created, when they first came about, were used to dominate and control people. That is the thing that I really wanted to sift away from this idea of unity, of God. I'm not saying God doesn't exist. It's not some sort of thing like that or an atheism. It's about recognizing, like, my opinion, what God really is this source of everything that everyone connects, like Star Wars. I like to use movies as a way to relate a lot of this stuff. Movies are a great tool to understand, like a universal language. The thing is, like, God, in my opinion, is like the Force from Star Wars. It surrounds us, it penetrates us, it binds the universe together. It's not like one good person or one bad person, depending on how you use the Force makes a huge difference. But within all of this, there's a secret hidden in plain view. Like I was saying, this idea of unity. It's a continuity. It's within all the religions. There's they call it a golden rule. Treat others as you wish to be treated. Some people like to think that that's a religious principle that, like, if we didn't know that, like if we weren't taught that, we would be destroying each other. But my understanding of it is that this is actually an innate power within us. This idea, like, it's an inner knowing that when you treat others with virtue and respect and kindness, it shares and reverberates, and they will treat you that way. So it's not a religious principle as much as it's just like an innate human principle, in my opinion. So the big difference here, polytheism, experiential, and monotheism is administrative. I want to be clear here, there is a lot of overlap. There is a lot of, like I said, the angel on one shoulder and devil on the other, depending on how you look at it. Those roles flip a lot of times. Polytheism had a lot of administrative problems. Look at Akhenaten, like when he tried to he made all the other gods illegal so that we could focus on the sun, maybe for a good intention, because there was just a lot of bureaucracy, a lot of people manipulating and exploiting the system to, again, control other people, to dominate. Let's get back to basics. So there was administrative in polytheism, and as well as an experiential thing in monotheism. I don't want to make it like a hard line. One is one and one is the other. There is overlap. But the thing is, in my opinion, monotheism, in the original thesis I'm putting out here, did not precede polytheism in the way that we look at it historically. Because monotheism says that you will worship me and no one else. That's very like fascist in my opinion. And as we start to come to a conclusion here, I want to just emphasize why this matters. Because this all shapes how we relate to authority. Authority, responsibility, and God itself. Because if God says you should do this, you do this, you do this, and you do this, and you don't do that, then you have no responsibility. You just have to do what they say. It's all about following orders, essentially. If you don't follow the orders, you're done. I was just listening to a podcast earlier of this guy, what's his name? Dan Huff. William Huff. He's a Christian apologist, and he's a very strict religious Christian person. And I remember growing up as a Christian, and my instructors told me this, that if I didn't accept Jesus as my Lord and Savior, I would go to hell. And I remember asking, if I didn't know about Jesus and I was still a good person, would I still go to heaven? And they would say, no, you're going to hell. No, you have to. It's like until Jesus got here and told you, then it doesn't matter. So you have to, again, pay authority. The responsibility is in something external outside yourself. And that really is a dangerous thing because it's emphasizing that you have no connection to God. There is no connection to God other than getting on your knees and submitting. Submitting and surrendering is good in a certain context. You don't want to hold on to things too much. But at the same time, if you surrender and give away your power, well, there are a lot of manipulators out there. Human beings manipulate each other. And if you trace the line all the way back, that program, that behavior, all the way back, you start to see that there were some really dangerous, exploitative people that were essentially manipulating human beings for that purpose, to control them. It's easier to control somebody when they believe they have no power. Look at the medical world. If you believe you're a complete victim, then you have no ability to heal, and you have to rely on the doctors to heal you. Whereas there's this thing called the placebo effect. Because once you start to realize you're going to the doctor, then that thing that you were going there to get fixed all of a sudden becomes less of an issue. You feel better the moment you get to the doctor a lot of times. Not saying doctors are bad. Again, it's not about good and bad here. It's about understanding context. So it's a big shift in power from an inner experience that's a direct relationship. It's a two-way street. It's not a one-way street versus the one-way street. My way or the highway. That's monotheism in my understanding of it. So, like I said, it's a slide here. In conclusion, the question is not whether God exists or not, but whether belief replaced knowing. And I remember when I was in college, it was like an aha moment for me. When I looked at the word belief, I saw if you take away the beginning and the end of the word belief, you get the word lie. And essentially, that's kind of what beliefs are. You know, beliefs are stories. They're like fabrications that help us understand what's on the other side of that wall or that veil that we can't see beyond. So we have to make up stories to understand what's going on. Whereas the word knowledge, if you strip away the word knowing, beginning and end, you get the word now. And that word now is everything. We are in the present moment. That's what we perceive. We're in this, everything comes back to this present moment. Change is possible in the present moment. Everything. So as we move astrologically, as they say, from the age of Pisces into the age of Aquarius, which we're just barely getting into, by the way, this is a big shift in the world of beliefs and having faith into a world of knowing and understanding. So we're actually perhaps moving out of this world of separateness, of a veil that which we cannot see beyond. Whereas they say the ancient Greek word apocalypse, which means lifting or dissolving of the veil, we're starting to see what's going on the other side. Another movie reference, Wizard of Oz, when the veil is lifted. Don't pay attention to the man behind the curtain. Look what's going on in the world right now. The veil is lifting. Toto pulled the curtain away, and we see Epstein's back there. And it's like, who are you, and what the hell are you doing back there? That's like one of the things that I like to see. It's like, well, maybe it's an immediate response. It's like everything we knew and everything we thought was wrong. Well, let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater. That's why I like to study history. I like to study the past so that we can understand what's good and what can we take from this. As a caterpillar transforms into a butterfly, it's not like it throws away everything. It just sheds away the chrysalis and emerges a new thing. So I like to remember that, because as much as there's this crazy stuff going on in the world right now, we have to recognize that there's really good stuff if we pay attention to it. If we have the eyes to see it, we will see good things. And we will actually start to recognize, like I started this presentation off before, community. The community is within. All the wise masters talked about this. They said, the kingdom of God is within you. The answers lie within. Well, that's not just a metaphor. It's an actual scientific reality that we have the opportunity to see now. And you don't have to be a scientist to get it. You can see it happen if you get cut or if you get a bruise. The body heals naturally. And there's a process, a natural process. And I just remembered something. I'll end on this in conclusion, this awaken within the dream idea, is that when we start to recognize that this world is a dreamlike world, it's not this separation of like what's fake and what's real. It's about waking up within the dream. Because the thing is when you're in a dream and all of a sudden you become lucid and have what's called a lucid dream, you can actually start to change the parameters of the dream altogether. Suddenly, it's not a dream anymore. Suddenly, it's a creation. You're actually in control to a large extent of what's going on. So waking up and going to sleep are not two separate things. You know, polytheism and monotheism in a lot of ways are not two separate things. They are connected, but we want to understand the context. The thing is, a lot of people say that the past doesn't matter. Well, that's in the past. I'm looking at what's going on right now. Well, that's a misperception, because the reality is, as much as we're in the present moment, we have this thing called a filter, which is called the past. We are looking at this world through the lens of our perceptions, which are our memories, our experiences, what we've learned. That's the past. The past is extremely relevant, because if we don't understand this filter through which we're seeing the world, then we start to realize that this world is not, we don't have any influence of what's going on. Just think of the image of a dog chasing its tail. That's kind of like where we're at, unless we understand the past. And the key distinction I'm going to leave you with here today is to remember, it's not about living in the past. You don't want to live in the past, but you want to be able to learn from it so you don't repeat the same mistakes as before. You know, that's kind of what the original interpretation of hell was, is that you don't want to end up living in a world of mistakes, because your life will be in ruin and you will proliferate ruin upon the world and onto others. If you learn from it and get back up, like Batman, Christian Bale, why do we fall, Bruce? So we can learn to pick ourselves back up. That's important. Don't lay there on the floor, and don't shame other people for being on the floor. Recognize that we can learn to get back up. And once we do that, we can start to stand with conviction and congruence. And we can start to actually do what we do in our dreams, but in our waking lives. Maybe in a different, slightly different way. But we can actually create this world into a dream. And we can't do it by ourselves. We have to come together in community. Compassion, respect, the golden rule. Treat others as you wish to be treated. So I hope that was interesting. I don't know if I went over. I might have went over a little bit in my time, but I just really appreciate
That was very interesting.
Thanks, Gina.
That was phenomenal. That presentation was awesome. Thank you so much, Alex. So much of what you said resonated. Oh, Alex, you got to mute yourself. When I talk, you got to mute. When you talk, I got to mute. Yeah. That was a phenomenal presentation. I know I've got a million questions. If anybody has questions for Alex, please put them in the chat. And we're just having a little laugh with our last speaker, Chris, because, you know, sometimes it's hard to figure out how to ask a question. So on that note, I'm going to attempt to ask my question here. It's more of a, what do you think about this? So first and foremost, the very title of your presentation, The Administration of Belief, I had a little laugh when I read that, because your uncle, Dr. Bruce, he's always promoting the biology of belief, and me too. That really resonated. And so when I read the administration, I was like, what? And then, okay, so hear me out and then tell me what you think about this, okay? I had a hard time trying to word it, but okay, so like an algorithm, it's like a program. It's a math equation. 1 + 1 = 2. It follows the pattern. And that's a very controlled thing. So you're stuck in that pattern until you can be conscious of it and make change. Otherwise, the algorithm just repeats and repeats. And for me, this algorithm, I feel like there's a connection to administration, because that very language, administration, makes me feel like it's not natural. Like there's another force trying to tell us how to think, tell us how to feel. And just like any administration, like a university, or even me right now being an administrator taking this on, like I'm in control, right? I control who's going on the stage, who's coming off the stage. But when it comes to the belief, I feel like, well, our biology of belief is also a very program, subconscious programs that are rooted within us. So, in short, I feel like algorithms are very rigorous. The biology of belief is more simple and more natural, but we don't know our own power. We don't know how powerful we are. So we don't even believe how powerful we are. We take our biology of belief for granted. We're like, yeah, whatever, biology of belief. But we really can change our belief. And so I was just having some fun with this play on language of algorithm belief, things being rigorous, things being simple. What are your thoughts on that? I know I threw a lot at you there.
Well, that's okay. You strike on some really interesting subjects there, and the first thing, like when you mention an algorithm, I think of again like the movie The Matrix. There's a scene in the second Matrix movies, which if you haven't seen the second two, not as great as the first, but really cool, interesting philosophy that's exposed in there. But there's this great scene where Neo, the one, shows up to the architect of the Matrix. And he's not the machine, like the source of the control structure, but the one that created the actual matrix itself. And he's all about math and algorithms and equations. And when Neo shows up, the architect's perplexed because he says, I've gone through all the algorithms, all the possible variations, and you're the one variable. So within an algorithm, there happens to be a variable, which is our free will. That's what the matrix really goes into, is free will. We have this ability to choose. And it's not necessarily about choosing which way do you go, like externally, which is the emphasis I was trying to make. It's not about an external thing. It's an internal thing. Your choice on how do you react to a situation can really influence something. And so when it comes to, like you said, I love that too. There's a biology belief, very simple, and it's very big. It's like a new understanding about how we relate to our minds and our biology, like a link between our minds and our biology. And I like the idea of administration too. A good movie reference to understand this. Perfect movie is Inside Out, the Pixar movie, where there is literally an administration of emotions within this child's mind that are pulling levers and pressing buttons, changing how the kid reacts to stimulus in the environment. So we have that in a lot of ways. It's a great metaphor for how our emotions and especially our emotions can influence the way we react. And so our emotions are drawn from beliefs. And the thing about beliefs, it's like when we say beliefs, like, okay, well, I have a belief. I believe I'm unlovable. That could, if you change that belief, it could really change your life in a lot of ways. But here's a good metaphor for you. Beliefs, in my opinion, can seem very simple. Like if you walk up to a breaker box in your house, the board that controls all the power in the various rooms and hallways and outlets and things. It's like this is what controls the power of the house. It's like this is like biology of belief. Here's the circuit breaker. You can control, it's like the lights have been out in most of your house this whole time, and you've been wandering around in the dark. Did you ever notice that you can come over here and flip a switch and turn the lights on? I've been turning this switch in my kitchen all day and all night. Lights won't come on. Well, did you know there's a breaker box that's controlling the power to that switch? That's biology of belief to me. But the thing about the complexity of it with the administration of belief is this idea that most of the time, houses are not as simple as like breaker boxes are not as simple as light switches. And I think about this a lot because my dad was a high voltage lineman and had a breaker box. And I remember when I was a kid, if I got in trouble, which hopefully wasn't that much, it's like, go to your room. And I got TV in there. I'm like, no problem, fine, I'll go to my room. And then I would go in there and my dad would go turn the breaker off to my bedroom. So like nothing works in my room. So I think about this a lot. But back to the thing about the breaker box is that one switch, let's say one switch is a belief. You change one belief and that kitchen light switch turns back on. Now the kitchen's illuminated. Now you can walk around, see what's going on. You're not dropping the eggs on the floor, the refrigerator. You can start putting things in there now. It's not going to go bad. So you made this huge change. But also, when you flip that switch, suddenly you walk around the corner and you realize there's a whole hallway that's lit up now that you didn't even know was there, because you were trying to just deal with the kitchen. So the idea is that administration of belief is that our beliefs themselves are a little bit more complex than just like a simple belief. A belief is like the opening up the breaker door. But then as you start to do this work and understand this, and our beliefs are associated to things. That's what my presentations and my work is a lot about, is trying to understand what's the origin of these original beliefs. Where did they come from? For example, the belief in dominating and controlling others, which is very indicative of a lot of these religions and government themselves. They use this power of authority to control other people, control populations. We see it today. So it's like, what's the administration of this? It's like they live in our minds, like the angel and the devil on our shoulder. But perhaps those are memories, ancient, like morphogenic memories. As Rupert Sheldrake, this guy talks about the morphogenic field, memories that exist in the unconscious mind, taking Carl Jung's idea of archetypes into more of a biological way. It's like, well, maybe these archetypes actually relate to actual people or events that took place in the distant past that are living rent-free in our minds now. They're no longer here. They're not controlling us. We don't have the gods literally presiding over us anymore. We have governments and religions interpreting that stuff. But it's like, if we choose not to believe it, then it's not there. It doesn't matter. So again, it's about understanding that breaker box and recognizing that. So I hope that kind of answered the question a little bit.
That did, thank you. That was a phenomenal presentation, very passion driven. Your passion for it really came through. I also made a note here because somewhere along the lines of your presentation, you reminded me about Thoth, because the Egyptian guy Thoth, he's the guy with the big bird nose kind of, and he penetrates. And my understanding is the magic about Thoth is that he encourages you to do your own thinking, that everything is just a thought, including us. And like you said, we can totally own those thoughts. And I find it interesting, this business of feelings even being these architectures and part of our consciousness, divas, devas, spirit guides, whatever language you want to use. Even bacteria and mycelium being part of that same ecosystem. And this business of believing in yourself and honoring your own thoughts. And what's fascinating is it seems like there's always somebody that wants to control and dominate, and this business of Thoth, like penetrating and constantly poking, because he has a very long beak, metaphoric to get deep, kind of like a hummingbird, get the finest nectar. But it also reminds me of like a chicken inside of an egg, because it takes 10,000 pecks just to crack the egg. And I feel like we have to go through this cycle where seemingly it's never ending, like the hero's journey. But at some point you peck it and it actually cracks open. And like you described with this hallway just kind of illuminating that you weren't even aware of, made me think about that. And any thoughts about what I just said? It's okay if you don't. I just thought I'd ask.
I do. I happen to, actually. Thank you. Those are really. I love that you invoked Thoth. He's one of my favorite deities from ancient Egypt, and perhaps was not even a deity, like it wasn't real or something, or a manifestation, but it's one of these archetypal ancient Egyptian gods. And that bird, it's actually an ibis. So yeah, that's a really important thing. And the god Thoth was the god of magic and science and writing. And the thing is, like today we see all those as different, but back then they were all connected. Egypt was a really incredible example. Imagine if, like, when you go to Disneyland and it's like you get to go on all the rides and live in this fantasy world, and then you leave and you just feel great when you leave. Egypt was like designed that way, except as a giant metaphysical learning machine. So when you went in there, you actually became enlightened to all this stuff, and it raised your energy, so that when you left, you became a truly educated person, where you understood that magic and science were not two different things. Again, depending on your point of view. If you dropped an iPhone back into the Victorian world in Europe, they might think that's like a magical demon thing or something. But that's science to us today. So Thoth is understanding that bridge between that, even writing. And there's an interesting side story about Thoth and Ra. Like, this is not like I wouldn't say this is like necessarily an academic point of view. There's points of interest that you can see based on the evidence. There is some links here, but a lot of these gods are related to each other, from ancient Egypt to Sumerians to the Babylonians. And there's a study called comparative mythology where you start to see the connections and relationships between these two. But the god Thoth had a rivalry with his brother Ra, according to some interpretations, one that I tend to lean towards. And the thing about Ra, not the sun god Ra, but this being who in the Sumerian Babylonian world was known as Marduk. Marduk essentially becomes that figure of administrative control. There's this whole incredible story about Marduk slaying the goddess Tiamat, and how Marduk usurps the throne of the Anunnaki and becomes the one supreme god over the rest. You see a theme of how you went from many gods to the worship of one over the rest. Like, that particular figure, Marduk, was at odds with Thoth. And there's this crazy story too about how they had a big conflict where Thoth was trying to educate people, bring people to the language, or like teach people writing, help you understand the world, raise your spirits, uplift humanity. Whereas Marduk was like, no, I want to control humanity. If people know how to read and they know how to do magic, they'll be just as good as I am, and then they could overthrow me. So I'm going to have to get rid of that. So there's always been this conflict between humanitarian uplifting knowledge and control, enslavement, and domination. It goes back so long, and Thoth is like absolutely one of the coolest because I love magic.
That was a great answer. And, it's worth commenting that we are the old people, we're the new people, we're the same people, wiser than before. And I take it all with a grain of salt, but there's a lot of interesting information out there and theories that, in a nutshell, we're just being recycled constantly over and over again. We're being alchemized, and we get better and better every time. And then there's like a mixture going in of lineages as well. The Moragon being one of those, the Tudor Dadanan being folks who lived here on this planet, and then basically they died and they were buried in the hills. But in truth, those hills were their homes. And so when they came back as spirits, they thought, well, let's go hang out in these hollow hills, only to discover, oh my God, that was me before. And so everything you're saying is inspiring all these thoughts. And also this business of living consciously, because when you live consciously, you can die consciously, right? So when you fall less hard. When it's time to get back up, you get back up with more ease. And this, of course, doesn't happen overnight. It takes a lot of work. It's part of our ongoing alchemy, our continuum of learning. And so I feel like monotheism, any kind of ism, I made a note here, give peace a chance, because it reminded me of the Beatles song, this ism, that ism, 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 ism. And when I was a kid, I would walk around being like, ism, ism, ism. That was the coolest thing. And now in my adult years, I know all these ism words, and honestly, you do get lost in them. And I noticed Jason made a comment somewhere. He was learning about some other kind of ism language. And that's the thing. Language is just never ending. So we have until 3:50 until we take our next break. So I'll turn it over to Alex again. But if anybody has any questions, put them in the chat. I know Julia's interested about a movie, but before we get to the movie, let's just see if Alex has any insight to share with us. Any insight, Alex?
Yeah, absolutely. The whole the ism thing. It's like we tend to. I've been very questioning of dogma, of the strictness and the restrictiveness of dogma. Like, one of the things that the early adages of science is this idea. My uncle says it all the time, that knowledge is power, and he emphasizes the other side of it, which is a lack of knowledge is a lack of power, which is really interesting and puts the emphasis on like how we've been disempowered through a lack of knowledge, a systematic lack of knowledge. Like, knowledge has been burned and destroyed. And the knowledge keepers, the truth providers throughout history have been knocked out and culled away from us, so we would get lost. But the thing is, too, about knowledge, which I find really important in my work that I think about, and I always think about it, is that the most important piece of knowledge that we really have and that we should cherish is this idea that we don't really know, which is an idea. We don't know. We don't know. We can think about it. We can use methodology and systems like science and empiricism to make an understanding of how we can know things and learn from them, so we don't just do things randomly all the time. So there are certain things we can know, but on these deeper, more esoteric, philosophical questions about God or why are we here and all that stuff, it's important, I think, to remember that we don't really know. Life is a mystery. That's why when you go into these ancient cultures, you see things like, we call them today, mystery schools, which is kind of an elusive, and even that word elusive, it draws back to this culture in ancient Greece called Eleusis, the Eleusinians, the Eleusinian mysteries. There were experiential things that could happen that could give you a direct experience of what's on the other side. So it's all about having a relationship with the mystery. It's like we never really necessarily solve the mystery. We just learn to accept it for what it is and live and dance with it rather than dominate and control it. So the thing about all of that is I find it really important, because if we think things are certain, then that's going to lead us down a path towards othering people. I know the truth, you do not. I'm going to tell you because I know better, and I'm going to tell you. These people are good, these people are bad. And I'm not saying at all that there's no such thing as good and bad. That's really important. I want to emphasize that. There is a polarity, like a magnet. There is a positive and negative pole on a magnet. One's different than the other. Absolutely. And yes, depending on how you use the magnet or what you're trying to use it for, one could be more appropriate at certain times than it is in other times. I've had these ongoing conversations with my cousin about ethics and morality and ecology. All three of these things describe this idea of the polarity, but from, one's more from like a biological point of view, like a science ecology, what degrades a system versus what empowers a system. And then morality, more of like a system of laws. Moralitas, the ancient Latin word. It's like, like what's moral in, like one part of the world is not necessarily moral in another part of the world, but they both live morally in their own unique culture. So it's kind of culture dependent. Whereas then ethics, going back further in time, it's this idea about virtue and like living in a virtuous way, having character. So, like it's like as a system of laws in a different way. And again, there's a lot of overlap. We use these words interchangeably a lot of times. It's not about the words as much as it's about the meaning behind the words. And if we get out of our own way and we start to actually listen, like it says in the Gnostic Gospels and probably even in the many sacred texts all around the world, if you have the ears to hear, you will hear it. If you have the eyes to see it, you will see it. That if you can look beyond the meaning and stop getting hung up on the words themselves. No, like that's not the thing. That's not the thing we should be focused on. We're getting lost here in the weeds. We need to recognize, again, have humility, understand that life is a mystery, that we can actually make mistakes and learn from them, that we're not meant to live alone, that we're supposed to come together in community. Like a lot of religious people will say that as like traditionalism, like it's all about the family, and family obviously is important. And it's also about community. Well, no, community, no, that's communism. I'm left wing and that's a right wing. It's like, see, again, we take the words and we start to distort them. But again, like the answers are within. Like you are both at the same time. You are an individual and you are a community. You live in the middle of that. I am made of trillions of cells and bacteria, but I also am Alex Lipton, as far as I believe it. And that's the thing, is like, that's what I call myself. That's what I was given, and that's who I live by. But we're so much more than who we've been named. We're so much more than the proverbial clothes that we wear. There's something deeper that's more omnipresent that we all share. So that's like a really important message, is that we share more in common as human beings than divides us. It's just we have these crazy analytical programs that have been programmed into us, and they go back into culture. And like if you and back to the isms thing, went on a long tangent, like isms and ideology. It's like, and like if you live by an ideology, then you start to really narrow your options. You start to close the window on what that mystery is. And you start to follow such a strict group of rules that, again, it's like if something comes up that's new, because life is always changing, then you might overlook it. Like, you don't have the eyes to see that. There are some religious people that believe that we live under a dome and that there's nothing else outside of us, and we're in some sort of like science experiment from like God or whatever. And if like aliens were to show up, it's like, well, no, there won't be aliens. There won't be aliens because we are the apex species. We are the God's creation. So they don't even look for aliens, let alone think about them. So isms and ideologies keep us constrained in that. It's good to play around with them, but the big difference between an ideologue and a philosopher is that a philosopher, a lover of wisdom is what that means, will actually be able to try on these different shoes, so to speak, walk around in them, walk around in this idea. I can explore Christianity. I can explore Islam. I can explore ancient Vedic traditions. I can explore Buddhism. I can explore atheism. I can explore all these things. But then the thing is these are just the shoes. I can take them off and I can learn from my experiences and remember the walks I took in all of these different shoes. And again, my personal point of view, as a philosopher point of view, is to recognize that there is a continuity, there is a congruence between all of these things. There's truth buried in all of these things. Even in Scientology, like, it doesn't matter. It's like it's like we have to entertain them just a little bit to put ourselves in the shoes of other people. If we just say, no, I don't accept that, that's like the monotheistic thing. It's just like, well, then you're wrong. I'm not going to listen to you. That's a human being you're talking to. These are all human beings with stories. And I love your show. It's the Story Species, Story Medicine. We are storytelling creatures. Stories help us learn. They help us grow. They can also distract us. They can also disempower us. They are everything. But remember, this is one of the most important things I learned from doing like work with Native Americans and different tribes and stuff, is this idea that we don't really own anything as human beings. Life is a gift to us. Everything is borrowed and it will be returned, even our bodies at some point. But the thing that we do, or we can take ownership of, if we choose to accept it, this invitation, is this story that we tell ourselves about who we are and how we relate to the world. We can take ownership of that story and change the story. That's what it's all about. We can rewrite the script. We are not, the script is not written in stone. Your life is not a printout of something that you had no control of. Well, maybe you were given a script and now you're in the production phase. Life is the production phase of a movie. The 3 phases: pre-production, you write the script; production, you shoot the movie; and then post-production, you edit it, and then you go watch it later. We're in production right now. We can rewrite this thing as it happens. So that's a really important thing. Like my uncle says a lot, take your power back. Take your power back, but I also want to temper it with wisdom. Power is important, but you have to have wisdom. Knowledge is important, but wisdom is even more important, in my opinion. It trumps, no pun intended, it trumps knowledge, because wisdom is the experience that you have of the mistakes, of the successes, and then you learn from them. That's why elders are so important. You learn from them. They're the ones you sit at the feet of and you listen to their stories. When I was your age, this is what I did. And like, if I were you at your age, this is what I'd be doing. It's like, we want to take that more seriously, because if you have knowledge without wisdom, that could be very dangerous. That's like giving a very dangerous weapon to somebody that has no wisdom or temperance on whether or not to use it. That's the world we live in today. We have a bunch of people we have maximum knowledge, maximum technology, but it seems, at least, especially in the West, in the Northern Hemisphere, there's just very little wisdom going on. There's still that like us versus them narrative, and we're ready to just use knowledge to destroy other people. Knowledge empowers, but can also control. People that control and covet the knowledge, that can be a very dangerous thing. If we cultivate wisdom, which is something you can't be taught, you can't be given wisdom. It has to be something you experience. And we all have these experiences. That's why when you go around, you meet people if you're open to listening to their story, even if you disagree with them, that's the best part. If you can see past that and not take things personally, and let's treat others as you wish to be treated. If someone's hurting you, get away from them. But if they have ideas that you disagree with, you should try to engage, try to learn, try to understand. And then use your little BS detector, belief system detector, and whether or not you can move forward or move away from that person. I think we need to be in a process of moving together, coming together, because let's face it, the reason I made this presentation here is because I have this ongoing work, this project to identify who are the real tyrants in this world. There's a tyranny going on. Plato talked about this in the Republic, the great city will thrive until a tyrant shows up, which eventually is ultimately precipitated by a lack of education. When education starts to go away, then the tyranny starts to emerge. So if we can identify that this tyrant is actually trying to control us and get us to separate, to isolate. I'm different than you. I identify as a man. You're a woman. I'm different. I don't want to watch the Barbie movie because I'm patriarchy or based on sex, based on race, based on religion, based on politics. It's if you're identifying yourself by these ideologies and these isms, then they got you right where they want you. They got you separated. You're on this team and that team. We need to come together. We are all on the same team here. There's a small group of, for the lack of a better term, very ill people, very ill-minded people that have a really destructive, radical, religious conviction about how the world works that is in complete opposition to how life works itself. It's an adversarial belief system. Even the word adversary, the word is in Latin is Satan. Satan means adversary. Not some devil, not some say evil with the horns and everything. It's an adversarial ideology that has gripped a group of people that they believe something is very dangerous. We need to recognize it's there's more of us than there are of them, and they're not even the problem themselves. It's the belief that they have. And where do they get that belief? We keep encouraging it. We keep authorizing it. We keep playing it out. That's how they get away with it. They're not doing this to us. They're putting the system in a way that we're actually playing it out, which then when we complain, oh, we're being victimized by these oppressors, it's well, yeah, you kind of signed the permission slip. It's not our fault. You did it, which gives them the permission. We need to stop giving them permission. And the best way to do that is to start coming together in community. Start recognizing the commonalities. We all breathe. We all need food. We all need water. We all want freedom. We all want to have a decent living. We want to have fun. We want to have a purpose. Everyone shares these things. Everyone shares these things. So when we start to come together, yeah, I guess my audio got cut out there or something. I don't know. Something happened. This is now I'm not hearing you for some reason. Oh, bummer, guys. Sorry about this.
I was on mute. That was my fault.
Okay.
Sometimes it's the user.
Okay, all
I,
right, good. Like it's you
um,
never know.
but we're going into overtime. So if somebody has to get a drink of water, go to the bathroom, it is our official break. We're going to honor Suze Gallagher. Checking my notes here. Suze is going to be live at 4:10. But Alex, if you don't mind sneaking in this one question here, what do you think about the Disclosure Day trailer? Lots of hype about it.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I'm gonna see it. I'm looking forward to see it just because I love movies. And but to me, it's one of those things. It's like too on the nose for me. It's like we've been, if you follow anything UFO related or UAP disclosure stuff related, we've been moving into this direction for a long time. They have these, Hollywood is part of a very deep, elaborate occult disclosure system that's been going on since the birth of Hollywood, like especially since 1940s. And so Disclosure Day is just the next step along their regularly scheduled programming of releasing the truth to people and revealing it. There's this term called revelation of the method, where eventually, when the wizard is revealed from behind the curtain, they will come out in such a way and explain to you, this is how I did what I did. I'm going to tell you, I've deceived you for so long, but here, fear not, I'm going to explain to you how I deceived you and why I deceived you, and you're welcome. That's the revelation of the method thing. Is so they have this like pipe dream, in my opinion. It's totally uninformed wisdom. Like this radical echo chamber that they have in that world, because it's so compartmentalized, of the UFO disclosure, like Majestic 12 and all that. That they think that when they come out and reveal what they've been doing and showing us, we did it for your own good, it's not going to land. Like Dorothy says to the wizard, you are a very, very bad man. And he says, oh, no, Dorothy, I'm not a bad man. I'm just a poor wizard. It's like, and we're meant to feel sorry for him. It's like the Disclosure Day movie to me just seems like we're moving in that direction. Like, I've heard rumors that, Steven Spielberg might actually be unveiling, like, subliminally, like some actual reverse engineered alien craft in the movie. And it's, wow, that's some great CGI, but like people are so unfazed by CGI now, they won't even care. So like they could literally like pass a real reverse engineered UFO on the screen and nobody will care. And that to me is what Disclosure Day movie ultimately is. It's just another layer of desensitizing us to this idea of extraterrestrial life, that our government knew about it the whole time, that and just so that when we walk out of the movie like in a hypnotic trance, like we'll kind of forget the important things they'll tell us, and just like when eventually it is revealed, there'll be a silent but deafening compliance to the whole thing. And I'm interested to see it either way. I love Emily Blunt, and we'll see what happens.
That was a phenomenal presentation, Alex. Thanks for going into overtime a few minutes there to answer that question. Really appreciate you being here today and getting your stuff to me and being here live. And it was nice that you were able to connect back here, but I really appreciate you and your presentation. Very, very thankful. I'm going to remove Alex from this stage. Make sure you connect with Alex. Thank you, Alex. We'll see you next time. We are on the official break, so if you didn't catch that, that's okay. You can always catch it on the replay. But you are now in for a treat for video number 5 of 6, and so hope you're enjoying these little mini gemstone intuitive break videos. And again, let us know what you're munching on. We've got lots to look forward here. I can't believe we've been live for 7 hours, 55 minutes, going on 56 minutes now. And so it's just such a thrill to be here. So let me remove myself from the stage. And I look forward to, well, actually, I won't see you after the break because Suze Gallagher will be on the stage. Hi, Dragon Dreamers. Gina Virginia Casella here, and this is video number 5 of 6. And I thought it would be fun just to do a little bit of review. So have a look at these gemstones. And just to remind you, up here, this is the north. We got Never eat shredded wheat. Remember? North, east, south, west. Let me know in the comments how you keep track. So one of the power animals, they are not in alignment. Can you guess, figure out which one? And for what it's worth, if you book a gemstone reading with me and there's a power animal out of alignment, or any of the gemstones aren't in alignment, it doesn't mean that it's a bad thing. It's just to provide us with insight. And sometimes we need to be out of alignment because it's part of our alchemy. So I'll just be quiet for a moment here. One is out of alignment. All right. So if you don't know where to start, it doesn't matter where you start, as long as you start somewhere. I like to start in the south. That's just good practice, starting with snake. So snake, yeah, there's snake. Snake is in the south where snake should be. Then we move around the medicine wheel. Oh, jaguar. Jaguar should be in the west. Jaguar is in alignment. Keep going to the north. Yep, there's hummingbird. Hummingbird is in alignment. Keep going to the east. Where's eagle condor? Eagle condor, you're over here. Eagle condor is not in alignment. So if this was a gemstone reading, then I would comment that your perspective might be off because eagle condor is not in alignment. But also it's interesting because eagle condor is in the south. So I connect themes of loosening and letting go. Eagle condor is over here. Then I connect it with themes of jaguar, transforming, transcending, up here, high quality items. And if the power animals are in alignment, like jaguar right now, jaguar is in alignment, I still get insight if it's like this, if it's pointed like that, if it's pointed this way, maybe it's flipped like that. So it really is endless. Now what I would like to do is mix them up. And I want you to focus on the 3 planes. So we've got the mental plane, the physical plane, and this one represents the heart plane. So I'm just going to hold on to this so it doesn't roll away on me. And my eyes are opened right now. Usually I close them. Now this is just a demonstration. So I do this and I get a circle. And if there's, a big space here, whatever, I'm going to put the heart chakra there. So there. I'll just give you a quick minute to decipher if the mental plane, heart plane, and physical plane are in alignment. So those of you catching the replay, it's going to be super cool because you can pause it for longer. Starting in the south, the physical plane should be down here. Where is it? Oh, it's up here. So physical plane out of alignment. Okay, where is the heart plane? The heart plane should be somewhere here, not there. Heart plane should be somewhere here, not here. It's here. So in a situation like this, the heart would be in alignment. It doesn't matter if it's there or there, but the higher it is, the more amped up your heart is, the more anxiety you're having, the more conflict, right? The more down it is, the more sad, heavy heart you're feeling. See how that works? And it doesn't matter if it's this side or this side. It could even be in the middle. Now, none of the gemstones should be in the middle, but any gemstone in the middle gets the attention, and the heart chakra, the heart plane, if that goes in the middle, that's definitely a focus. Absolutely. Okay, what else did we learn? The three sisters. Where are the three sisters and are they in alignment? I'll just be quiet for a quick minute. So we've got the three sisters here, 1, 2, and 3. We've got light, medium, dark. Yes, it's making a triangle, but it's not one of those big triangles that I was talking about. This one still has meaning, but that's not the focus right now. The three sisters, are they in alignment? No, no way. They should be over here. Light. This one is medium. This one is dark. This would be the sisters in alignment. And just to remind you, that triangle I was talking about would look like this. Remember the female pubic bone? And then if it was like that, it would be the male. And what else did I teach you? Polaris is focus. This is just treading the water. Oh, I already gave one away. So I'll be quiet for a quick minute while you look for Polaris is focus and see if you can determine if Polaris is in alignment or what the focus is. So Polaris is creating a triangle. There's one of Polaris's purple horns. There's another purple horn, and here's Hummingbird. So the direction is always where Hummingbird is pointing. So Polaris's focus would indicate that I need to pay attention to these gemstones. There's something interesting here. And Polaris's focus could also be whatever's in between the horns. So we've got the wise and well, or no, this one here represents family, like star nations. This one isn't right in, between the horns, but it's still close. And there's like a buddy system here. Snake is there. So this would be part of the focus as well. Now, what's interesting is Polaris and Hummingbird should be up here. So when we get something that's opposite, now we get into interesting conversations about duality, looking in the mirror. There's a lot of folks out there who believe that when you're visiting other realities, dimensions, dreams, whatever you want to call them, that every time you go somewhere, you're splashing some of our water, so to speak, over there. And every time they come here, they're splashing some of their water. And then it's like this splish splashing is going on. And then eventually you don't know the difference between, are you on this side of the mirror or that side of the mirror, because the water is all the same. So these are just ideas for you to play with. And I want to bring this down just for another moment here. It's really interesting, the gemstone reading. There's tons to be said about it. I thought I had something else to tell you about Polaris's focus, but I think that's all I wanted to tell you. So I hope you enjoyed this little pop quiz here, and I'm looking forward to video number 6 because I'm going to show you the Dragon Dreams Oracle, which complements this reading. So thank you for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed video number 5. Gina Virginia Casella here, sharing with you some insight of my one-of-kind gemstone reading. And I'd love to hear all about your divinational practices in the free Facebook group, the Dragon Dreams Soul Tribe Collective. And if there's anything I said here that's interesting, you feel inspired, you're going to start tossing around gemstones, you don't need purple gemstones to have Polaris. If you've got 2 purple markers, crayons that you don't use anymore, use that. Be creative. And I'd love to hear all about it. See you in the next video. Gina Virginia Casella and the Dragon Dreams Soul Tribe Collective are pleased to welcome Suze Gallagher. Suze is the founder of the Heart Space Center for Creative Change, co-founder of the Inner Awareness Institute and Love Out Loud initiative. For more than 30 years, Suze worked as a spiritual guide, mentor, and teacher, holding space for transformation through individual and group work, offering retreats and in-depth training programs. Suze is a contemplative soul, and she's the visionary author behind the Little One's Diaries. Her journey is one of profound spiritual discovery, fueled by a desire to help others recognize the divine spark that resides within every human heart. Through her series, Suze provides a sanctuary for reflection, guiding readers toward their truest spiritual identity. Her mission is simple yet sacred: to offer wisdom that illuminates the path of the little one as they navigate their unique journey toward divine potential and perfect wholeness. Suze also has a shamanic background and believes we're dreaming ourselves awake. Suze lovingly invites you to ask yourself, what are your dreams inviting you to do? Gina Virginia Casella and the Dragon Dreams Soul Tribe Collective, pleased to welcome Suze Gallagher.
Hi, everybody. Welcome. I'm Suze Gallagher, and I'm thrilled to be here today. What a delight it has been. And I'm so honored that Gina invited me to share my story with each of you. And my story started with dreams from the time I was a very young child. And I knew at a very young age that I could control my dreams. Lucid dreaming, before I ever heard the term, before it ever actually became a thing in my life. And so I would just like to share with you some of the ways that dreaming has played a part in my awakening. Like Gina, I was raised as an Irish Catholic girl. Gina, not the Irish part, but I was raised in the Roman Catholic Church. And I was fascinated by the mysticism, by the angels, by the saints, by the spirits. And so the spiritual world was very familiar to me in that nobody told me that I couldn't talk to the angels, or nobody mentioned that the angels wouldn't come to visit me. So they became a big part of my life. And it was the beings in my dreams that actually deepened my understanding of the world and my part in the world and the greater universe. When I think I was somewhere between 7 and 8, the summer that I turned 8, I had the first encounter that I remember with what I call the star people. And the star people have been in my dreams since my earliest memories. But this was the very first time that I awakened, and they were right there next to my bed. And I wasn't frightened by them or anything. I was just really curious about them. And that began my journey into working with beings not of our current planetary system. So to begin with, I would like to speak to you about
sorry to interrupt, Sue. Do you want me to change the slides as you're talking, or are you going to do that on your end?
No, I'm going to do it here.
Oh, okay. Much. Just
I
thought I'd
didn't
check in
forget.
about that.
I didn't forget. Thank you. So that was just to give you some backup information. The title of today's presentation is Dreaming Ourselves Awake. And as I said, I believe that dreams are a profound tool for our awakening. Answering the invitation. So our dreams come to us every night and issue us an invitation. The native people, the first peoples, believe that we dream our lives into existence, that our dreams are alive, that they present a creative impulse of consciousness that are driving us to our soul's highest expression, that dreams are a portal into personal and global transcendence. But it's up to each of us to accept that invitation. The universe, source, our dreams will never force us to go someplace that we want to go. They will continue to issue us invitations. And it's our free will to choose whether we will follow that path or not. They've been a powerful tool in my personal growth and my awakening. And I'll share a couple of those with you as we get further into the presentation. I believe that life is really a living labyrinth. And as we travel our path through this labyrinth, it takes us deeper and deeper into our truth and aligns us with our soul's purpose. So what I would ask you today is, what are your dreams inviting you to do? I hope that whether you're a seasoned dream worker or you're just tipping your toes into the deep ocean of our dreams, that this presentation will have meaning for you. Adventures in dreaming. There are cultures that believe that it's all a dream, that everything that we experience in our waking reality is as much a dream as what we experience in our sleeping reality. Dreaming is a holistic process in that when we are asleep, our subconscious mind and our conscious mind work together to create harmony and balance between our internal worlds and our external worlds. There are unlimited varieties of dreams. There are healing dreams, processing dreams, big dreams, lucid dreams, hypnagogic dreams. The hypnagogic dreams are the dreams that we have just prior to going to sleep and just prior to awakening. There are visitation dreams where people who have crossed over will come to visit. And those dreams can be as real as sitting down and having a conversation with your very best friend. There are teaching dreams where you may be in a classroom environment, or you may have a very specific guide or ally walk you through a curriculum and explain to you step by step by step how a process works. Or you may be at a table in a council room where your guides will be discussing with you what your next grand adventure is going to be, or what your next mission is on your soul's purpose. I had a dream like that a couple of years ago. And in my dream, I was sitting at this really large table surrounded by these 12 luminous beings. And we were discussing what my next mission was. And I don't remember anything about the dream that we discussed, except for the very end when we were getting up and getting ready to leave the room, when a spirit being put his arm around me and said, Relax, Suze. Life is just a comedy. And I woke up laughing out loud because life is, in fact, just a comedy. So sometimes our dreams can be very, very humorous. And, but the truth of it is that each one gives us a piece of the puzzle that we are. And in constructing this mosaic of our magnificent lives. So what does it mean to dream ourselves awake? It means that we actually take the time to work with our dreams. We actually pay attention to them just as though we were receiving a teaching from an honored teacher or a revered guru. The dream maker always provides exactly what we need for exactly when we need it. As human beings, we're hardwired to dream, period. It's how our bodies are made. We spend roughly a third of our lives in sleep. And in sleep, we know, science has told us, that our bodies restore themselves, they repair, and they rejuvenate. That's the same thing that happens to us spiritually, emotionally, mentally. We realign ourselves. We revisit our life's purpose. What's working well? What isn't working well? If we dream, for example, of predators in our dream, and in our dream we play every character. So if we have a wolf who's chasing a sheep, we're the wolf and we're the sheep. So that invites us to explore perhaps a conflict, internal conflict or external conflict. But the invitation is always there to go more deeply, to identify who the wolf is. Is it me? Is it a situation in my life? Am I feeling like a predator? Or is that a subconscious response to someone else who's influencing us in our workplace, for example? Our dreams create, as Chris may have said, or Alex may have said, a movie in our minds. And in that movie, every circumstance is about us. And every experience that we have, every emotion that we experience is as real as it would be in our outer reality. Our dreams are an invitation to boundlessness. In our waking world, we are confined by our 3D world, by the physical laws of nature. But in our dream world, we are boundless. There are no limitations. This is also, as well as a classroom, this is our playground. We get to choose what we want to do, how we want to do it. We get to choose our experience, and we get to play with this sense of boundlessness, of freedom, of absolute liberation. In dreams, everything is possible. They're the portal of expansion, that primal creative power of the universe. There are no limits in our dreams of what we create or what we discreate. What we don't want to experience, we can change. That's an important tool to bring back to our waking life. power to choose, that power to change our experience in every moment. Dreams teach us that we're not bound by the conscious mind, by our thought programming or our cultural constraints. We are free to think new thoughts, to experience new beliefs. We're free to play dress up. I wonder what this feels like. I wonder what that feels like. I think one of the most important lessons that dreaming taught me was to trust myself, to trust my intuition, to trust my inner knowing. So the question is, how would your life be different if you trusted yourself completely? This is a question that my dreams invited me to pursue. And part of the invitation was couched in a very cryptic message. That message was to see the world thinly. And I remember seeing it in a dream as though it were on a billboard. It said there are 3 important things. And the first one was to see the world thinly. And at first I didn't really understand what that meant. And I went back and worked with my dreams. What does it mean to see thinly? And ultimately my guidance was to see through the veil of the illusion. That was the invitation. And many times there are many, many, many veils that we have to pull back in order to see thinly. But to have the courage to peel back those layers. And in doing so, that was how I ultimately learned to trust myself completely. So if you trusted yourself completely, the questions that I was asked were, what dreams would I dare? If I trusted myself completely, what passions would I pursue? If I trusted myself completely, what gifts would I share? And if I trusted myself completely, what mountains would I move? And I offer those questions to you. What's holding you back? If there is something holding you back, why don't you ask your dreams to help identify where those blockages are? Your dreams are your truest teachers, your wisest guides. And they speak to us from our subconscious mind, which speaks to us in images, which invites us to go deeper, to go beyond those thoughts that keep us bound, that can keep us trapped, that prevent us from moving those mountains, from sharing our gifts, from pursuing our passions, and from daring to live our dreams. So the first step in accepting the invitation is just saying yes. Yes, I want to work with my dreams. And trust the dream maker to show up with joy and delight, with magic and whimsy. Your dream maker will take you places that you never imagined you could go. As soon as you set the intention, the portal opens and the teaching begins. Your dreamer maker has a curriculum for you, and it will evolve as you evolve. I encourage you to be patient with yourself and with the dream making process. Record your dreams in whatever way works for you. Dreams can be very ephemeral, so it is important to take them from your dream space and bring them into your waking reality. Whether you write them down, whether you record them into your iPhone, no matter what you do, just make sure that you bring it with you. Even the tiniest dream fragment has value. And I invite you to be curious, to tend to your dreams as though you were a child exploring new territory, that place you've never been, uncharted territory. Here you are weaving. There are plants you've never seen, colors you've never experienced. What are they teaching you? Why is the sky pink and the grass yellow? Everything about your dream is about you. Your dreams are unique to you. Celebrate them. Even the ones that are scary are not intended to cause you harm or cause you to embody fear. They're to translate the fear into joy, to transform our wounds into freedom. I had a dream when I was in my 30s. I was looking into the mirror and I had big bruises all around my neck where it looked like somebody had been trying to strangle me, choke me. And in the dream, as I'm looking in the mirror, I said out loud, "Someone tried to hurt me." And after I said those words, after I gave my voice expression, the bruises transformed into these beautiful watercolored flowers that ringed my neck. So it transformed right before my eyes from a wound to a gift, to a thing of beauty. And that's how dreams will guide us. There's a sacred wisdom process in working with our dreams, especially when we attend to our dreams as we would a much revered, precious teacher. I said before that our dreams are alive, that they're a function of our consciousness. And as our brain states change, our dreams will evolve. Dreams speak in the language of symbols, and they're very seldom meant to be taken literally. In your dream, you are the dream. You are the dreamer. And you are every other aspect of your dream. You are your complete environment. You are the grass. You are the trees. Everything in your dream is alive and it's about you. And it's there to teach you. For example, if you're outside and you're in a storm, the rain is about you. The thunder and the lightning are about you. If you're wearing a raincoat or holding an umbrella, that's about you. Are you prepared for the rain? Are you unprepared? If you're wearing a coat, stick your hand in the pocket. What's in the pocket? Be curious. What is it? The most valuable tool you have in working with your dreams is your curiosity. I wonder, what does this mean? Ask it, because your dream is alive. And every aspect of your dream, from the tiniest leaf to the thunder, to the color of the sky, it is about you and it's giving you information. When you're working with your dreams, use all of your senses. Am I warm? Am I cold? Am I inside, outside? Is it light or dark? Is it morning, evening? Is it lunchtime? Am I hungry? Am I full? What am I wearing? What's in the pockets? Do I have a purse? Do I have a backpack? I wonder what's in there. Am I alone or am I with someone? Everything is about you. The time period, the color of the landscape, it's all about you. And it's all there for your good, for your benefit, for your edification, for your fulfillment of your life's purpose. One of the important aspects of dreaming is its impact on our relationships. Because dreams are alive and they're inviting us to be in relationship with them. They're inviting us to be in a deeper relationship with ourselves. Because in our dreams, our conscious mind and our subconscious mind align to create cohesion between our dreaming world and our waking world. Our dreams continue to evolve and change and grow, just as we continue to evolve and grow. And as our outer world evolves and our inner world evolves, we recognize that everything in our life changes with every breath that we take, with every thought that we think. We take in new life. We are renewed with every breath, with every thought, with every heartbeat, with every dream. A single dream is like a diamond with infinite number of facets to reflect the light of our being. There is no other light but our light, because we're part of one light. And the dreams allow us to examine all of the facets, not just the ones that are right here, but like an immense disco ball where the light is reflected and refracted all around and through. And we get to experience different perspectives, different aspects of our being, until we recognize that we are infinite in our abilities. We are infinite in our consciousness. Nothing is withheld from us. And every dream holds a key to our awakening. I began to seriously work with my dreams in my 30s. And my dreams have seriously been my biggest, best, and boldest teachers. I write them down by hand because I'm old school and because I go right from recording my dream into exploring them. There's no right or wrong way to do dream work. There's only your way, and your way is the perfect way. Dreams are always an invitation to our greater good, to joy and delight, to insight, to our evolution. Dreams are our portal to awakening. And they're free. Every night we go to night school, and we can choose to be as involved or as removed from that process as we choose, because we are the chooser, the absolute decider of our experience. I have a couple of dreams I'd like to share with you before my time is up, unless my time is up already. And one is a prophetic dream. And I had a dream one night. It was about my dad. And I have one sister and my mom, and we were all there. And my dad I know this sounds disgusting, had 3 eyebrow hairs that were long and in his soup. And I said, Dad, let me cut those eyebrow hairs. No. I said, Dad, please, let me cut those eyebrow hairs. They're in your soup. And he said, oh, all right, finally. And my mother and my sister were all like, no, don't touch him, don't touch him, don't touch him. Anyway, I got the scissors and trimmed these 3 very long eyebrow hair. And I woke up. No, before that, I left out the most important part. His whole eyebrow disappeared. I only cut the 3 hairs, but his whole eyebrow disappeared. And my mother and my sister started screaming, and I started sobbing, and I woke up and I was sobbing uncontrollably. About 6 weeks later, I'm sitting next to my youngest son. He's about 9 years old, and he's reading a book about mummies. And he said, Mommy, why did the Egyptians shave the eyebrows of people after they died? And I felt like the top of my head was blowing off. And I instantly knew that my father was going to die soon, and that I was going to midwife that process. So I made arrangements to go see my dad and make sure he knew that I knew that it was my job to take care of my mother. And it was exactly 9 months from the day of my dream to my father transitioning. And I'm so grateful for that dream. That would not mean the same thing to anybody else, but to me, it meant the world. And that's it.
Wow, Suze, that was really amazing. And when you said 9 months, I couldn't help but think 9 months to have a baby, and then 9 months, some kind of connection there. I thoroughly enjoyed your presentation. I know we've got some questions in the chat here. Where did it go? Michael is asking, what do you feel, Suze, is the difference between dreams, lucid dreams, and astral traveling?
Well, that's a great question. Well, I think that we have dreams. I think we have dreams where we are the observer of our dreams, where we are the witness to the unfolding of the dream, and that they are teaching dreams for us. For the example of my father, that was not a lucid dream for me. I was very much there, and I was very much a participant in that dream. I wasn't just a witness, I was a participant. I saw the eyebrow hairs flopping around in the soup. I felt the scissors in my hands. I was very aware of cutting those three hairs, and I knew the import of it. I just didn't understand the import of it. So I didn't know the meaning, but I knew that it was a big deal. So a lucid dream are wonderful dreams. And I think that the power of that is that they teach us that we have control, that we get to choose, even in our subconscious state, that we get to choose, that we are the choosers, the ultimate deciders of our experience. And we get to take that power with us and bring that into our reality. And we get to learn to trust ourselves through our astral dreams. Through our lucid dreams. And I think that that is such an important lesson, especially when we live in a world where we are told, no, you didn't see that. No, you don't feel that way. Suze, you really don't feel that way. And it's like, oh, yes, I do. And it's like, oh, no, you don't. That didn't really happen. Oh, yes, it did. And so it's being able to say, I don't like what's happening here. And I think that's so powerful, especially for people who have experienced trauma in their lives. I have control. I may not have control in my waking world, but I have control in my dreaming world. And that is such an important part of our healing journey, that we are sovereign. And our dreams teach us about that sovereignty. And astral travel, I consider astral travel to be a playground. I just consider that to be, and we may be speaking about different things. But for me, astral travel is such a fascinating, joyful experience. Maybe not what I'm viewing, and maybe not the situation that I'm in, but the power to be able to do that, the power to be able to fully engage in another time, another place with other people is such an incredible opportunity. I don't really have 3D language to explain the immensity of that experience for me.
What an incredible answer, Suze. I got another one here up from Eric's 3333. This one's a bit tricky. How do we deal with dream invaders, which we are certain are not us? And so, I appreciate this question because it's like, I'm with Suze, like you're the rabbit, you're the wolf, it's you chasing you, it's you running away from you. But I too struggle with this sometimes. It's like somebody else is in my head, or what do you have to say about this, Suze?
Well, two answers came to mind, or two possible scenarios came to my mind. The first is I would ask them why they're there. Because dreams are your territory. And I love the word dream invaders. So clearly there's a belief that they do not belong there. Yeah, and they're trespassing. And so I would politely or not so kick them to the curb. If you're sure that they're not yours. sometimes people and things show up in our dreams that we don't like, but they're there for us anyway. The second answer that came to me, though, and it's something that I didn't cover in the presentation, but I had intended to, so I'm really grateful for this question, is in our dream time, very much like a shamanic space, we have allies. We have people, maybe ancestors. We have figures in our dreams that show up all of the time. You know, they're recurring characters like in a movie. And they are there to be our allies. Dragons are very often present in our dreams, and they are our protectors. So when we are in dream time, we are never unprotected. We are never left alone, and we are never unsafe. And that is something that I would really like to dispel right now, is that in our dreams, we may feel like we're in a vulnerable state, but we are not. We are always protected, and we always have complete control over our dreaming experience. Gina, it's just like hypnosis. If you don't like where you're going, you pull yourself out, just like that, right? And that's exactly the way it is with our dream. You never give up your control, because you are a sovereign being, whether you're sleeping, whether you're awake, whether you're in hypnosis or any other altered state of consciousness. We are always a sovereign being. Now, there may be conditions in our outer life that would seem to take those choices away from us, but our internal self, is sovereign. And I would kick them to the curb if they do not belong there.
That's a great answer. It reminded me of intrusive entities. You know, even if they're being really kind to us, they have no business. They're feeding off our energy out. It's technically our break time, but hopefully we can just sneak in this one more question here, Suze. Why do you think some people dream in color while others do not? Is there an energetic reason behind this, or soul reason why? What are your thoughts about dreaming in color, not dreaming in color?
I hadn't really thought about this, so thank you, Michael. I didn't think that I dreamt in color, but I do. It's just that color is not necessarily, colors haven't been my teachers. The colors of the things haven't been my teachers. In biologically, I have a red-green color impairment. And so I think that might have had something to do with dreaming in color and not dreaming in color. But I do dream in color, but they're not the vivid kind of colors, for example, that Rick dreams in. Rick dreams in Technicolor. But I have noticed that something is green or something, or I'm wearing a red dress. So when colors come in my dreams, I really pay attention to them. So I think it may be just biologically who we are, and maybe how important color is to us in our waking life.
It's a very interesting answer. I mean, everybody dreams differently, and the way we dream, the communication might vary in itself. In the past life, I was a catfish. I lived in dark, murky places. So even though I had eyeballs, I didn't use them. So if I'm dreaming about that time and place, well, it makes sense that I'm not seeing. So as Dragon Dreamers out there can see, it's too easy to slip into timelessness with Suze. I feel like it's like that with all of our presenters today. And even in the chat, Julia's been chatting up a storm there. We've had folks join in all day with us since the beginning. And Suze was actually here for the pre-conference at 8 a.m. live with us. So it's been such a delight to have you, Suze. I really appreciate you. You can see on the screen Suze's website, thelittleinediaries.com. Make sure you order her book, Volume 1. I got my copy here, signed by Suze, and Volume 2 is coming out. It looks the same, but it has a blue cover. So, Suze, thank you so much for coming. I'm going to remove you from the stage. Really appreciate it. What we're going to do now, Dragon Dreamers, is how are we doing for time? So, let me see here. So at 5:10, that's when I'll formally just thank everybody again. We'll return from the pine tree forest. We will close sacred space. And then Rick is going to provide us with more sound healing. I have a backup video if for some reason there's a tech issue. And we'll just have like a final connection to the chat. We are committed to ending things at 6 p.m. And you know what's really cool? If we end a little bit earlier, that's fine. You know, it's kind of a pet peeve of mine when people are finished, for example, at like 5:55, and then they just kind of talk aimlessly to get to the 6 p.m. mark. Like, we don't have to do that, you know? So I feel really good about today and honoring people's time. We had some, sound hiccups there at the beginning, but we were able to get through it. Power of the Soul Tribe, power of community. Here's my gemstone video, 6 of 6. This one here is a little insight about the Oracle, and I hope you enjoy it. And I look forward to seeing you at, I'm starting to brain fart it out now, 5:10. We'll see you at 5:10. Make sure you're staying hydrated, Dragon Dreamers. Really appreciate it.
Hi everybody, Gina Virginia Casella here. This is video 6 of 6, and I had to remake this video multiple times over because it is just getting too long. I have way too much to say. So in short, the Dragon Dreams Oracle, if you've ever seen me do a gemstone reading, I always do the gemstone reading first, and then the Oracle complements the reading. And if it doesn't complement the reading, if it has absolutely nothing to do with the reading, then it serves as a blind spot. Now, you might think, well, that's a bit frustrating because why would you spend time providing a gemstone reading when the Dragon Dreams Oracle is going to say, that's not the focus, this blind spot is the focus? Well, the thing is, you need to take the blind spot and apply it to everything that I told you, because everything that I told you, there's something fishy going on. And why? It's because your mind's number one job is to protect you, even if it means creating false inhibiting beliefs that keep you stagnant. So whenever I'm doing a gemstone reading and things are very, very positive, there's nothing wrong with having a positive gemstone reading. They do happen. But when it's too positive and the person that I'm helping, chatting with is like, oh, yes, yes, yes. And it's like, I feel like your mind is protecting you from something. There's something your subconscious mind is hiding, kind of like hiding in the shadow of the gemstones, if you will. But ultimately, you can't hide from the Dragon Dreams Oracle. So, that's why I like to record the gemstone readings, because it's really great to go back. It's just too much information, right? So I'm going to stay focused here so this video doesn't get too long, but I'm interested how you pull cards. So specific to the gemstone reading, I pull one card at the end. When I'm doing new moon wisdom weavers, I do this practice during the new moon, and it's basically a gemstone reading and then pulling the one card. Okay, great. When the full moon comes rolling around, I pull 3 cards. The 3 cards could represent the past, the present, the future. The 3 cards might also be, I might say, okay, you know what? I'm going to pull 3 cards. All cards are relevant to you, but pick one that's going to be the most relevant to you. And then let's say you're like, oh, card number 2. Then that card is specifically more relevant to you than card number 1 or 3, for example. If I want a message from age 4 Gina, then I'll literally just go 1, 2, 3, 4. This is from age 4 Gina. That was me. Play with nature, go outside on a windy day and move the leaves around. Pretend that it was you. Believe that it was you, because the inner child does. What a great card. And I've done this. I've stood on my balcony, you know, the wind is blowing, my hair's going like this, and I look at the leaves and I'm like, yeah, that was me that moved that leaf over there. And you see that tree over there waving? That's me too, making that tree move. And it's really fun to do stuff like that. I also might do a card spread where I put a card in the south, one in the north, one in the east, one in the west, representative of messages coming from the power animals. And so it's really endless what you can do with any oracle or tarot deck. The Dragon Dreams Oracle, you can purchase your own copy. I absolutely love the bendy feel of the cards. They're small, they're manageable. I've never been one to, you know, be like those magicians who like do big card tricks, but I'm also interested in how you mix up your cards. I just like to put mine in a pile and mix it like this, really messy, swirling it around. I say special words. Sometimes my left hand feels the desire to choose. Sometimes my right hand does. Sometimes they both feel the desire. Often it's like my spidey senses will tingle, if you will. The earth, the air, the fire, the water, free will. Left hand, feminine, the earth, the air, the fire, the water, free will. The right hand, masculine. Sometimes I feel like maybe this finger and this finger want to buddy up, and then it's interesting information that comes to me. So I'm wondering about you as well. And I'm also wondering if anybody has enjoyed my backgrounds, because when I do gemstone readings and pull oracle cards, I can't have a background, otherwise you can't see the cards clearly. So just having a little laugh right now in this moment, because I worked really hard creating backgrounds and I can't even use them. So let me know if you can relate in the comments. I love to connect with you. Let me know how you're doing in the free Facebook group, the Dragon Dreams Soul Tribe Collective. Your soul tribe awaits you. And make sure you follow me. It's absolutely free to follow me on Buy Me a Coffee. And then you get in on the hype, what's going on. You even get extra information about Rosie, who's doing well, by the way. She's been a bit needy. I've been on the computer a lot today. So she gets plenty of attention, trust me. But on that note, I'm going to be signing off, and I wish you all a fantastic morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are. And I'm really thankful for our soul tribe. It means the world to me. And thank you so much for courageously dreaming with me. Gina Virginia Casella here, and I look forward to all of the hoping and dreaming that's going to be unfolding together as a greater soul tribe community, and all of the movies that are coming out. The umbrella term, Project 30, ISIS, Unity Consciousness. United are we. Be free. Be free in the knowing that you have a soul tribe and you're not alone. Take care. We'll see you next time.
All right, everybody. So we got about 3.5 minutes. Make sure you go to the washroom. You're staying hydrated. And also, I'm just catching up on the comments here. I love the member engagement. And you can absolutely get your own version of the Dragon Dreams Oracle. My website, ginavirginiacasella.com. I'll put that in the chat for you. And it's so nice to see people here from other communities joining in. So I'll be back in just a few minutes here. Hey Dragon Dreamers, Gina Virginia Casella here, the one behind the Dragon Dreams Soul Tribe Collective. Come dream with us. Your soul tribe awaits you. I do all kinds of things, gemstone readings, mind reprogramming, energy medicine. At this time in my life, I've been redirected by Source to bring us together. The Dragon Dreams Soul Tribe Collective through an umbrella term called Project 30, Isis Unity Consciousness. You're invited to dream with us. Through dreams, half remembered and half misunderstood, we fill in the gaps for each other because we're all one. There's all kinds of times and dates lined up that I would absolutely adore for you to be a part of. And one of my favorite things to do is to assert that the Akashic records are not a permanent record because your past never defines you. And we can do what's called living consciously so we can die consciously. United are we. Be free. Dragon Dreams Soul Tribe Collective awaits you. Dream with us. My name is Gina Virginia Casella, creator and visionary of Project 30 Isis Unity Consciousness. See you in dreams. All right. So it's the special time of the day where I thank everybody. So just before we journey out of the pine tree forest, close sacred space, I really want to take a moment to sincerely thank everybody from the bottom of my heart. I really, really mean it. This conference really meant the world to me. I'm looking forward to the great unfolding. This is just the beginning. We have so much to look forward to, all of the hoping and dreaming, the co-dreaming, courageous co-dreaming that we're doing together, that we've been doing for a long time together. We're just remembering. I'm very grateful for all of the dragon presenters, for our dragon healers. I'm thinking about Rick because at least people got to see him live for a little bit. I'm thankful that it worked out for Suze and to be with us as a vendor and as a presenter. I'm really thankful for Julia for being in the chat. I've been noticing the member engagement. It was really awesome. And I'm thankful for Jason for stepping in and up in the chat, helping to monitor. We had some trolls there in the beginning, but I knew that nothing was going to interfere with our day and that we would get through it. We've been live for almost 9.5 hours now. And I noticed some folks like James Whittakis, he's pretty much been with us since the beginning of the day. So that's really cool that you were able to join us. And Cirques, I saw your comment there about your candle, and you too, you've been with us for most of the day as well. And so many other folks as well. Eric's, I don't remember you seeing you before, so it's cool to see you here. And just so many more folks. Tennessee Bigfoot, I remember you from Typical Skeptic. Actually, you know what? A few years ago, fell down the rabbit hole looking for Bigfoot videos, and that's how I discovered Typical Skeptic was because Tennessee Bigfoot. So it's cool that you're here with me today, and it really means a lot to me because when we share our stories, we share our medicine. We have a biology, we have thoughts, feelings, and opinions. We would never allow somebody to come into our house and randomly start redecorating it. So why would we allow somebody in our minds to start redecorating our thoughts, feelings, opinions? Why would we allow somebody into our dream, right? Well, the good news is that I'm you, you're you, but we're also each other, and we see those reflections and projections in each other. And so I really can't thank you enough for today. In my mind, it all made sense, but it really came together really fast. behind the scenes presenters, I would say scrambling, and me also putting some fire under their butts, because it was really important for me today that it ran with fluidity, that we set precedents. In this kind of community, we get made fun of a lot of times, right? We're those oddballs. Well, not when we're around each other. And when we're around each other, our stories become more familiar. We feel safer. We feel more grounded. We can do like Suze Gallagher was talking about, trusting ourselves. There's so many things the presenter said that really resonated with me. And I would absolutely adore if everybody, after or maybe tomorrow morning, make sure you visit the free Facebook group, the Dragon Dreams Soul Tribe Collective, because that's where we hang out. We have conversations, but member engagement is lacking. And I'm convinced that it's not because we're shy, it's because we're not certain. So I post in there, like I post my whole life in there practically. It's free to follow me on Buy Me a Coffee. And then you just get in on the email hype. And I do cross post, like I mentioned, into Facebook. And so all of this story medicine, it doesn't have to end after this. It continues on with you, with me, through each other, and through our greater dreams. And so thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for that. I have some notes here to keep me organized. I really want to make sure I tell you things. What else do I want to tell you? Tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern, I'll be hopping on live just for about an hour or so. Check in, how are folks feeling, any cool dreams that maybe you had overnight, maybe you were inspired by something. So if you're available tomorrow, 11 a.m., come hang out with me. I'm going to share the link with the presenters. They may or may not be live, but it's just an opportunity for us to hang out for post-conference fun and connection. And then I feel like I wanted to tell you something else. Oh yeah, I wanted everybody to check in on your candles, see how they're doing. My candles, I told you, because I was putting the ashes on it from my incense, they didn't burn very well, but they are burning. I am hugging them, and it's just kind of a reality. And so I'm wondering about your candle hype. And just stuff like this is cool stuff that we connect about as a soul tribe. What's working for you? What's not working for you? I'm really into making floras lately, so making my spirit water. Let me just have a little scroll down the chat here. Lots of compliments throughout the day to the presenters, lots of compliments about the fluidity of today. People enjoying the sound bath, even though it was a recording of Rick, it was really appreciated. Those comments are all here. And every single presenter who presented has some kind of compliment in some shape or form in the public chat and also in the behind the scenes private chat. So it really means a lot to me. I know some people, they had to go, run errands in between, and they still made it a point to check in and see where we were at. And I'm really thankful for today. I really can't thank you enough. So thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Many thank yous. Let me quickly check my list here again, because before you know it, it will be 6 o'clock, right? And it is getting to that point now where people are starting to get tired. It's time to shift here out of this dream, which I think actually, I think this is it now. So we are going to now journey out of the pine tree forest. It's about 3 minutes. And after you journey out of the pine tree forest, I'll pop on again and we will close sacred space. So if you don't have a candle, no problem. You use mine. If you have a little stick or a toothpick, you can join us for fire ceremony. No stick, no problem. Then you just use mine. It's all on behalf of you. So I hope you enjoy this journey out of the pine tree forest. And the pine tree forest, it's always there for you. It's a place where you can meet its neutral grounds. And let me just pull that up now for you. Now it's time for you to return to the stone circle with your dog monkey folk and or folks. This greater co-dream that we share.
You take a moment turning to the dog monkey folk, thanking them for all their insight and for their protection. Other dog monkey folk come with the ghost spirit or others who may or may not have followed you here, and they thank you. They thank you because without you, they wouldn't have been able to get to the pine tree forest. And now they can stay here in sanctuary. And now that you know the way, you can come here anytime to this sanctuary and to your home where you always belong. Take a moment to wish each other well. Take a moment to say goodbye to everyone in the pine tree forest. Thanking everyone for all the insight. It was a true joy and pleasure for you to be here, and you can come back any time or timelessness. And I want you to think of yourself as loosening and letting go. That's right, because you're starting to transform back into the water cycle, the misty, watery form you are, light and water. And up you go, back into the clouds, back into outer space, floating around the event horizon, the dog monkey folk taking care of you, calling your grasshoppers forward. You find your grasshopper, there it is. You see the grasshopper green, you hear it. Hitch a ride on your grasshopper's back, you feel the exoskeleton. Now you see the green spectrum. You follow it home right back to your heart, your sacred heart. Open heart, clear heart, protected heart, awakened heart, sacred heart.
All right. So to be honest, I'm feeling a little bit overwhelmed. I feel very thankful, very grateful. I'm noticing all the comments pouring in. You are very, very welcome. Very, very welcome for today. It was my pleasure to host it. So let's do some fire ceremony. So if you have words, you say the words, you blow it into the stick. If you don't have words, then you just blow the emotion into the stick. So I'll hold it here. And just give it a blow, talk to the stick. Anything that you're grateful for, give it to the stick. Anything that you want to let go, give it to the stick. And I'll just be quiet for a good minute so you can do that. So anything that you want to let go. I know when we do this kind of stuff, we're kind of quick about it, but really take a moment. Things that perhaps you would, you know, would rather not say out loud. say it out loud or breathe the emotion into here. I'm gonna hold this up until 5:26. All right, so this is the death arrow, and literally as the piece of wood burns away and transforms into ashes, the prayers go out with it. So fire ceremony is the most rapid way to do anything. And I got a tin can here, um, just to let it burn. So as it's burning, focus on how it's burning. Still glowing. And it's out. I got some candle wax in there too. And those at home, just everyone's burns at a different rate, and I always find it interesting to pay attention to that. So this wraps up our beautiful, beautiful day. I really couldn't have imagined a more beautiful day like today. I knew it was going to be awesome, but this was hands down phenomenal, truly magnificent. And I personally feel a lot more connected to the Soul Tribe. And it's great that there's folks here that I've never heard of. They never heard of me. And yet through networking, we were able to find each other, you know. So I'm so thankful. So I'm going to close Sacred Space right now. I forgot to open my Wittakota earlier when we opened Sacred Space, but the intention was there. The intention was there. So I'm going to mindfully close my Wittakota. But first, let's just call to the four winds and close the sacred space formally. So if you have spirit water, join me. If you don't, this is on behalf of you as well. And we always start with the south. So if you want to face the south, you can. I'm going to keep facing forward so you can see me. And I have a feeling I should just move my candle to the side so I don't accidentally set my scarf on fire. All right. Speaking of snake, that's the winds of the south. We don't want to undermine the literal level. All right. To the winds of the south, great serpent, thank you for helping us to shed our skins the way that you shed the past. Teach us the beauty way, the way of shedding the past. Thank you for being with us, great serpent. Aho. The winds of the west, Mother Jaguar, Sister Jaguar. Thank you, Mother, for teaching us the ways of peace, of fearlessness, the journey beyond death. Accompany us as we go back to our homes, our villages, our loved ones. Teach us your gentleness. Aho. To the winds of the north, hummingbird, grandmothers and grandfathers, ancient ones. Thank you for teaching us to drink deeply from life. We honor you, those who have come before us, those who come after us. And we gather to honor you, our children's children. Thank you, thank you, thank you for being with us. Aho. For the winds of the east, eagle condor. Thank you, Mother Eagle, for holding us under your wings, for nudging us out of the nest. Thank you for teaching us so that when our time comes, we may find our own wings, always flying wingtip to wingtip with the Great Spirit. Aho. Pachamama, Mother Earth. Thank you, Mother, for all your blessings, for your breath, your waters, and to all of our relations, the stone people, the plant people, all of us, your children, the two-legged, the four-legged, the eight-legged, the 100-legged, the no-legged, those with hair, feathers, tails, cartilage, and bones alike. All of us belong to Pachamama. It's absolutely inconsequential if we're from this planet or of this planet. All of us, the earth, the air, the fire, the water, formulas, beaver dams, we are walking, talking trees. Thank you so much, Pachamama, the biological ones we are, for housing the spirit. Aho. Father, Son, Grandmother, Moon, and to the star nations, the sacred mountains of this birth, Great Spirit, you who are known by 1,000 names, and you who are the unnameable one, thank you for bringing us together, for allowing us to sing another song of life, and for blessing our ways. Aho. Going to close the Wiracocha. So right now I'm taking back the foils and coils of golden light from around you, bringing it back to me. Closing my Wiracocha. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Great Spirit. Thank you to all my spirit guides, and thank you to all of the dragon dreamers who gathered here today. I really just can't say thank you enough. I'm somewhat speechless, and for me to be speechless, you know that you've definitely got me. And I do feel emotional now that the day's come to an end. It ran so smoothly. It looks like we're actually wrapping up early, which is a very great sign. Even if we had to go into a little bit of overtime, I was okay with that. But today there was a high level of respect, a high level of integrity and commitment to each other. And that's the reflection projection that I'm very much interested. So thank you everybody for joining in today. You won't see me live anymore. Well, at least from here. What I'm going to do now is in a moment, I'm going to remove myself from the stage. I'm going to play Rick's final video. I don't see him live here. Let me just double check because I'll feel bad if he's live. Yeah. Okay, I don't see Rick in the background. So I'm going to play his final closing singing bowl. And then basically a thank you video will play, which is the video that played to welcome you. And then the outro video will play. So you've got 3 videos coming. And again, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for joining me today. I can't thank you enough. What a magnificent day. Thank you for dreaming with me, courageously co-dreaming with me. Let's keep co-dreaming together. I'm really enjoying it. Thank you for being a part of my life and part of my dream. Gina Virginia Casella and the Dragon Dreams Soul Tribe Collective are thankful for your presence at the Story Species, Story Medicine Continuum of Conscious Evolution Conference Series in honor of the Dragon Dreams Soul Tribe Collective. Your soul tribe has awaited you, and we thank you for courageously co-dreaming with us this beautiful world into being. We would also like to thank the dragons involved for their passion-driven services. Without them, today would not have been possible. Behind the scenes, dragons stepped in and up to the tasks at hand, and we are greatly appreciative for their commitment and fine contributions in anticipation of our big day. The Dragon Dreams Soul Tribe Collective would also like to thank Gina Virginia Casella, the visionary and creator behind the Dragon Dreams Soul Tribe Collective and Project 30, Isis Unity Consciousness. Gina is beyond thrilled about this great unfolding. She inspires you to have the courage to be yourself and to be all you can be, to truly know your value. We would also like to take a moment to thank our mentors, spirit guides, and other members of our dream ecosystem. We're thankful for the humpback whales who showed up unexpectedly, who harmonized this song, and for Eagle Condor's empowerment to take charge of our present moment, which for us means taking charge of our unity. One of Gina's favorite Dragon Dreams Oracle cards is number 20, High Quality Beauty Prayer. Because that's us, the High Quality Beauty Prayer. Tomorrow is never promised, and it's always hardest for those who are last. Yet those who are last live like tomorrow is promised. United are we. Be free. Be free in the knowing you can live consciously to die consciously. You have a soul tribe, the Dragon Dreams Soul Tribe Collective. You're enough. Things are available to you. You're the same as everyone else. You matter. You're important. You're intelligent. You're a dragon dreamer. Visit GinaVirginiaCasella.com to order your books and to get your very own copy of Dragon Dreams Oracle. You can also visit Gina's Buy Me a Coffee to get in on the collective membership. Thank you, thank you, thank you again. Many, many thank yous. Thank you, thank you, thank you.